Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Jessica. The aching in my chest as I read the lawyer's letter only grows stronger with each passing moment. I knew this day would come. My father was sick after all. But I didn't expect it to come so soon, or so suddenly. Sitting alone in my little apartment, I try my best to keep it together. I bring the letter closer, scanning my eyes over it again. I feel like I've read this 100 times by now, but my mind still can't seem to take in the information. There are too many other thoughts swimming in my head. Memories of my father, of speaking with him just a few days ago, and everything being fine. Then the phone call telling me they'd discovered another tumor. The rush to the hospital, and being told it was far more advanced than they thought. And then his sudden death and the funeral that passed in a blur. But I know I need to get through this. One step at a time, and right now, the next step is dealing with the lawyer. Taking a deep breath, I force myself to concentrate on the words in front of me. To the attention of Jessica Saunders. It starts, and I scan the legalese that follows, looking for the important information. Finally, I find what I'm looking for. The reading of the will, allocation of assets, and discussion of related stipulations and conditions will take place in the deceased's home on the 19th at 2 p.m. I can't help but frown at the paper, even though I've read it before. Although everything else has already been handled, the letter seems surprisingly formal. I glance at my watch and it reads 1:26 p.m. Oh, shoot, I mutter to myself, suddenly pulling myself up from the couch. As I gather my things and make my way through the streets of Woodford Falls and toward my dad's house, I can't help but wonder what the letter could possibly mean by related stipulations and conditions. It's only me and my Aunt Sabrina in our family now, and I can't imagine there's anything too complicated in my dad's will. He was a practical man, and given how organized everything else in his life was, including his own unexpected death apparently, I'm surprised there's going to be a formal will reading at all. I make it to my dad's house, my childhood home, just before 2 o'clock to find that my aunt is already there. She's standing on the front porch steps, and the moment she catches sight of me, she suddenly dabs a handkerchief furiously to her eyes, as if she's been weeping this whole time. "Oh, Jessica," she wails, but all I do is greet her politely. She looks desperately as if she's about to faint from grief. Or rather, she looks as though she's desperately trying to appear that way. I know better than that, though. A lifetime of her theatrics means I'm immune to her attempts to try to bawl her eyes out on command. "Ladies," comes a voice from inside, and I look up to see the lawyer waiting for us at the entrance. He beckons us in, and with a strange look in my direction, Aunt Sabrina makes a beeline for the house, as if jostling to get in first. I just shake my head as I follow behind her. I'm pretty sure the will won't include the words, "first come, first served." Nevertheless, as we walk through the house, my aunt makes sure she's right behind the lawyer as he enters my father's study. I, on the other hand, linger a little, passing my eyes over the photos that line the mantel and feeling that same ache in my chest for my father. I only hope this will reading is over quickly so I can carry on his work at the roastery and make him proud, even in death. Once we're settled in the study, the lawyer gives us a preface to the will. "Now, I know what you're about to hear is a little unorthodox," he begins. "But I'm afraid these are legal stipulations, so please be understanding." Aunt Sabrina and I exchange a glance as we await the reading. The lawyer almost seems uncomfortable, and I wonder what could possibly be going on. I don't have to wonder for long, though. Now, Jessica, as the only child of the late Henry Saunders, you were originally to inherit the house and the commercial property in town, including the rights to the coffee shop, the roastery, he says, looking at me with an expression I can't quite read. However, he continues, picking up a piece of paper, which I presume to be the will. Your father did add a last-minute stipulation. I quote, "To my daughter, Jessica Saunders, I leave my house and the coffee shop. On one condition, she must be married within 6 months of my death. If by the end of those 6 months she has not married, they will go to my sister, Sabrina Saunders." I can hardly believe what I'm hearing. Wait, what? I ask, not fully understanding what's happening. Never in a million years could I have expected something like this, but the lawyer simply shrugs, as if it's outside his control. I did warn you it was a little unorthodox, he says, but I'm barely listening. All I can hear is the sound of my blood pounding in my ears. I turn to my aunt beside me, hoping, perhaps foolishly, that she might offer me some comfort, but the only thing that greets me is her smirk of self-satisfaction. I can see she's more than happy at the stipulation and the thought of her taking my father's cafe, his life's work, and mine, away from me, makes me feel sick to my stomach. But to find a husband in the next 6 months, that seems as good as impossible. What am I supposed to do? I mutter softly, but nobody in this room can answer that, not even me.
Chapter 2. Jonathan. What am I going to do with a month off? I mutter to myself as I pack up my bag at the end of my last shift for a while. I shake my head, wondering how my time off request had gone so terribly awry. I'd walked into my boss's office last week only intending to leave Boston for a few days. It was a simple request, I thought, as I'd explained to her that I had to head back to my hometown of Woodford Falls for my brother's wedding. I sigh, remembering the meeting. A few days would have been plenty of time. In fact, it had already felt like more than enough. I'd figured I could get through a quick enough visit to appease my family, say my congratulations, drink a little celebratory champagne, and then come back here to Boston, where I have a very thick buffet from all I'd left behind. That, as it turned out, wasn't in the cards. Instead of the 3 days I'd requested, I'd been forced into taking all my overdue vacation days at once. The chief pediatrician had insisted, and there was no arguing with her. That much had been made clear, and I'd left her office that day knowing there was no way out of this. A heavy sigh escapes my lips as I zip up my bag, casting one last look around my office before I head out the door. I guess it's my own fault, I think to myself. Somewhere in the back of my mind I know I'm a workaholic, but as a pediatrician it's a little hard to just switch off and leave my work behind when my shift ends. The kids in this hospital need me. I know that better than anyone, which I suppose is why I didn't take a single day off last year, and why I now have to take a full 4 weeks off all at once. I lock my office door behind me, catching a quick glimpse of the plaque that reads Dr. Jonathan Delancey, and sighing again. Where I'm going, I won't be called doctor or anything. I'll be son, honey, sweetie, or worst of all, the single one. I cast one last glimpse at my office before heading to the glass elevator that passes through each of the wards at Massachusetts General. I know I'm about to pass through each of the 3 floors dedicated to pediatrics, and I raise my hand to wave as the elevator goes down on the off chance any of the kids are looking my way. 7-year-old Jacob, one of my patients, is passing by the elevators at just the right time, and I smile warmly at him as he catches my eye. He waves back, breaking out into a grin that shows his missing front teeth. "Bye, Jacob," I call out, unsure if he can even hear me through the glass. It doesn't really matter, though, as long as he knows I care about him. That's so much of what my job here is, and I love that I get to help these sick children, even if the work is exhausting. I keep waving until I've passed through all 3 pediatric wards. When I make it past those floors, though, I drop my hand with another sigh. A month is a long time to leave these kids behind, and as much as I know I need the rest, I hate to leave the hospital. So much can happen in a month, and it pains me to think some of my patients might not be here when I return. Besides, I love my job and I love working with the kids. And right now, with Woodford Falls on my mind, I especially like that no one in this hospital, least of all the children, is preoccupied with whether or not I'm going to bring a nice girl home to meet my family. As I walk to my car, I remember every other trip I've made back home since leaving for college straight after high school. It always goes the same way. I arrive to a barrage of questions about why I haven't brought a girlfriend with me. Then I sit through another barrage of questions about when I'm going to find a girlfriend to bring back with me. That's followed by yet another barrage of questions about whether or not I'm even trying to meet someone, and if not, why not? And then, upon leaving, I'm met with a barrage of questions about whether I'm going to bring someone with me next time. It's all topped with a reminder that I'm 30 now and should have settled down years ago. It's relentless, and realistically, it's probably part of the reason I bury myself in my work. I can't make time to go home very often if I'm busy treating kids all the time, after all. "Hey, Jonathan, enjoy your time off," comes a call from across the parking lot, and I wave to a colleague who's entering the building. "Thanks, Samantha," I call back with a friendly smile. As she walks away, though, the smile turns into a smirk. I'll just have to do my best, I figure, hoping I'll make it through the month unscathed. I still don't know how I'm possibly going to do that, though. As my thoughts turn back to Carter's upcoming wedding, I feel a small tendril of nervousness wind its way around my heart. I wonder if I'll manage to make it through the wedding, and this time it's not only my family I'm thinking about. I know she might be there, and if she is, I have no idea how I'm going to handle it. The thought makes me wonder if I'll be able to get through my brother's wedding at all.
Chapter 3. Jessica. I don't know what to do. Instead, I just sit silently in my father's study, trying to wrap my head around what's happening. I still can't believe my dad would be so desperate for me to get married that he'd put such a thing in his will. I don't know. I begin, but my sentence goes unfinished. There are no words to properly express what I'm feeling right now. Stun doesn't even come close. Confusion, bewilderment, shock, maybe even a little anger. None of these words even touch the turmoil of emotions that are roiling around in my chest right now. I shake my head slightly, trying to think back to a single conversation that could explain why my father would do this. We'd spoken about me settling down, of course, and he'd asked me from time to time if I was seeing anyone. But apart from one boyfriend in high school, my relationships have been pretty non-existent. Straight after I graduated, I took a course in hospitality to better help my dad at the cafe, but I'd already been working with him for years by that point. Between my work and my studies, there was never any time for relationships. I thought he knew that, and I thought things were fine that way. After Mom died, it was the two of us, unless you count Aunt Sabrina moving in to help raise me, which I don't. If I'd ever thought my dad was waiting for me to get married and have a family, I would have approached him about it. We always had such a close relationship that I thought he would have done the same. But this revelation about the will and the threat of losing the coffee shop is making me wonder if he'd been wanting to get rid of me all this time. Had I done something wrong without realizing it? Is this some way of punishing me? In life, he was so supportive of me, so encouraging, so empowering. Why now, upon his death, does he seem so intent on forcing me to find a husband? There are far more questions than answers, and every new thought clamors for attention, leaving me unable to speak a single one of them out loud. The room hangs in silence for a long time as I stare blankly at the piece of paper, still clutched in the lawyer's hands. "Oh, Jessica," comes a voice beside me, breaking the stillness. I'm slowly pulled out of my reverie to look again at my aunt, who seems intent on filling the silence with her own words. I watch in horror as she effects another round of lamenting, but the same smug look she gave me upon hearing the news shines through clearly. "Oh, how awful for you. I don't know how you're ever going to find a husband in time," she continues, never taking her eyes off me. It isn't a commiseration. It's gloating. And whether or not the lawyer can see that, to me, it's clear as day. The problem is, though, that she's right. She knows as well as I do that she'll almost certainly be inheriting the coffee shop when the 6-month mark rolls around, and the thought of it sends a jolt of pain into my heart. Why would he put something like that into his will? I ask weakly, finally pulling my eyes away from Aunt Sabrina's performance to look at the lawyer. He gives me an apologetic look before pulling out a sealed envelope and handing it to me over my father's oak desk. I haven't read it myself, he tells me as I slide my finger under the seal. But your father said it might help explain. I pull out a sheaf of papers, covered in my dad's sloped handwriting, a script I would recognize anywhere. And just the sight of it makes my heart leap in my chest. Aunt Sabrina attempts to lean over my shoulder to snoop on my dad's last correspondence to me, but I tilt the page away from her. This feels far too special to allow it to be sullied by her greedy gaze. I allow myself to read the letter slowly, taking in my father's last words. My dear Jessie, it reads, and I smile sadly at my dad's nickname. Things aren't looking great for me, and I'm sorry I haven't been honest with you about that. I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't tell you how bad it was, but I know I'll be gone soon. If you're reading this, of course, I already am, and I'm so sorry for leaving you. I know the contents of my will have probably come as a shock to you, but I hope you can understand that it's only because I want the best for you. I can't be there to look after you anymore, and even though I know you're a strong and capable young woman, I also worry that you throw yourself too much into the cafe and ignore some of the other important things in life. I want you to find someone who can be there for you, someone who can help take care of you and who can give you all the love you deserve. I want you to have the roastery, but I want you to have a family too, and since I'm the only family you've really got, I had to get creative. I hope you don't hold it against me. I love you, Dad. I can barely make it through the end of the letter, the last words blurring as my eyes fill with tears. I miss my dad so much, and even though I've managed to keep myself together, including through the funeral, this letter is too much. I mumble an excuse and take off without so much as a glance over my shoulder. Tears stream down my face the whole way home as I clutch the letter to my chest and let my grief finally pour out of me. I love you too, Dad, I whisper through my sobs. I hope wherever he is, he hears me.
Chapter 4. Jonathan. Between a 5-hour flight and an 11-hour drive, most people would choose the flight. But most people don't have my family waiting for them on the other end. Besides, as happy as I am to celebrate my brother's wedding, I'm in no rush to get back to my hometown. I'm 3 hours into the drive to Woodford Falls, and I feel like I've only just begun to mentally prepare myself for the barrage of questions that I already know await. So why didn't you bring a girlfriend? You're not getting any younger, you know, Jonathan. Are you still doing the whole bachelor thing? When are you going to settle down? At your age, I already had 3 children, so what are you waiting for? I can hear my aunt's voices in my head already, mostly because I've heard these questions over and over for the last 10 years, and I'm in no rush to hear them in real life. Now that I've reached 30 years old, I can only imagine it's going to be worse than ever. 11 hours, in my opinion, still isn't enough time to steel myself for the incessant family pressure to find a nice girl and settle down. Not that that doesn't sound lovely, but it's not exactly something I can force. I overtake a sputtering Volkswagen Beetle, taking a deep breath as I do. As I pull back in front of it, I watch the little yellow car recede into the distance in the rearview mirror. I almost wish it were Woodford Falls I was seeing become smaller and smaller. Instead, I'm hurtling towards it, every moment bringing me closer to the very delicate balance of being polite, but not a pushover. At least driving relaxes me a little. It gives me something to do with my hands while my mind thinks ahead to the wedding. Of all the places to catch up with my aunts, a wedding is probably the worst for my purposes. Love will be well and truly in the air, in the conversation. Hell, they've probably spiked the punch with it. And for that reason, it'll be the only thing anyone will be talking about. Even my parents, who aren't usually so forthcoming about their concerns for my non-existent love life, are bound to bring it up under the circumstances. It won't be enough for one of their sons to be getting married, I'm sure. I sigh at the thought, flying along the highway toward the hometown I left behind for a reason. I know why my family behaves the way they do. I know they just want the best for me. But that doesn't mean I like it. Not that I don't like them. I love my family. But it's all a bit much when I don't know how to answer their questions. I reach over to the passenger seat and grab a handful of trail mix, my favorite snack for these ponderous road trips. Not that I make the trip back very often if I can help it, but in spite of my family's flaws, I know I don't want to abandon them entirely. Besides, they've come to visit me in Boston a bunch of times since I left, and it's about time I return the favor. I tip the handful of nuts and dried fruit into my mouth with one hand, steering along the freeway with the other. Maybe I should make more of an effort to visit home, I think, even with all that entails. It just hasn't happened yet, I mutter to myself through a mouthful of nuts and dried fruit, practicing the answer I might give in response to my family's inevitable needling. The words sound hollow even to me, though. What am I supposed to say? That I want a family, but just haven't found the right person? That maybe there's a right person out there, but things just haven't aligned? That I might have already crossed paths with the woman of my dreams, but neither of us will ever know? I sigh again, shaking my head slightly. Better to stick to the tried and true line that I'm looking, and I'm sure I'll meet the right woman soon. That usually buys me a little bit of breathing room. I take the exit leading north, resisting the urge to slow right down and turn the 11-hour trip into a 17-hour trip. Maybe the only thing worse than arriving right at dinner time would be arriving in the middle of the night and having to wake up to the badgering of my family. At least if I arrive at dinner, people will be distracted by food, and I'll be able to sneak off to bed straight after. But it's the rest of the month I'm worried about. A whole month in Woodford Falls, after having lived for years in Boston away from all this, is daunting. I've managed, for the most part, to avoid the family dramas, the small-town mentalities, and the constant prying into my life. Now I'm going to be launched back into all of that with the catalyst of a wedding to boot. The thought brings me out of my self-involved lamenting, though. This visit isn't about me, I remind myself. It's about Carter. My brother's getting married, and I'm going to be there to support him, no matter how many nosy aunts I have to fend off to do it. I take another deep breath and try to look on the bright side. If I can get past the second degree from my family, I'll be able to better celebrate with Carter. Who knows? I might even get to enjoy the wedding if I'm lucky. And Woodford Falls, for all its small-town shortcomings, has a thing or two that's worthwhile, I'm sure. Maybe this month won't be all bad.
Chapter 5. Jessica. Maybe today will be different. My heart is still broken, but after a good night's sleep, I feel a little more collected today. I pull myself out of bed, despite wanting to stay under the warm comforters. I shower, change into my work clothes, and apply a light touch of makeup. I prefer to keep things natural, but I enjoy a touch of lip gloss and mascara when I need a confidence boost. Once I'm ready, I take a long, deep breath and head out to my car. My father always wanted what's best for me, but he also wanted me to be independent. He taught me confidence and strength and never made me feel like I had to fit into the role of a traditional woman. So the fact that he wants me to find a husband before inheriting the cafe is surprising, to put it lightly. The idea of marrying some guy on a whim seems to contradict everything my dad had taught me. Still, my dad must have had his reasons for putting this in his will, and whether they're good ones or not, I may never know. But the fact stands that I'll need to find a husband if I'm going to keep this cafe out of Aunt Sabrina's hands. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but I'm going to give it my best shot. It's going to be hard with Aunt Sabrina around, though. After finding out about my father's wishes, she's been doing her best to drag my name through the mud. She's been active on Facebook lately. In between writing posts about how much she misses my father, she's been venting about what a nuisance I am. According to her, I'm an ungrateful, stubborn girl who's going to run his beloved cafe into the ground. And of course, the comments are full of her friends comforting her, telling her that she's the one who deserves to inherit it. I've also gotten messages from high school friends I haven't talked to in ages. Apparently, Aunt Sabrina has been telling them to steer clear of me, warning them that I've spread my legs for every guy on the block. They all seem to know she's making things up, but it's embarrassing all the same. Her petty behavior hasn't just been online either. Yesterday, she visited the cafe and hung out for a few hours, chatting with all of the men around my age. She loves to tease guys like you, and she's a little bit of a skank, are a few phrases I overheard from her conversations. Finding a husband on such short notice was going to be tough on its own, but with Aunt Sabrina giving me such a bad reputation, it's only going to be harder. But today is a new day. I woke up in a good mood, and I'm not going to let her childish behavior get to me. Marriage aside, I need to keep the cafe up and running. When I pull into the parking lot, I suddenly feel uneasy for a reason I can't quite parse. The thought of going into the cafe makes my stomach sink, but I shake the feeling off, reassuring myself that it's merely the stress of the past few days. I lock my car and fetch my keys from my pocket. When I pull the back door open and turn on the lights, my heart nearly stops. The kitchen is a disaster. Broken dishes scatter the floor, food is smashed and splattered on the wall, and the faucet is running, water overflowing from the sink. I hurry over and shut it off before it can flood the kitchen anymore. I'm scared to look in the main dining room. I just know it'll be even worse. Tears fill my eyes as I peer out the kitchen door. Just as I'd feared, the dining room is a complete wreck. All of the tables and chairs are tipped over, and the glass display case is shattered. There's coffee grinds scattered across the counter and floor. All of the artwork has been taken down from the wall and torn to shreds, and a message is written in its place in red spray paint. Good luck. I feel sick to my stomach. This cafe was everything to my father, and now it looks like a dump. There's no doubt in my mind who's behind this. Aunt Sabrina has never been the kindest woman, but this is a new low, even for her standards. Petty feelings about the inheritance aside, this cafe was her brother's pride and joy. I want to break down and cry, but I hold back. The cafe opens in 10 minutes, and if I hustle, I might be able to make the dining room presentable. I sweep up the coffee grinds and broken glass. I place the tables and chairs back upright. I drape a tablecloth over the shattered display case, deciding I simply won't have any food on display today. Then I grab a bucket of soapy water and begin scrubbing the paint from the wall. By the time I'm done, the cafe still isn't back to its usual beauty. There's still faded remains of the paint on the wall, the decor is gone, and there's no food on display. But it's a huge improvement from how I found it. I flip the closed sign to open and prop open the door. Throughout the morning, people walk by the cafe and glance inside, only to continue at a quickened pace. I try to make eye contact and smile with them, but to no avail. Noon rolls around, and I haven't had a single customer. Any other day, the cafe would have a line all the way to the door. Aunt Sabrina won after all. With an aching heart, I glance at the memorial picture of my dad hanging by the register. "I'm so sorry, Dad," I whisper, clutching my chest. I head into the kitchen, slide down to the floor, and after a whole morning of holding it back, I burst into tears.
Chapter 6. Jonathan. In the 2 days since the wedding, I feel like I've been swept off my feet even more than the bride was, and not in a good way. The wedding itself passed in a blur, and as much as I tried to enjoy myself, the interrogation from my aunts and uncles was as bad as I thought it would be. Not only that, but there's been a spate of lunches and dinners and pop-ins since then that has me at the end of my rope. There's only so many times I can explain why I'm not married yet, and I think I reached that limit sometime around midday yesterday. That's why I'm slipping out of the house before I can be subjected to another bout of family socializing. "I'm heading out for a while," I call into the house before hurrying out the door. I don't stop to wait for an answer. I exhale heavily the moment I'm on the sidewalk, letting my feet take me wherever they want, as long as it's away from my house. I almost envy Carter and his wife, Dina. They're off on their honeymoon now, away from the pressures of this place. Besides, they've fulfilled their obligations to get married and start a family, so they should be left alone for a good long while. Me, on the other hand, I sigh as I meander down the streets of my old hometown. I wish I could get out of here. Even going back to Boston would be wonderful. Back to work, back to the kids, back to where the only families I have to worry about are other people's. But that's not an option, unfortunately. I've already committed to spending the month here, and I'll never hear the end of it if I bail early. That might be the only thing worse than sticking around. I figure if I can find something to keep me busy while I'm here, I might just survive the month. I start to make my way toward the center of town, hoping for an idea. The first place I see is a travel agency, and it makes me groan out loud. Maybe, I mutter to myself, glancing at the destination pictures in the window. I toy with the idea of taking a little break from being here. Maybe I could even drive somewhere. But the thought dissipates as soon as it arrives. Better to just get through this month as best I can. If I can figure out somewhere to spend my time during the day, I can probably get through family dinners if I have to. Besides, once it's just me, my parents, and my brother Chris, it might not be so bad. I leave the tempting pictures of tropical beaches and European cities behind with a longing heart and keep walking. It's not long before I stumble across a coffee shop, and I almost stop in my tracks. My feet brought me here without me even thinking about it. It isn't just a coffee shop. It's the coffee shop. I make my way across the street to the roastery, and as I do, my heart beats a little faster. This was her dad's coffee shop. I remember it from way back then. Of course I do. I even remember the smell. Long before I learned to like the drink itself, I loved the smell of freshly brewed coffee outside the shop. So did everyone else, apparently, because it was always packed. But today I don't smell anything, and as I step onto the sidewalk in front of the cafe, I can see why. The lights are on inside, but it's completely deserted. I frown as I step through the door and find that I'm the only person there. Not even a barista appears. Not even her. This is so strange, I think to myself. This was where everyone used to come. What happened? I look around and something on the wall catches my eye. It's a photo of her dad, Mr. Saunders as I knew him. I remember him too, of course. His broad grin and crinkled crow's feet on his dark skin. His hair, as I remember it, was short-cropped and dark, but in this photo he's much older. It seems he's let his afro grow, the coily hair white now. It suits him. I smile, wondering if he'll be here, though I doubt he'll remember me. But then I see something else. Something that wipes the smile right off my face. Under the photo, in small, neat letters, is an inscription. In memory of Henry Saunders. The date beneath the inscription tells me he passed away very recently, and it suddenly makes me very sad to think of it. I can only imagine the effect this must have had on his daughter. As I stand alone in the cafe, I suddenly hear something through the place's lonely silence. The soft, muffled sound of sobbing comes floating towards me, and I look around to see where it might be coming from. There's clearly no one else here, but towards the back of the store is a door, and the closer I step toward it, the louder the crying gets. It sounds like a woman's cries, and even from out here I can hear they're the desperate, broken cries of despair. I can put two and two together pretty easily, and my heart catches a little as I figure out who it might be. But in all honesty, I can't tell if I want it to be her just for the chance to see her again. Or if I hope it's not, since I would never want her to hurt like that. I know there's only one way to find out, though. Jessica? I call out on a hunch. Is that you?
Chapter 7. Jessica. Hello? Are you okay? I freeze, then stand up as the footsteps approach. I grab a napkin and wipe my eyes and blow my nose. As I toss the tissue in the garbage can, a white man appears in the doorway. "Hi," he says, looking around. Then he looks right at me. His eyes are light blue and they are piercing. Are you not open yet? He asks. Why is there nobody here? A dash of white-hot fear passes through me. There is no one else here, and I'm cornered in a room with no way out. The man towers over me. If I try to dart past him, he'll just grab me. Hey, he says. I'm sorry. I come in peace, I mean. He backs up and smiles. The fear fades to a nice warm feeling. Why are you crying? He says. I don't think I want to talk to a stranger I just met about that. Sorry, I say. We aren't strangers, though, he says. Don't you remember me? No, I say, folding my arms and staring him down. And I am very good at remembering people. What kind of tricks is this guy up to? Maybe I should call the cops. Well, that hurts, he says. How many guys have you dissected a pig with? What? Go on, think about it. I do. I only had to do that once. In AP Bio, and my lab partner was Dash. Johnny? I blurt out before I know what I'm saying. I can't believe it. Johnny and I weren't really in the same social circles, but we ended up being good friends by the end of high school. He certainly didn't look like this then, though. This muscular, attractive, built white guy in front of me is a far cry from the more skinny, awkward Johnny of my younger days. He was always sort of coolly detached from the high school drama, not caring what most people said or did. He had a sort of mysterious air, a way of seeming like he rose above it all that intrigued me. But that also made him unapproachable, a distant figure I was aware of but never really knew. At least, until an incident my junior year. I had enough trouble fitting in as one of the only black girls at a mostly white high school, no matter how hard I tried. But one day when my friend group was being especially difficult, I found a way to get past it in true high school girl fashion. I decided to try flirting with my friend's crush, namely Johnny. Now, in my defense, they weren't dating or anything like that. Like me, she was just intrigued by his charismatic figure and the way he seemed to want nothing to do with anyone. She was too shy, deep down, to approach him, so I decided to beat her to it. I knew it would really work her last nerve. I remember the first time I approached him in the cafeteria. I sat down at his table, swallowing nervously to realize I was surrounded by his friends, all people I knew nothing about, honestly. Not only that, they were seniors, and I was a lowly underclassman. If this worked, it would score me some major points. But it was a big gamble I was taking. His eyes flicked over to me in surprise, then confusion, but he was never rude about the intrusion. Pretend you're saying something really funny to me right now, I instructed. What? He answered in bewilderment. I laughed anyway, as if he had told the most hilarious joke. I could feel Karen's eyes boring into me. It's funny I realize now that her name was Karen even before Karen was a thing. It didn't take long for him to understand what I was up to, but he never made me feel silly for it. He calmly played along, though, in all fairness, most of the flirting was on my end. Still, he didn't out me, and he let me have my revenge on my dumb friends, however I saw fit without giving away our little secret. And in the time we spent together, it didn't take long before I had figured out that Johnny was way cooler and smarter than most of the people I usually hung out with. It was just like one of those teen movies, except we didn't end up together in the end. We drifted apart after high school. No animosity, it just happened. Which, looking at him now, was kind of a shame. If we had stayed close, we would have ended up in the friends to lovers plotline. And how would that have ended? I forced my brain back to the present. I don't need to waste my time thinking about fairy tales. I have real-life problems to worry about. Still, it's nice to see him. You look different, I say now. Taller? He laughs. I was a late bloomer, I guess, he says. That's putting it mildly. He's not just taller, he's freaking hot. His blonde hair still has those natural highlights people spend a fortune trying to achieve. He pushes his glasses back with his index finger. He's like the sexy librarian cliché. Just a guy. He looks all business casual, but I can see how well he fills out his shirt. He must work out now. Johnny was always on the scrawny side. This guy... "It's nice to see you again, Jessica," he says. Ditto. I can't stop staring at him. He meets my gaze for an instant, then looks at the ground. Now that is patented Johnny, I think. "What are you smiling about?" he asks. "The more things change, the more they stay the same," I say. "What do you mean?" "I can see flashes of high school Johnny, that's all." "Oh God, no," he groans. "That guy. No, he's long gone. Dead and buried." "Dead and buried? Oh, come on. Dead, buried, and rotted. High school Johnny is worm food." "He wasn't that bad," I say. Name 3 good things about that guy," he says. "Oh, that's easy," I say. "High school Johnny was kind, funny, and smart. I wouldn't have gotten through AP Bio without you, you know." "You told me I should be a doctor," he says. "I did," I say, remembering. "The way you held a scalpel, you seemed like a natural." "We have quite a lot of catching up to do." "Now's as good a time as any," I say. "Shop isn't exactly busy." That sounds great."
Chapter 8. Jonathan. "Do you mind if we sit?" Jessica asks, and my chest feels warm at the suggestion. "Sure," I reply, leading the way to one of the tables in the cafe, but after a step or two I realize she's not following. Actually, could we stick to the back?" "I'm kind of hiding out," Jessica tells me when I turn around to see what she's doing. She looks a little sheepish, but the way she asks makes me more than happy to oblige her request. "No problem," I tell her. "You know, the thing I missed most about Woodford Falls were the hard tile floors." I give her a grin as I let myself into the back room and plonk myself down on the ground where I found her. She manages a laugh, and the sound of it makes me smile even wider. I can see she's still upset, but at least I've managed to draw a little bit of mirth out of her. "So where have you been in the meantime that they don't have any good tile floors?" she jokes back, sitting herself down beside me. There's not much room back there between the boxes of coffee beans and the manager's desk, so we're forced to sit close to each other. I can almost feel the warmth of her skin, but I try hard not to think about it. Now's not the time to revisit things like that. "Well," I begin, trying to tell the truth without it sounding like I'm bragging. "I was lucky enough to study medicine and pediatrics at Harvard." I watch as her eyebrows raise a little, but she doesn't say anything. "And after that I just stayed in Boston," I continue. "I did my residency in the city, at Massachusetts General, and luckily they asked me to stay on after the residency was over." I smile gently, thinking of the kids and the work that I love so much. Jessica even manages to smile at that, and it makes me feel warm. She doesn't seem intimidated by my work and education, which tends to happen a lot. It always makes me feel weird. Probably one of the reasons I don't date much. But Jessica seems genuinely at ease with the information, rather than intimidated. In fact, by the way she's sitting relaxed, head leaned back against the wall, small smile on her lips, I can see she's feeling comfortable with me now that she knows who I am. It puts me at ease, too. The last thing I wanted to do was to scare her. "That sounds amazing," she says, and I can tell she means it. There's still something bothering her, that much is clear, but it seems separate to our conversation, as if she's set aside her own feelings for now and is able to enjoy my company, regardless of whatever else is going on. In that, she's just like I remember. "So what brings you back to the hard tile floors of Woodford Falls, then? It sounds like you have a lot in Boston," she says, looking at me with those honey-flecked eyes. I have to fight hard not to get lost in them, and instead force myself to answer. Well, my brother just got married. I don't know if you remember Carter. He's a couple of years older than us, but he went to our high school, I tell her. Jessica looks at me with a sheepish expression and a small shrug that tells me she has no idea who my brother is. Anyway, I continue. His wedding was a couple of days ago, and I was meant to be here for a couple of days, but as it turns out, I'm staying for a month. Wow, that must be nice, she replies. I guess it's a very different vibe from Boston, though. I smirk a little, but I don't want to get into the whole thing about my family. Besides, I want to know more about her. I rarely admit it, even to myself, but I've always wondered what happened to her after I left. I suppose I could have found her on Facebook or something, but that always felt wrong somehow. What I really wanted was to hear it all from her. And now, here we are, sitting on the hard tile floor of her late father's coffee shop, catching up on almost 15 years' worth of news. It's a little surreal. How about you? I ask gently, trying not to reveal how curious I really am. How have you been? At this question, though, I feel her body suddenly become tense again, and her face turns solemn. She looks away from me and instead concentrates on the floor. Her dark pink fingernails pick at the grout on the floor, as though she's suddenly anxious about something. Yeah, okay, she says, but I can see she's anything but. She's no longer crying, but there's still an obvious world of emotion brewing behind those coffee-colored eyes. I can tell that even though she's avoiding my gaze right now. I don't want to pry, I say softly, and I hope she hears the concern in my voice, but I hate to see you crying. I'd be happy to listen if you want to tell me what's bothering you. I'm kind of trained as a doctor to be able to listen, if that helps, I add with a small, self-conscious smile, hoping the gentle humor will help her feel more at ease. Jessica looks up, her fingers slowly falling still against the grout of the floor. For a second I can see her weighing up the offer, until finally she sighs. I see some of the tension falling off her shoulders, little by little, and I almost hold my breath, hoping she'll open up to me, even after all these years.
Chapter 9. Jessica. I miss him so much, I say. Crap, the tears are starting again. Jonathan leaps up and grabs a whole bunch of napkins. He sits back down next to me and hands me one. I dab at my eyes, crumple up the tissue, and shoot it into the garbage can. Nice shot, he says. I'm really sorry about your dad. Thanks. This is just a hard time for you, if there's anything. It's not just that, I blurt out. Huh. Even sitting down, he's a lot taller than me. I look up at him. As he pushes his glasses back up, I stand up abruptly. What is it then? He says. I don't want to say it. I take 2 steps away from him, realize I'm almost out the door and turn around. He's still on the floor, but when I look at him, he starts to stand up. No, don't get up. I just have to spit it out. It's ridiculous. Kind of embarrassing. More than kind of. I can't look at him. I turn around and start lining up the products on the shelf so they are perfect. When that is done, I don't turn around. I start picking at my nail polish. It's silly, but this is probably the one person in town who doesn't know what my dad put in his will. Thanks, Auntie. And I don't really want to tell him. You don't have to be embarrassed, he says. It can't be that bad. Easy for you to say, I retort. It's just me, Jessica, he says quietly. Once we told each other everything, what is it? I can do this, I think. And boy, it would be such a relief to tell someone my side. My father added the stupid clause to his will, I say. That doesn't sound so bad. Oh, but it is, I say, grimacing. I think he meant well. He left me a letter. He said he knew I could take care of myself. You were always good at that, Jonathan says. Maybe he thought I'd grieve too much, I say, thinking out loud. Maybe he figured I'd throw myself into the business and never think about anything else. I gotta be honest. That doesn't sound that bad, Jonathan says. But what am I missing? And how is that a clause in the will? He just wanted me to be happy, I say, sitting back down next to him. And? I bury my face in my hands. I don't want to say it out loud. How could my father, the one who told me I could do anything, be anything, have done something so medieval, even if his heart was in the right place? Jess? I have to find a husband. What? I look at Jonathan. I'm thinking of him as Jonathan now. Johnny is not worm food, as his today self put it. Johnny was kind and sweet, and perhaps the best friend I ever had. He is gone, though. Johnny was a boy, and Jonathan is a man, I realize. Maybe it happens to everyone. It's just the difference isn't as stark. Or maybe if I had seen the change happen gradually, over time, it would seem less like he's become a totally different person. No, that's wrong. He's not a different person. He's just grown into himself. It was there all along. In a way, I could always see it. Now, everyone else can too. Yes, I need to find a husband, I say, getting up again. I resist the urge to kick a giant sack of coffee beans. Acting like a petulant child isn't a good look for a strong, independent woman. But man, I really want to kick those beans. I look at Jonathan. He looks confused. I sigh. I have to get married within 6 months, or my Aunt Sabrina gets everything. Your father put that in his will? He's obviously flabbergasted. Oh, it gets even better, I say. Well, that's good. I was being sarcastic. Sorry. I shake that off. The reason no one is here today is that my aunt has been spreading rumors. I don't so much say as spit the last 3 words out. I kick the sack of beans half-heartedly. I mean, look at the place, I say. No one's here. If this keeps up, I sit down again, opposite Jonathan this time, and bury my face in my hands again. My father may have meant well, but he made a terrible mistake. If the customers don't come back, I'm going to lose the coffee shop entirely. Maybe I should just give up now, I say. Give up, Jonathan says. That doesn't sound like the Jessica I used to know. The Jessica you used to know was a teenager. I'm grown-up Jessica, with a business with no customers. The customers will come back, he says. My aunt is telling people. Ugh, I don't want to tell him this part. It's so gross. He crosses his legs and puts his elbows on his knees. Then he rests his chin on his fists and leans across the tiny room towards me. Tell me, he says. It can't be that bad. It is, I wail. She's saying I'm on a husband hunt and that I'll do anything to get a guy to marry me. And my dad never saw it coming, I think. He had a terrible blind spot when it came to Sabrina. Even I didn't think that she'd stoop this low. I mean, how does one find a husband? Just like that? Craigslist? Gross. She could have just waited the 6 months, I say. She doesn't have to totally smear my reputation and ruin the business. I stand up again, and this time Jonathan stands up too. He spreads his legs wide and rotates his hips. Sorry, he says, little stiff from sitting there. I attempt to apologize, but he waves it off, saying we already covered that. So what are you going to do? I should just close up, I say. You mean for today? Yes, and what? He says, and reaches out to grasp my shoulder. Maybe permanently.
Chapter 10. Jonathan. Jessica's words make something jump in my chest, and suddenly, an idea flashes into my mind. It's an idea that I've secretly harbored for the longest time, although I would never dare say it out loud. Even now, seeing Jessica in her moment of need, watching her open up to me, I think of all the years she's been on my mind. From the day I met her back in high school, this thought was always lingering. I knew she only saw me as a way to get back at some mean-spirited girls, but I still felt a little spark every time she touched my arm or laughed too loud at a dumb joke I told. And then we got closer and closer, and it got harder to deny the feeling that deep down, there was something between us. Something that should have been real, not a game. But I never knew if that thing was only friendship on her end, so I never risked it. Still, her presence in my life changed the course of high school for me, even in just a few months. We became good friends, and I found myself being more social than I had ever been, something I never even thought I wanted. Jessica was always so bubbly that she made going outside of my norm seem like an adventure more than torture. Even her words about me making a great doctor someday were something I took to heart. Without knowing it, she's already shaped my life in such an enormous way. And this conversation now brings years of unspoken thoughts bubbling to the surface. "Would you?" I begin, and she looks up at me in a way that makes my chest ache. I want to say the words that have softly simmered in the back of my mind since I was just a teenager. Looking into her eyes now, though, seeing her face contorted into an expression of fear and worry and uncertainty, I somehow can't bring myself to say it. Instead, I play it safe, like always. "Would you like to go out for dinner tonight? You know, to catch up? My treat," I say, and something small in me cringes at pulling the punch. Jessica pauses for a second, and I'm afraid somehow even that was too forward of me. She's in crisis, and here I am offering half-baked dinner invitations. I'm sure she's about to say no. Obviously, she has bigger fish to fry than catching up with someone she barely remembers from high school. "I don't think so," she finally says, and that small part of me that was cringing before is ready to head back to Boston tonight. But Jessica, it seems, isn't done. "I'm not really in the mood to go out tonight, but how about a home-cooked meal?" she says, and my chest suddenly feels lighter. "Like, at my parents' house?" I ask, a little incredulous. "Yeah," she says, and I can see she's suddenly smiling. "If your brother just got married, it would be nice to congratulate him and his wife, and see your family, too." "Sure," I say, a little confused. "I thought you didn't remember my brother, though." "I don't, but it would still be nice to give my well wishes anyway," she replies. I try to stop myself from grinning. Well, he and Dina actually left for the honeymoon already, but I'm sure you'll still be welcome. "I'd love that. And it would be so nice to see Sarah somewhere other than here," she says. And I do a double take at the mention of the name. "Wait, you know my mom?" I ask. This is getting weirder and weirder, but I'm not complaining. A second ago, I thought she was turning down my dinner invitation. Now she's telling me she wants to come home to meet the family. That's quite an improvement. "She's a regular here," she tells me, smiling again. "I guess you could say we've gotten close over the last few years, even if it's just over the counter of a coffee shop." I try to stifle my discomfort at the thought of sharing a dinner table with Jessica while my family's around. I can only imagine the teasing that will go on after she leaves, not to mention the potential for my parents to slip in a few wisecracks about my bachelor status over dinner. But at this point, I'm just happy she's interested in having dinner with me at all. I push my glasses up my nose and immediately feel like an awkward teenager all over again. I try to hide it behind an enthusiastic answer. "Great, then it's settled," I exclaim, hearing my gravelly voice reverberate around the place. "I'll call home and let them know." Jessica smiles back, and I feel like there's a hint of gratitude in her smile. It occurs to me that with both her parents gone and her aunt wreaking havoc on her life, Jessica might be missing the warmth of a family dinner. It makes the thought of my parents prodding and prying seem like a small price to pay to give her that. I pull out my phone. "Hey, Mom," I say. "You know Jessica from the roastery?" I smile at her as I say her name. "Of course," my mom cries on the other end. "Lovely girl." "Well, I just ran into her," I tell her as casually as I can. "And I invited her over for dinner tonight. I hope that's okay." A commotion breaks out on the other end of the line, and I'm grateful I'm the only one that can hear it. "Jonathan's bringing a girl home for dinner," I hear my mom yell over her shoulder, and a second later, my dad and brothers can be heard in the background. That nice girl from the cafe, Jessica. It's a good few seconds of my mom explaining the situation to them before she returns to talk to me. Of course, honey, she says with way too much enthusiasm. I resist the urge to roll my eyes, determined not to let Jessica in on the soap opera playing out on the other end of the call. Great. Thanks, Mom, I say quickly, trying not to drag out the conversation for longer than I have to. I only hope this doesn't continue when we actually get there. Once I end the call, I smile reassuringly at Jessica. They'll be happy to have you, I tell her, which is the understatement of the century. I only hope my smile doesn't belie the truth, that out of everyone in my family, I'm the one who's most excited to have her join us for dinner tonight.
Chapter 11. Jessica. Well, I guess I'll close up, I say. I look around the shop. There isn't much to clean, but my dad was a stickler for cleaning everything. Every day. I go and get the mop. I can do that, Jonathan says, taking it out of my hand. I head for the register. Doing the numbers daily makes the end of the month a breeze. Today there is barely anything. And I sigh. What's wrong? Jonathan asks. I look over at him. He's squeezing the mop out, and he's so tall, he has to stoop all the way down just to reach the handle on the bucket. He looks ridiculous, and I can't help it. I laugh. I think it's the first time I've laughed, really laughed, since my dad died. And now I can't stop giggling. He frowns, and I quickly make an excuse. I have to laugh or I'll cry, I say, pointing at the register. Today was pathetic. It's only one day. I wipe down the counters while he finishes the floor. You're very thorough, I say. Old habit. They stress cleanliness in medical school. He scrubs particularly hard at one spot and frowns. I know that spot, I say. I dumped coffee on it before the grout was sealed. We thought about redoing it, but my dad said no one would notice. Jonathan swishes the mop back and forth a few more times. Dude, we sealed over the stain. Okay, he says. I'm sure the floor has never been this clean. You could do emergency surgery on it, probably. Well, let's hope I don't have to, he says with a wink. I'll dump this. He smiles at me as he rolls the bucket into the back. His whole face lights up when he smiles. But mostly I notice his eyes. They sparkle merrily. I'm so glad you were here, I say when he comes back. He looks at me, but when our eyes meet, he quickly looks back at the floor. Should we get going? He asks. Do you need to do anything else? I can help. Nope, I say, holding up my keys and jingling them. He stands next to me with his hands in his pocket while I lock up. Then I double-check the door, like I do every night. All set, I say, turning to him. The breeze picks up. All the leaves in the trees in front of the store rise up and shake gently. I love it when it does that, I say. It's a beautiful night, he says. Follow me. After the first block, I realize I'm more relaxed than I've been in a while. My dad would never let me close up the shop by myself. Even though the neighborhood is safe, he didn't like me walking home alone after dark. He always lectured me to have my guard up. With Jonathan by my side, however, I'm not looking between the buildings and peering around cars. It's nice not to be alone, I admit to myself. Here it is, he says. I hope they're not too... Sarah opens the door. Hi, she says, and runs down the steps. She's got me in a hug before I know what is going on. Hi, Sarah, I say. I'm so glad you could come for dinner. Garrett, Chris, come meet Jessica. Where were you? Jonathan's dad asks. I was at the coffee shop with Jessica, Jonathan says. Oh, Jonathan, hi. I didn't see you there, his mom says. You didn't see him, Mom, Chris says. What are you, blind? He's like 6'2". Sarah swats Chris on the shoulder. He feigns pain, but he is laughing. Garrett is grinning. I'm used to being invisible, Jonathan says dramatically. Stop it, all of you. Come in, Sarah says. Dinner's ready. It's all hot. I follow them inside. Wow, it smells delicious, I say. I'm telling the truth, but what's even better is how it feels. 2 parents, 2 out of 3 brothers, a family about to sit down to dinner. It feels like home. A lump forms in my throat and I gulp it down. My dad wanted me to be happy. He said as much in his letter. I decide to try to relax and enjoy the evening. Come on, let's go, Jonathan says, heading down the hall. I'm starving.
Chapter 12. Jonathan. When we reach the dining room, I'm surprised to see the table is already set with my mother's best china and silverware. So much for not making a big deal out of this, I think. But I'm touched by how welcoming my family is being. Either they really like Jessica or they think this is something it isn't. I decide not to think too hard about that one. I hope you like oysters, my mom says excitedly, looking at Jessica. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble, Jessica replies, looking a little embarrassed, but my mother is clearly oblivious. It's no trouble at all, she replies, sending my dad and Chris into the kitchen to bring out the food. When I heard you were coming, I wanted to cook something special. You do like oysters, though. I can hear a hint of worry in her voice at the prospect that Jessica might not be pleased with her cooking, and I can't help but smile at how sweet my mom's being. Even if it's all a bit over the top, her enthusiasm for Jessica's company is clear, and it sends a wash of warmth through my chest. My dad and brother return with the food, and I have to say, it all looks incredible. I love oysters, Jessica replies, smiling, and I see the same warmth in her face currently spreading through my chest. Thank you so much for having me, and for going to such an effort. Oh, it's nothing, my mom replies, waving a hand dismissively. Now you two can sit here and here, she tells us, pointing to 2 chairs with an empty space in between. It doesn't take a genius to figure out the one in the middle is for her. Jessica and I exchange a knowing smile as we take the seats on either side of my mom, while my dad and Chris sit opposite us. I desperately hope this dinner doesn't turn into another interrogation like what I had to go through at the wedding, only with Jessica thrown in as an extra victim. I try to have faith that my parents have better sense than that. Now, says my mom, looking at Jessica and entirely ignoring me. What would you like? She proceeds to pile Jessica's plate with food, and I can't help but smile at this. As embarrassing as it is, it's also amusing and incredibly sweet, and from what I can tell, Jessica is actually enjoying it. I thank my lucky stars for that. As we dig into the oysters, my parents start chatting to Jessica first about the store, then about herself. It surprises me how familiar they are with her, and I wonder if they've ever talked to her about me in all these years of friendship. The thought almost makes me choke on an oyster. They seem to know an awful lot about her, even more than usual for a small town like this one, and eventually, my mom broaches the topic of Jessica's father. Honey, she says in a motherly tone, and for a second I wonder if she's forgotten which one of us is her actual children. I'm so sorry to hear about your father. He was such a wonderful man, and this town is going to miss him a lot. I stiffen a little at this, knowing how reluctant Jessica was in the cafe to talk to me about his death, not to mention everything that's come with it. We were big fans of Henry, my dad chimes in. You know, I'd stop by and have a chat with him every time I went into town. Nothing deep or anything, but he always had a smile on his face. I always felt my day got better after seeing him. Me too, added my mom. He was a special one. I can't help but feel the need to steer the conversation away from the topic, wanting to protect Jessica from a talk she might not be comfortable with. With my mom between us, I can't see the look on her face, but I can guess. Mom, Dad, maybe we don't have to talk about this. He only just passed away, and this might be a bit upsetting, I tell them with concern in my voice. We could be a little more sensitive. I should be glad they aren't embarrassing me for not being married yet, but somehow, they've picked an even worse topic. From beside my mom, though, I see Jessica lean forward to catch my eye. Thank you, but it's okay, she reassures me, and I can see she's actually smiling. It's really nice to talk about my dad again with people who remember him like this. And to be honest, there's been way too much negativity recently. This is definitely nicer than some of the other conversations I've been having this week. I nod slowly, giving her a warm smile and hoping I didn't overstep by speaking for her. But she smiles back, and I can tell there are no hard feelings. Oh, and that. My mom picks up where Jessica left off. The horrible things that are going around this town. Honestly, people should be ashamed of themselves. She tuts quietly, shaking her head. This time I bite my tongue, even though I worry my mom will say something to upset Jessica. Especially that aunt of yours. Imagine. Just so you know, honey, she continues, laying a reassuring hand on Jessica's shoulder. Not everyone in this town believes what she has to say. Besides, she's little more than a no-good gossip, and the people that matter don't like her anyway. She winks, and the rest of us have a good laugh at that. It eases the tension I was feeling to see that Jessica is laughing too. Well, I'm glad I found myself among the right people then, Jessica replies, and her smile makes something open up in my chest. Of all the ways this dinner could have turned out, I have to say, it's not as disastrous as I'd feared. I might even admit that it's nice, and it seems like Jessica thinks so too.
Chapter 13. Jessica. Can I get you some more? Sarah asks. There are still some oysters left in the kitchen. I wanted to keep them warm. I put my hand on my stomach and feign a moan of protest. It was really good, I say. I'm not talking about just the food. It was really nice to have someone do something for me for a change. I'm absolutely stuffed, though. Jonathan and Chris get up and start clearing the plates. I mimic them. You don't have to do that, Sarah says. It's the boys' job, Jonathan's father, Garrett, adds. I don't mind helping, I say. In the kitchen, Chris goes right to the sink. Jonathan sets the china he is carrying down on the counter next to his brother. Use the china setting on the dishwasher, his mom calls from the dining room. Who? Chris said. Thought we'd be hand-washing all of this. You'd be, Jonathan said. It's your turn. Not really fair, Chris said. We had pizza last night. As Jonathan and I ferry the dishes from the dining room to the kitchen, he explains his parents always made chores a priority. Work before play. He growls in a passable imitation of his dad. I laugh. It served me well, though. Great habit, he concedes. I never had a sloppy bachelor phase, thanks to them. Thank you for helping, Sarah says, as she and her husband walk into the kitchen. Not really suitable for a guest, though. I don't mind. It's true. They really are a nice family. There are all different ways to be a family, and I will never stop appreciating all my dad did for me growing up. But more people in a family, it just feels like more. We're going to go for a walk, Garrett says, waving. He and Sarah leave out the back door. And I'm going to go watch the game, Chris says as soon as they are gone. He pushes the buttons on the dishwasher and shuts it. What about the pots? Jonathan says. I'll get them later. Jonathan sighs as Chris heads upstairs. He goes to the fridge, pulls out 2 bottles of soda and hands me one. I spin the bottle in my hands to see what it is. Ginger root beer? I say incredulously. My friends and I were wild about this stuff in high school. It's made locally, and not very many stores have it. I can't believe you remembered, I say. Jonathan pulls out his keys and pops the cap off his with a bottle opener. I hold out my bottle, and he opens it. Then we clink bottles. Cheers, I say. Should we toast? He asks. To what? To the future? I don't have anything good to say about the future. All I see is declining receipts and the eventual loss of the business. But Jonathan is smiling so brightly, I can't help but smile back. To the future, I agree. Things can always get better. Positive thinking, I like it. He suggests we go outside to sit on the porch. It's a beautiful night. More stars here, Jonathan says. You don't see that in Boston? We are still sitting in comfortable silence when his parents come back. Come on, his mom says, hustling his dad into the house. A second later, the still night air is interrupted by Sarah's obviously very irritated voice. Boys. Oh, crap, Jonathan says, jumping up. I told him. We rush into the house. His mom is standing at the bottom of the stairs. Chris, get down here and finish the dishes. The game is tied. Chris grumbles as he comes down the stairs. Jonathan is already in the kitchen. I start to follow his brother, but Sarah grabs me by the arm. You've done enough, she says. Come with me, I want to show you something. She points me to the sofa. I can see right into the kitchen. Most people would probably say Chris is the better-looking brother, but as I watch Jonathan push his glasses back up for the millionth time that day, I have to disagree. Jonathan is the type of guy who gets better looking the more you get to know him. He dedicated his career to helping kids. He saves lives. He is probably one of the kindest people I've ever known. He's attractive in a more refined way than Chris. Less flash, more substance. Once you know that, he doesn't seem so much quiet as he does smart. He doesn't have a dishonest bone in his body, and that goodness shines out of him every time he looks at you. He is thoughtful in what he says because he cares so much. What could be more attractive than all of that rolled into one package? Don't get me wrong. He is no slouch in the looks department either. He just doesn't exude confidence about it or a demand that you notice him, like some people do, which tends to come off as arrogant anyway, the better you get to know people like that. Pictures, Sarah says, sitting down with me. We flip through the photo album. She's got a story for every picture. By the time the pots and pans are washed and Chris has raced upstairs to get back to the game, I've seen Jonathan go from newborn to junior high student. Mom, what are you doing? Jonathan asks when he comes into the room. Hush, you were a beautiful baby. And a naked one, I say, teasing him. He starts turning red and I regret it. You really rocked that Cub Scout uniform, I add hastily. Oh, Scouts, Sarah says, and she launches into another story. I barely listen, nodding in agreement where it seems appropriate. I am so very happy to be here, to be a part of this evening. But part of me is thinking about how it is going to be when I get home. No one to greet me or share a cup of coffee with me in the morning. No one around to ask me about my day or scold me for not doing the dishes. No one to reminisce over old photographs with. Can you see me from where you are, Dad? I ask him silently. I miss him so much. Right now, especially. I have to figure out a way to save the shop. That would make him proud. But more importantly, it's all I have left. I can't lose it. I won't.
Chapter 14. Jonathan. Good night, honey, my mom calls as my family bids Jessica farewell at the door. Come back soon, okay? My dad and brother echo the sentiment, and I see a hint of a smirk on my brother's face that I choose to ignore. In any case, I'm not ready to say goodbye yet. I'll walk you home, I tell Jessica, and step outside before my family can make any teasing remarks about this. I'm not fast enough, though. Have a nice walk, Chris croons, giving me a knowing look. I'm sure you two still have plenty to catch up on. I manage to ignore him, and luckily, Jessica doesn't read anything into it either. Instead, she just smiles. Thanks again for everything. I had a really nice night with all of you, she says to my family before turning to me and gratefully accepting my offer to walk her home. We head off together down the sidewalk, waving at the rectangle of golden light and the family silhouette that fills my parents' doorway. I let out what I hope is an inaudible sigh of relief as we walk away from the atom bomb of awkwardness that is my family. It's not that far of a walk to her place, and Woodford Falls is probably the safest town in America, but I want to make sure she gets back okay anyway. And even if I don't know how to admit it aloud yet, I'm happy for any excuse to spend more time alone with her. Thanks again for having me over tonight, she says with a smile as we walk away. It was really lovely. I smile back at her. I'm glad you had a good time. I know my family can be a bit much. No, not at all, she says, turning her eyes to me by the light of a street lamp. I really like talking with them. They're really sweet. I nod, but in the back of my mind I can't help but think about the conversation she didn't hear. The one I had with my brother while we were doing the dishes together. Dude, Chris had whisper-yelled once Jessica was in the dining room with my mom. This is nuts. You just casually turn up to dinner with your biggest ever teenage crush like it's no big deal? What's going on? His grinning face is still stuck in my mind, as is my inability to answer his question. I just stood there silent, trying my best to concentrate on washing the dishes, even though that was the furthest thing from my mind. I wanted to think of a way to deny it, as obviously, I had never told anyone about my high school feelings. But deep down, knowing he was right, it was hard to think of a suitable response. I'm just glad he'd had the good sense not to say anything to Jessica about it. At least not outright. But now, as I walk along the sidewalk, I allow myself to glance over at her. Her soulful dark eyes twinkle with pinpoints of warm streetlight, the same light that makes her brown skin glow almost golden every time we pass under a lamp. Her short hair clings against her skin in a carpet of beautiful tight black curls, while her full lips and cheeks make her look almost cherubic. She looks just like she did in high school, only somehow even more beautiful. It's enough to bring back the ache I thought I'd buried. We keep chatting casually as we walk, but Chris's prodding for information is never far from my mind. Is something going on here? I think to myself, but I already know the answer to that. The idea that sprang into my mind way back in the coffee shop still lingers, begging to be let out. I keep it at bay for now. This is me, she says outside an apartment building, and I'm a little surprised. Oh, I thought you'd be staying at your dad's house, I say without thinking, gesturing up the street to where I know her childhood home is. It's a home I've had memorized since I was 17 years old. At my words, Jessica sighs, slipping her key into her building's door. No, not yet, she says, walking into the building, and I realize I'm expected to follow. I mean, I will, hopefully, but the inheritance paperwork isn't done yet. As she speaks, she makes her way up the stairs, and I take that as a cue to do the same. Once it's all processed, I should move in there, but who knows when that will be dot, or if it will be at all. I still don't know what I'm supposed to do about the fact that I need to get married and have exactly 0 prospects, she adds with a sigh. And I realized we're stopped in front of her apartment door. Anyway, sorry, I didn't want to get negative again, she says, brushing aside her worries. I can see the concern still lingering, though, mostly in the way her perfect brow remains a little creased. Thanks again for having me over for dinner, she says, smiling through her worries. I really needed it. Of course, I reply, but my mind is somewhere else entirely. I'm still not ready to say goodbye. Good night, then, she says before I can tell her what I'm thinking, but I have to stop her. Wait, I say, just as she's about to open her apartment door. I know it's now or never. My heart starts racing at the idea of telling her what's on my mind, but I know I can't put it off any longer. She's staring at me expectantly, and as terrified as I am to say the words that have been bouncing around in my mind all evening, I know I have to. With all the courage I can muster, I take a deep breath and look her in the eye. I want to marry you, I say, letting my hidden thought finally escape into the world, into the hallway of Jessica's apartment building, into her reality. I see her eyes grow wide, but it's too late to go back now. The only way to go from here is forward.
Chapter 15. Jessica. What? I ask. It's all I can manage to say. 1,000 questions are swirling in my head. The first one is why? Why on earth would he want to? I need a wife, he blurts out. Sorry, That came out wrong. I mean, you saw how my parents are, especially my mom. Your mom is lovely, I say. See, that's what I mean. You like my parents, and they like you. Tonight, seeing how we all were together, it just felt right. Easy. No mother-in-law drama, you know? Well, I do like your mom, I say. But I wouldn't be marrying her. I'd be marrying you, I remind myself. Just because your mom likes someone, that isn't any reason to marry them. Your mom and I can always be friends, regardless. It's not just that, Jonathan says. He looks down at the floor and inevitably, his glasses creep down his nose. I think you are an amazing person, he confesses. I don't know about Amaz. Don't get me wrong, he begins hurriedly. I'll take it as a compliment, I say. Thank you. I mean, I meant it as one, even if it came out wrong. What I mean is, my mom wants me married, and you need to get married. It just seems like a good solution. Everyone wins. I get them to stop bugging me to settle down, and it's not like we don't know each other. We can make this work for both of us. He continues talking, quite earnestly, but I'm having trouble paying attention. If it sounds too good to be true, my dad's voice booms in my head. He's not wrong, wherever he is. I mean, here I am in dire need of someone to marry me to save the coffee shop, and boom, Jonathan shows up and makes the offer. It would be very convenient. It's not just for me, Jonathan says. I think you're amazing, like I said. I'd be happy to help you. And won't it help you with your problem? With the will and your aunt? It would, I admit. Just thinking about that enormous problem going away is very appealing. But marriage? This is nuts. Jonathan is looking at me. I have to say something. You're my oldest friend, I say gently. But I've never thought about you like that. I mean, marriage? Shouldn't it be about love? In a perfect world, yes, he says. Absolutely. But the world isn't perfect. You got that right. I would ideally want you, the woman I marry, to be madly in love with me. But what we have here is two friends with a situation, and we are in a position to help each other. He strokes his chin and walks around in a small circle. What are you doing? I ask, thinking I just want to explain it the best way possible. Oh, soap notes. What? I say. What does soap have to do with this? Bear with me, he says, grinning. Now it makes perfect sense. Soap, subjective, objective, assessment, plan. It's a medical thing. If you say so, I say, spreading my hands in surrender. You'll see, he says. He's about as animated and excited as I've ever seen him. Subjective, he says. My parents want me to get married. I don't have to, but that's what they want. Objective is fact, reality. I have to get married. That's objective, obviously, I say. I'm catching a little bit of his excitement. I'm legally bound by the will. Exactly. Assessment. Two people who need to get married. Plan. That's the solution. Can you see it? We get married, I say triumphantly. He holds his hand up for a high five, and I slap it. And as soon as I do, the exhilaration I feel starts to ebb away. What's wrong? He says. Marriage, Jonathan. We are talking about getting married. I know, he says, rubbing his hands together and shifting his weight back and forth. I wonder if his confidence is waning too. But it seems like the perfect solution. Scientific method. You make a very good point, I say. I get it. That soapy thingy must be pretty handy. He nods vigorously. So, he says, what do you say? I just don't know. Patient refuses treatment against medical advice, he says, and mimes writing something on a clipboard. No, I said. I'm not refusing. I'm just not ready to say yes yet. What do you write for that? Patient requests a referral for a second opinion. No, I'm not telling anybody about this crazy idea. I just need some time to think about it, I say. It's a big decision. What would you tell a patient who says that? I'd say, of course, he says, grinning. And then I'd offer to refer them to counseling, a support group, something like that. But I don't think that applies here. No, I say. So what do you want me to prescribe? He asks. He's joking, but he's also serious. He really is so nice to make the offer. It would solve all my problems. Can I sleep on it? I ask. It's just a lot to take in. It's a big decision. I need to think. Bed rest, he says, scrawling on his imaginary pad. He tears it off with a flourish and hands it to me. I accept it. Doctor's orders. Okay, Doc, I say, opening my door. I take a brief second to pray that none of my neighbors overheard the conversation. But so what if they did, I think? It's not like the will said I had to marry for love. Legally married, that's all. Let them all talk. If it saves the coffee shop, oh my God, I'm actually considering this. Thank you for a lovely evening, I say, opening the door. And I will consider your very generous offer. Make sure you lock up, he says. I will. I shut the door as he is turning away. I take a long shower and weigh the pros and cons in my head. I have to admit there is more listed in the first column, but it's just such an extreme solution. I fall asleep praying that when morning comes, I'll know what to do. But when I wake up and remember all that transpired the night before, reality hits me like a ton of bricks. And I still have no idea.
Chapter 16. Jonathan. The walk back, even though it's short, feels like it stretches on forever. Probably because it's full of more thoughts than any human should be able to fit into a 15-minute journey. My heart feels like it's beating at 1,000 miles an hour, and my mind is probably moving at about the same speed. Did I really just do that? Did I really ask Jessica Saunders to marry me? I replay the conversation over and over in my mind, and as terrifying as it was also a relief to get the words out in the open, even if I didn't tell her the whole list of reasons for the proposal, like that she's the only woman I've ever really been able to see myself married to. She could still say no, I muttered to myself as I walk along the deserted Woodford Falls street. The thought makes my heart sink a little, bringing me down off the high of having asked. But she could also say yes, come the words from my mouth, and in a split second I'm back even higher than before. She really could say yes, I repeat, a broad grin spreading across my face at the thought. I suddenly see a life before us, the life I could never see with any of the women I've dated because, realistically, in the back of my mind that place was always reserved for Jessica, even if I couldn't admit it at the time. I see us moving in together. I see us laughing and joking and kissing. I see us cuddling up on the couch together to watch a movie and fall asleep in each other's arms. I see us raising kids together and growing old together. And then suddenly I see the golden light streaming out of my parents' windows, something that shocks me back into reality. I have to stand for a second outside the house, taking a deep breath and reminding myself that that's not what I proposed. As far as Jessica knows, this is just a friendly arrangement, nothing more than a business deal, effectively. And why should she think any differently? That's what I told her. Now I just have to get that through my own skull. It's hard not to dream of it, though. This is what I've wanted for so long. This is the only chance I have to share that life with her. I shake my head, letting the thought slip to the back of my mind for now. It doesn't make sense to get ahead of myself. For now, I really am just helping out someone I care about. The rest we'll have to figure out as we go. One thing I know, though. I'll have to come clean about my feelings for her eventually. Just not right now. With one more deep breath, I open the door to my parents' house, only to find them all sitting around the living room still talking about Jessica. "Oh, she really is lovely," my mom calls to me as soon as she sees me step in. "I hope you appreciate how special she is." I smile with the understanding that she doesn't know the half of it and probably never will. How could I possibly explain how I've harbored feelings for Jessica for all of my adult life? That it's probably why none of the women I ever dated felt right. That in some ways, her father's will was the best thing that ever happened to me. Morbid as that sounds. It all sounds way too crazy, even to me. "I do," I say simply as I sit myself down on the couch next to my dad. "Oh, yes, you do," teases my brother, but luckily nobody pays much attention. "I like her," says my dad, "and if she's anything like her old man, she'll be a good woman to have by your side." That seems like a bit of a jump in logic, seeing as all I did was invite her over for dinner, but then Chris smirks and winks at me at this comment. I suddenly realize he must have filled them in on my adolescent crush while I was walking Jessica home. As annoyed as I am at that, I can't help but smile. I almost feel like I'm transported back to 17 years old, trying to hide my crush from the world. Only now I'm 30, and my parents seem to heartily approve. I guess this is what they've been waiting my whole life for me to bring a girl home. "I'm glad you all like her," I say, careful not to join in the gushing. It's not my style, even if I do like being around Jessica. I really like her too. "Well, we've been waiting long enough to hear you say that," my dad cries, but he has an enormous grin on his face. I can't help but grin back. "I guess you were just waiting for the right woman to come along, huh?" my mom chimes in. "Shame you could have saved us all the trouble of waiting and just asked her out back in high school," Chris adds, a humorous smirk across his face. I throw one of the couch pillows at him, which he deftly catches and props behind his head. "Well, no matter how long it's taken," says my dad, and his voice grows gentle. "She's a real keeper. Don't let her go." I'm strangely touched by his words, by his earnestness, and it strengthens my already strong resolve. "I won't," I tell him, nodding. "Not as long as she gives me a chance." My dad grins back, and I can tell his heart is really in this. Everyone else's too, it seems. "That's my boy," he cries from beside me on the couch. Then he pulls me into a giant bear hug, the kind he gives when he's really proud of one of us. I only hope it's not a premature congratulations. I'm all too aware of how this could all fall apart overnight if Jessica says no.
Chapter 17. Jessica. I stand at the cappuccino machine trying to decide what design to make in my coffee. My dad always thought it was silly, and he never quite got the hang of it, but he also admitted the customers really seemed to like it. "Bleck," I say as I finish it. It does look like a poop emoji, which was what I was going for. I squint at it, trying to decide what else it could pass for. It doesn't matter. If I get any more customers today, I'm not going to risk offending them. I sip my drink as slowly as possible, praying that someone, anyone, comes in. I'd take a Girl Scout selling cookies. The mom usually buys something when they do that. The bell on the door stays stubbornly silent. When my cup is empty, I wash it. No need to run the commercial dishwasher today. And look around. "Sorry, Dad," I mutter as I decide that it really is pointless to go through the whole cleaning process. I think about it way too long and decide to do the counters but not mop the floor. I curse Sabrina in my head as I wipe. Why do people listen to her? Can't they see that her head just looks big? It doesn't mean she's smart. On account of all the hairspray she uses daily, it's not so much a hairstyle as a helmet. Think about the poor polar bears. I growl and ferociously wipe the calendar. I was probably in high school before I figured out that smell was hairspray, not her perfume. She must have a measurable percentage of fault for the hole in the ozone layer. But I'm the town pariah now. Can't they see she's a joke? I tally up the day's receipts and wish I hadn't. I shoot my dad a silent apology, again, but I'm also a little annoyed at him. Why didn't he just leave me everything and leave Sabrina the proverbial dollar or something? How could he have possibly thought this was a good idea? I'm wondering if I have a case to challenge the will based on my dad's mental capacity. But as I'm locking the door, I dismiss that idea. I don't want to smear his reputation. That would make me as bad as his sister. I'm staring at the ground trying to decide what to do next when a shadow crosses my path. I look up. It's Jonathan. "Closing already?" he says. "Sorry," I say automatically. "What do you need?" "I was going to get some of the beans you roast here for my family." "I can do that," I say, lifting my key to the lock. He grabs my wrist gently. "I can get it another time," he says. "But I don't want to go home. I was just trying to get out of there for a few hours. Rescue me, will you? My mom's—" "I have no plans," I admit. "Why don't we just walk and see where we end up?" "Sounds good." We wander around town for a while. I wait for him to bring up his proposal, but he doesn't. That's a bit of a relief as I still haven't figured out what to do. He stops in front of a building, and I look up at it. "Do you want to?" he says, pointing at the front door. "The map room?" I say. "Let's do it," he says, and we run up the stairs. In high school, we'd come to the library to hang out. The map room was our favorite. Nobody ever went in there. "I'm surprised they haven't gotten rid of it," I say as he opens the door for me. Jonathan agrees. "I still like books and maps," he says. But I admit getting the weather on my phone is a bit handier than the almanacs. He points to that section, but I'm already heading in the other direction. "They still have it," I squeal. I lug the huge book over to the table in the center of the room and plop it down. Jonathan pulls out my chair for me and we sit together. It's like high school all over again, except we aren't hiding from our problems. On second thought, maybe we are. "Austria," I say, flipping the book open. "I thought France was your favorite," Jonathan said. "Or am I remembering it wrong?" "I would love to go to France too," I say. "But cappuccino was allegedly invented in Vienna, so that's at the top of my list now." He laughs. "Do you have a coffee you want to try in every European country?" he says. "Pretty much," I admit. "You know, in Italy, coffee is served in a bar. Like, they literally just have a sign out front that says, 'bar.'" "I bet that confuses some tourists," Jonathan says. "What about you? Where do you want to go? Now that you are all grown up, I mean." He thinks about it. I cross my fingers under the table that there is somewhere he wants to go. For the right reasons. For fun. For adventure. High school Johnny wanted to go. Anywhere but here. "I think I want to see it all," he says. "How can you possibly pick the best place unless you've been there, felt the ground under your feet, really immersed yourself in the culture?" "That's very true," I say. He finds an old book of European railroads, and we pour through it together. "Some of my classmates took a summer in Europe," he said. "They saw a lot. The train is such a great way to travel in Europe." "You didn't go?" I say. "No." I wonder why, but don't ask. Knowing Jonathan, unless they specifically invited him, he wouldn't have asked if he could come along. Jonathan was never good at revealing himself, even to ask for an invitation somewhere. He was too private, too closed off for that. "What about the tropics?" I say, changing the subject. "Indonesia," he says. "That's on my list. So many islands." "How many?" "In total, thousands if you count the little ones." "I wish I could go right now," I say. "Which one?" "Anywhere but here," I say. He smiles and pats me on my shoulder. I know he gets it. And that makes me feel better. Just a little bit, but I'll take it.
Chapter 18. Jonathan. "The library is closing in 10 minutes, comes a quiet voice from around the corner of one of the bookshelves. "If you'd like to borrow anything, please bring it to the front desk." The smiling librarian disappears back around the corner, leaving Jessica and I staring at each other. "I had no idea it was so late," I said, glancing at my watch. It reads 6:51 p.m. "Oh my God, me neither," she replies as we make our way out of the library empty-handed. "Well, thanks for such a nice afternoon," Jessica says once we reach the front door. "I'll see you soon, I'm sure." She flashes me a smile, and before I can invite her out to dinner, she's already gone. I feel like it would be awkward to suddenly go running after her, and instead, I just say a quiet goodbye to the wind. I wonder if she's just being polite, if that rushed goodbye was her way of telling me that I'm coming on too strong. I stand outside the library for a moment, watching her disappear into Woodford Falls streets. Even as we joked and laughed inside the library, she seemed a little closed, a little quiet. But I tell myself it must be her aunt getting to her again. From what she told me, it seemed like she'd barely had a single customer today. I decide all I can do is check in on her again tomorrow and see if I can cheer her up somehow. I take one last look in the direction Jessica walked before turning and setting off home. I'm up early the next morning. So early, in fact, that my parents aren't even up yet, which has to be a first in this house. I tell myself it's to make sure I can get their order on time, the one I missed yesterday. But I already know the real reason is that I can't wait to see Jessica. I arrive outside the roastery even before she does, and in the cool of the dawning day, I see her coming down the street. The moment she sees me, she smiles and I heave a sigh of relief. I'm still worried I'm coming on way too strong, but she seems genuinely happy to see me. I might never have taken a woman quite as seriously as Jessica, but I'd like to think my training as a pediatrician makes me pretty good at reading body language. I get the feeling that if Jessica wasn't interested in seeing me today, I'd know it. But everything in her demeanor tells me she's glad I'm there. "Good morning, sunshine," she says as she slides the key into the door. The heaviness I sensed in her yesterday seems to have dissipated. "Looking for a coffee fix?" "Something like that," I reply, grinning as we walk inside together. I immediately feel like I shouldn't have said that, though, and try my best to cover the flirtation. The last thing I want is to make her feel uncomfortable. "Not for me," I quickly add. I was hoping to get that order of coffee beans for my parents, actually. "Of course," she replies. "Just let me open up, and I'll get right on it." She grins again, flicking on lights and opening up the register. As she bustles around, I have another idea, and the moment she comes back to the counter, I tell her what's on my mind. "You know," I say, smiling, "it's a beautiful day today. Want to have another adventure?" She looks over at me, one hand resting on her cocked hip like she's thinking hard about the offer. She was the most determined person I knew in high school, and looking at her now, I'm certain she still is. Nothing ever gets to her at the core of who she is, deep down. She just finds a way around an obstacle and keeps going. Suddenly, she breaks into a mischievous grin. "All right," she agrees, "but only if I can choose where we have our adventure this time." I can't help but grin back at her. "Deal," I say. "So what will we explore today?" That mischievous glint is still in her eye, and when she tells me her destination of choice, I realize why. "I'd like to explore the roastery," she says. I laugh, looking around the old coffee shop. My eyes land on the photo of her father, and for a moment I'm touched that this place is something she wants to share with me. "Well then, I think you should start the tour," I say, shooting her a warm smile. With my parents' order all but forgotten, she grins and runs to the back room. A second later, she's sitting at a table with me, a heavy old photo album in her hands. Inside are dozens of grainy old photos, first in black and white, then in rich color as we flip through the pages. "This place was my dad's pride and joy," she tells me, showing pictures of her father as a young man. In the photos, he's standing proudly in front of the cafe, the same name plastered across the front of the shop. Only the font is different, indicative of its time. She shows me how the place changed as the years went on, but her dad's smile never did. It was clear he loved it here, and as the photos shift to color, a little girl starts appearing in them. Soon that girl transforms into the teenager I remember so well. "As soon as I could work a coffee machine, he had me helping out in here, and I loved it," she tells me. All I want is to make him proud and continue what he started. Even though there's a sadness in her voice, it's not the only note. There's also pride, passion, joy. I can see how much this place means to her, and as she talks more about the history of the coffee shop, of her years working here, even of her love of coffee itself, my interest never wavers. I could listen to her talk for hours as long as it meant I'd get to see that glimmer in her eyes. As long as I got to see her happy.
Chapter 19. Jessica. I wake up a few minutes before the alarm, as usual. This morning, however, I don't leap out of bed. Instead, I snuggle down under the covers and smile. That in and of itself is unusual. Since hearing the will read, I've been waking up with an impending sense of doom. Today, it is different, because I'm pretty sure I'll have at least one customer at the shop, and I can't wait to see him. The cool morning air is invigorating. Today's the day, I think, as I put my key in the lock of the roastery. I can feel it. Hope. There must be something brewing. Pun intended. Nowhere to go from here but up. I put up one pot of coffee and serve myself. After I drink it, I decide to go into the back to check my inventory. That's not a daily task. We used to do it once a week. I haven't done it since my dad died. I take the clipboard off the spot where it hangs on the wall. Our inventory is electronic now, of course, but my dad always insisted on doing it on paper first. And of course, he saved every last page we ever filled out. The bell on the door to the shop chimes, telling me I have a visitor. Be right out, I call. I set down the paperwork and go back out front. I'm hoping it's Jonathan, but at the same time, it would be great to have another customer. It's Sarah. She gives me a big hug and holds on a little longer than necessary. I don't mind. What'll it be? I ask her. The usual, she says. I made some this morning with the beans Jonathan got us, but I'm just not as good at it as you. Oh, and I need a second one for Garrett. We chat about the weather while I fix her order. I set the drinks on the counter. She takes a big sip while I total up her order. That's the stuff, she says. She pays and heads out the door, promising to be back tomorrow. I clean up like I'm done for the day, though desperately hoping I'm not. Then I go back to the storeroom to finish the inventory. The next time I hear the bell, it's almost noon. I look around the room. I also tidied up quite a bit, and decide to be happy about my productivity. I can focus on that and not the lack of customers. I'm coming, I yell. I'll wait, Jonathan answers. As I come out front, happiness bubbles up inside of me. I don't have to work on it. It's just there. He's standing at the counter, which has an enormous basket on it. What's this? I ask. I figured it was my turn to pick. So I made us lunch. How does a picnic in the park sound? Lovely, I say, opening up one side of the basket and peeking inside. You made this? Made, that was a bad word. I should know better. What do you mean? I ask as I take off my apron and hang it up. Well, you know, people, parents, they often thank me. I try to remember to mention everyone on the team who helped. Few things rarely get done by one person alone. I see, I say. I can just imagine some parents gushing over how Jonathan saved their child's life, and him taking the time to mention everyone on his staff. He'd probably be beet red, too. I did pick out everything, though, he says, so I hope you like it. I'm sure I will, I say, pointing to the door. Shall we? As I'm locking up, he tells me I should tell him if I don't like anything. The only oysters I could get were Rocky Mountain ones, he says. But if you don't like them? I've never had them. Are they like regular oysters? Nope, he says, offering me his arm. No one has ever done that for me. I slide my hand around his bicep and squeeze it happily. What are Rocky Mountain oysters? I ask. Bull testicles. I stop dead in my tracks and look at him. Are you serious? That's what they are. That's what you brought for lunch? No, I'm teasing you. Okay, I say and start walking again. Whew. We reach the park, and he points to a spot under a tree. I nod, and we head in that direction. Why would you say that? I ask as he pulls out a red and white checkered cloth. Here, let me help. He tosses one end of the blanket at me, and we spread it on the ground. He motions for me to sit down, and I do. He sits down beside me. I want you to be honest with me, he says. Even if you don't like something, I'd rather know the truth than go around believing the wrong thing. That would make me feel like some sort of fool. I look into his eyes. I can see how much this means to him. It also seems classically Johnny to be utterly unable to just come out and say what he needs because it comes too close to something that could be seen as vulnerable. He's always been that way, so stoic. It's almost a self-imposed barrier. Johnny, I say automatically. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Jonathan, I mean. No, it's okay, he says. You can call me that. I thought you hated it. I hate the way my brothers say it. Do you have any idea how much revulsion can be implied just by the tone someone uses? I think of Aunt Sabrina and nod. I like how you say it, though, he says, then clears his throat abruptly. He reaches into the picnic basket. I brought soda. I thought about wine, but it's lunch and a public park, so... This is perfect, I say, and peer into the basket. Suddenly I'm starving. What else do you have in there? When we are done eating, a pear and brie tart that was practically dessert in itself, we lie back on the blanket and just stare at the sky through the leaves. It's a perfect moment, and I don't want it to end, but it has to.
Chapter 20. Jonathan. As Jessica talks, I smile, not just at her words, but about how this whole picnic is going. I was afraid it might be too much. The same fear I've had every step along the way in this very weird but very exciting reconnection with her. Luckily, she seems to be really enjoying it. Oh, do you remember the time we spent a whole day trying to avoid Jesse McMahon because he wanted us to work with him on our social studies project, and we didn't want to? She asks. We had to hide behind that giant 10th grader every time we passed him in the hallway like they do in the cartoons. What was that kid's name? I grin, remembering exactly the day she's talking about. Sam Mulrooney, I say, and the two of us chuckle at the absurd memory. God, high school was the worst, she says, shaking her head but still smiling. It really was, I agree, still grateful that Jessica made it more enjoyable to get through. We made it out alive, though. She looks up at me and smiles. And look at us now. I mean, look at you especially. I'm so glad you really did follow your dream of becoming a doctor. And I'm glad you're carrying on your father's legacy, and that you're so passionate about it, I add, even if things are a little weird right now. She nods a little sadly, but with less weight than before. Can you tell me more about your work? She asks. I can see it's not just to change the subject. She seems genuinely curious. Of course, I tell her. What would you like to know? She thinks for a second, and I like the way she tilts her finger to her chin as she does. Why did you choose to work with kids? She asks after a second. I imagine that must be really difficult. I nod slowly, impressed by her instant capacity for empathy. Most people just get wowed by the words Harvard's and med school and pediatrician. I can see Jessica's more interested in the experience of the job itself than the status that goes with it, and that makes my heart swell a little. It is for sure, I tell her. I see a lot of really awful things, and that can be really hard. It's never easy to lose a patient, of course, and even though we're trained against compassion fatigue, it's hard not to feel it, especially with the really little kids. I clear my throat, not wanting to think about my most trying cases, much less talk about them. I change the focus of the conversation slightly. But I'm constantly amazed by how brave these children are. It's my job to give them hope in their darkest times. But so many of the kids I work with end up giving me the same thing in return somehow. I shake my head, thinking of some of the kids that were in the ward just before I left. As always, I can't help but smile a sad smile as I picture their faces. There aren't really any words to describe it, but it's like, by helping these kids, I feel like I'm giving all of us a little bit of hope. Because these kids are all so incredible and patient and kind and loving and brave. So many traits that I don't know if I'd be able to have if I were in their shoes. I feel like if I can help them get better, the world will be a better place because they're just such great people. I feel awkward, as this is the most I've ever said about my personal feelings about my job. Hurriedly, I continue just in case I sound a bit too noble or dreamy now. Not that I knew that when I started at Harvard back then. I just figured I'd be doing a good thing by looking after sick children. But it became incredibly clear once I started my residency that there was more to it than that. I just want these kids to grow up and become the kinds of adults that use their hardships to put more love and kindness into the world, you know? Jessica is looking at me with a strange look in her eyes, and I hope I haven't made things weird by waxing lyrical about dying children. It takes a beat or two, but she starts nodding slowly. I think I know what you mean. My dad was like that right up to the end. Even though he only got sick much later in life, I think he always had that kind of outlook. It sounds a lot like what you're describing, at least. I can imagine the world would be a much better place if there were more people like that in it. And I think it's really beautiful that you've made it your life's work to help those kids live full and long lives. For a moment, we look into each other's eyes, and an understanding passes between us. There's something about brushing with death, I suppose, even if only through the people around us, that gives each of us a greater appreciation for life. We hold each other's gaze for a moment before Jessica speaks. "Do you want to have dinner tonight?" she asks. I think it may be the first time she's asked me, instead of the other way around. "Yeah, I do," I say, a warm smile slowly spreading across my face. "Great," she says, smiling back. She checks her watch briefly. "Oh, damn. I'm going to have to get back to the cafe. Don't want to keep my eager customers waiting after all, but could you come pick me up at 8? I smirk at her joke, an expression she matches before agreeing to the time. As she walks back to the coffee shop and I pack up the picnic lunch, I can't help but grin to myself. This will be our first official dinner together, and I can't wait to learn more about her. Today's conversation offered an unexpected connection that makes my heart feel even fuller than it has over these past few days. Now all I have to do is figure out how to keep busy until 8. I can already feel myself counting the minutes.
Chapter 21. Jessica. For weeks, it's felt like a rain cloud has been following me everywhere I go. But with Jonathan around, it seems like the sun has finally started to come out. As I head home from our picnic date, my mind is still buzzing with excitement. Making friends has never been super easy for me, but talking to Jonathan comes to me naturally. Even after years apart, we still know how to chat and make each other laugh just like we did back in high school. Having such a wonderful friend in my life fills me with hope for the days ahead. I'm not sure where I would be without Jonathan right now. I've spent years striving for independence, but it's comforting having someone to lean on when I'm feeling weak. As I head down the street to my apartment, I can't help wondering about the deal he'd proposed. A fake marriage doesn't exactly make me want to jump for joy. And when I dreamed of my wedding day as a child, I had always hoped it'd be a marriage of love, not convenience. But if I had to be in a fake marriage with anyone, I'd probably choose Jonathan. And if I'm going to keep my dad's cafe, I just might have to take the offer. Still, the whole idea sounds a bit sketchy. I'm grateful that Jonathan is willing to wait for me to make my decision, and that no matter what I choose to do, we'll still remain friends. Soon enough, I reach my apartment complex. As I fish my keys out of my pocket, I feel a chill go down my spine. Something feels wrong, but I'm not sure what. I take a deep breath before heading up the stairs. Now's not the time for being paranoid, I remind myself. I have a date tonight, and I need to clean myself up before I head back out. But once I reach the top of the stairs, I start to wonder if I should have trusted my intuition. There's a familiar face waiting for me in the doorway. I can't recall his name, but he's someone I've seen around the cafe quite often. He's an older white man, though not elderly. If I had to guess, I'd say he's around my father's age. He has long black hair that's slightly gray around his scalp. His eyes are bright green, and even when I'm not looking at him, I can feel them burning into my skin. But his most notable trait is how persistent he is. He's always asking me what I'm doing after my shift, or if I have a boyfriend, which I always shrug off with a nervous smile. He's even brought me gifts while working at the cafe, all of which I've stashed away in my closet and never looked at again. If it was anyone else, I'd see his gifts as a kind gesture, but it's clear what his motives are. I've tried to merely brush it off as his personality. Some people simply don't realize that their behavior makes others uncomfortable, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad people. I've never quite known just how far to go in refusing him, not wanting to make an awkward situation worse. As a Black woman, I run the risk of being discounted as a brat or too forceful in many cases, so I've always tried to hold back and just smile politely. But with the way he's staring at me right now, it's hard not to believe my initial assumptions of him were true. I avoid eye contact and hustle toward my apartment, but a hand grazes my shoulder before I can get far. I'm suddenly frozen in my tracks and feel like there's a pit in my stomach. "Don't you know how to say hello?" he says with a chuckle. "That's rude of you to ignore me, Jessie." I cringe at the nickname. Not even my friends call me Jessie. Hi, I choke out, rubbing the spot on my shoulder where he touched me. "Sorry, I'm just in a hurry. I have to go." "Why the big hurry? You got a date tonight?" The man scoffs, rolling his eyes. "Whatever that guy's offering you, I'll give you something better." "But please leave me alone," I stutter, hurriedly turning away from him. He reaches for my wrist and yanks me closer. Why are you playing so hard to get?" he asks, turning me around so that I'm facing him. "Sabrina let me know how easy you are. You're not fooling anyone, sweetheart." "I said, leave me alone," I snap, yanking my arm out of his grip. Before he can grab me again, I make a mad dash for my apartment. I hear echoes of his laughter in the hallway as I hurry inside and lock the door behind me. My heart is pounding. My breath grows hard and heavy. An anxiety attack is on its way for certain. There goes my good mood. I sink down to the floor and begin to cry. A loud knock at my door causes me to yelp. I hurry over to my couch and hold my breath, praying that the man will eventually lose interest and leave me be. A few minutes pass before the knocking stops. I'm still trembling, my body engulfed in a cold sweat. I feel sick to my stomach. With trembling hands, I fumble through my purse and pull out my phone. I need to call someone, anyone, who can come over and help me feel safe in my own apartment tonight, or even just calm me down over the phone. There's a good chance that man is still out there, just waiting for me to step out so he can grab me. Any other time, I'd call my dad for help. He'd always know just what to say. But he's not here, and as much as I want to stand up for myself, I'm simply terrified. The only other family in town is Aunt Sabrina, and calling her is out of the question. Without my dad to turn to, I realize there's only one other person I can contact for help. Jonathan. I search for his name in my contacts and press the call button.
Chapter 22. Jonathan. The minutes have been ticking by, but not fast enough, and without Jessica's company, I've ended up back at home, playing Mario Kart in the living room with Chris. My heart's not really in it, though. I can't stop thinking about Jessica. Even though I know her circumstances right now are terrible, I can't help but notice how she's opened up to me over the last few days. She's still upset about her father and her aunt, of course, but there's something else there, too. It seems like there's a spark of joy growing in her that's stronger every time I see her. I already can't wait to see that spark again tonight. In the middle of a game, I glance at my watch for what feels like the 1,000th time since leaving the park and immediately feel the controller vibrate. I guess I've crashed into something, but I don't care. All I care about is our dinner date tonight. But my watch tells me it's still only 6:37 p.m., almost another hour and a half before I can pick Jessica up from her place. I think I'm going to go get ready, I tell Chris, putting down the controller. Wait, what? He asks me, eyes still on the screen, even though he's effectively racing himself now. I thought you were picking her up at 8. I am, I say, and I can't disguise the boyish grin spreading across my face. My family is already teasing me about Jessica. I figure there's no point trying to hide my excitement from them at this point. Chris finally looks up at me and chuckles. Oh, wow, he says, shaking his head. You're really impatient about this date, huh? I feel like more than a decade is long enough to wait, I tell him with a smile. He just chuckles again and goes back to the game, leaving me to get ready in peace. I'm laying out shirts, trying to figure out what to wear without agonizing too much over it when my phone rings. I pull it out, and my heart skips a beat. It's her. For a second, I'm afraid she's going to cancel on me. Hey, I say as I answer the phone. Johnny, she says, and I immediately hear something in her voice that tells me she's not okay. I'm sorry to ask, but can you please come over like now? Of course, I say, already heading to the door. I can hear the panic in her voice, and it makes everything in me want to protect her. What's going on? This guy just accosted me in my hallway, she says, her words strained. I'm just really scared he's still in the building. I don't want to be alone tonight. I'm on my way, I say, already running down the street through the dusky evening light. Everything in my body pushes me to get there as fast as I can. Thank you, I hear her say before she hangs up the phone. The only thought coursing through my mind as I race toward her place is, she needs me. It takes me only 5 minutes to run what would usually take 15 minutes to walk, but even that feels like far too long. When I get to her building and ring the buzzer, a small, scared voice answers. Yes, she asks, and my heart breaks to hear it. She must be afraid I'm the guy who harassed her. It's Jonathan, I tell her, hoping just the sound of my voice is enough to make her feel safer. The door immediately buzzes to let me in, and I run up the stairs to her apartment, making sure there's no one else in the stairwell as I go. The moment I knock on her door and call out, she pulls it open. Without a word, Jessica throws herself into my arms. I can feel her trembling, and I hold her close, guiding her back inside as I do. She's practically hyperventilating, but through her sobs I hear her small, scared voice saying something. I lean down, just close enough to hear what she's saying. Bed, please. I nod, holding her tightly and steering her toward the bedroom. When we get there, I lay her gently on the bed, but she doesn't let go of me. Instead, she clings tightly to me, as if I'm the only thing keeping her safe. It breaks my heart. I lay down gingerly next to her and cover us both with the blanket, tucking it around us to make sure she feels comforted and held. It's okay, I tell her, my voice soft and soothing. You're safe. I say these words over and over, holding her, stroking her hair, and after a while her breathing slows. Although she's still clutching me, I feel her body begin to relax. Johnny, she finally says, her voice still quivering slightly. I ask gently. Does your offer still stand? She asks, pulling back just enough for me to see her face. My heart skips a beat at her words and I nod slightly. Of course. Then yes, she tells me, letting out a sigh that carries the remaining tension with it. I want to be done with all this. It's too much. You've been so kind to me. And if you still want to get married, then so do I. I hold her tenderly, grateful that she trusts me enough to say yes to this. I still want to get married, I tell her, my voice barely more than a whisper. Good, she says, and even in that one word, her voice sounds like a song. She folds herself back into me. Neither of us says anything more, but I lay awake a long time, holding her close and listening to her soft breathing. I feel incredibly lucky to be here with her, and in spite of everything else, I hope she feels the same about me.
Chapter 23. Jessica. I awake to the pleasant, cozy feeling of sunlight on my face. There's a pair of strong arms around my waist, a warm body flush against my back. Moments later, I realize that I'm in bed with Jonathan. His body heat and the pleasant scent of his cologne engulf me. For a second, I worry that we did something impulsive last night, but I soon realize that my clothes are still on. I reach back to feel his torso. He's fully dressed as well. I let out a sigh of relief. As I slowly wake up, the memories of last night come washing over me, namely the stalker. If Jonathan hadn't come to my rescue, I'm not sure what he might have done to me. For all I know, he might be still waiting outside my door. The mere thought of it sends a shiver down my spine. Stupid Aunt Sabrina, while she's not entirely to blame for this incident, the fact that she's going around telling everyone how easy I am certainly isn't doing me any favors. I wonder if this stalker will be the first of many. With tears in my eyes, I turn myself around so that I'm facing Jonathan. I pull him into a tight embrace. Even in his sleepy state, he still manages to hug me right back. I bury my face into Jonathan's shoulder and sniffle. I'm scared, I whisper, just quietly enough that he likely wouldn't hear me even if he was awake. He doesn't respond, but just getting the words out is somewhat comforting. After what happened last night, I'm nervous about leaving my home. Hell, just the thought of leaving my bed makes me uneasy right now. What if someone else tries to follow me home? And what if the guy from last night comes to the cafe? But despite my fear, I feel secure in Jonathan's arms. When I'm in his strong embrace, I feel like no harm can come my way. Perhaps I could stay here all morning. That would be nice. I let my eyes fall shut, cherishing the comfort of Jonathan's presence. I want to fall back asleep. The cafe is closed today, so it wouldn't do any harm. I'm too jittery to stay still for long, though. So after a few minutes of snuggling with Jonathan, I gather the energy to pull myself out of bed. I wriggle out of his grip and sit upright, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I allow myself a moment to admire Jonathan as he sleeps peacefully. Even with his messy bedhead, he looks charming. The sight of him is enough to make my heart flutter. It would be so easy to kiss him on the cheek right now, and God, I want to. But I shake off the urge and pull my gaze away from him. I climb out of bed and make my way to the kitchen. While I'm too awake to sleep any longer, I'm also too tired to function without some caffeine, so I start up the coffee maker. The scent of coffee fills me with a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. It reminds me of the cafe, and by extension, my father. I let out a sigh. As the coffee pot runs, I head to the bathroom to freshen myself up. I change into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, comb my hair, wash my face, and brush my teeth. By the time I'm done getting ready for the day, the coffee has finished brewing. Coffee never sits well on an empty stomach for me. So while I wait for the boiling hot mug of Joe to cool down, I peruse my fridge for some breakfast ideas. After the night I've endured, I deserve a decadent breakfast as a treat. I pull out some buttermilk and eggs, then head to the pantry for the flour and sugar. It's been some time since I've indulged in some homemade pancakes. Jonathan will be waking up soon as well, and the least I could do is treat him to a tasty breakfast. I grab a frying pan from the cupboard and set it on the stove. I add a pat of butter and set the heat to low. While the pan warms up and the butter melts, I dump the pancake ingredients in the bowl and grab a whisk. Since Dad passed away, I haven't been cooking much. Getting the motivation to prepare food from scratch has just been too hard, especially with the weight of the cafe on my shoulders. I've been eating way more takeout and frozen meals than I'd care to admit. But right now, making this recipe is like second nature. It's one Dad had taught me many years ago, so preparing it is comforting in a bittersweet way. Memories of cooking with my dad resurface, making my eyes water. I remember the morning where he taught me how to make pancakes extra fluffy and sweet. In all my years of cooking, mine have never turned out quite as good as his, but I like to think mine come close. Sometimes my dad would add a drizzle of maple syrup to the pancake batter to make it extra sweet. I make a mental note to fetch some from the pantry before I pour the mix into the frying pan. As I stir the ingredients together, I start to hum a little melody under my breath. It's one of many quirks I got from my dad. He was incapable of cooking without singing to himself. He'd always say that humming a good tune was the key to a delicious meal. Because of that, I can't help but sing every time I'm in the kitchen. "Is that for me?" a voice says, causing me to nearly drop my whisk. I spin around and face Jonathan, who's smiling at me from the doorway.
Chapter 24. Jonathan. "Oh, it was supposed to be a surprise," Jessica tells me as she mixes what I assume to be pancake batter. I can't help but grin at this sweet gesture. "Well, I'm sure they'll still taste just as good," I tell her. "Besides, now I can help." She smiles back at me, handing me the bowl. "Fantastic, my arms were getting sore," she jokes. We both laugh as I take the bowl and keep mixing. I know I'm supposed to be concentrating on cooking, but I can't stop stealing glimpses at Jessica as she bustles around the kitchen, pulling out fruits to chop up and serve with the pancakes. Her words from last night keep playing in my mind, and although I hate how it all came about, the thought of marrying her has me practically floating. Most of all, I'm just grateful she knew she could count on me. I want nothing more than to keep her safe and make her happy. Last night I kept her safe, and judging by the smile plastered all over her face, my presence here is definitely bringing her some kind of happiness. I wonder briefly if it's for the same reasons as me, but I decide not to dwell on the question. Better just to enjoy the moment than to dissect and analyze it. "Are you ready for the secret ingredient?" she asks, holding her hands behind her back playfully. I can't help but laugh. "Lay it on me," I say, still stirring the batter. She grins and pulls out a bottle of maple syrup. I give her a look. I hate to break it to you, but maple syrup on pancakes isn't that much of a secret. Her grin doesn't falter. If anything, it's even wider than before. "Not on," she says, opening the bottle's cap. "In." She proceeds to pour a good amount of maple syrup into the batter. The only thing is, I'm still stirring obliviously and end up with a couple of fingers covered in syrup. She pulls the bottle back quickly, like she's a little kid that's been caught causing mischief. Before I even think about it, I'm reaching up with my sticky fingers and smearing syrup on her nose. We both stare at each other, as if we suddenly realize how silly this is, and burst out laughing. I suck the remaining syrup from my hand while Jessica wipes her nose and licks her finger, both of us giggling like children. I can't help but revel in how easy it is to be around her. "Well," I say once we've cleaned ourselves up properly, "despite the terrible execution, I still give you full points for the secret ingredient. Maple syrup inside the pancakes is actually genius." Jessica grins back at me from the stove as she heats up the skillet. "Just wait till you try them, especially with bananas," she says, pointing to the chopping board. I take that as my cue to start preparing fruits, and I start peeling the banana in question. "Where'd you learn that trick anyway? Or is it a Jessica Saunders original?" I ask playfully. I see her grin out of the corner of my eye as she pours the first pancake and the pan sizzles. "My dad always did it," she replies, and the smell of warm sugar fills the kitchen. "Oh my God, that smells incredible," I tell her, my mouth watering. "You should start adding pancakes to the menu at the roastery." She grins at me before flipping the first pancake. Against the laws of physics, it turns out perfectly. This woman is truly a genius. "Here," she says once she's poured the second pancake. She tears off a piece of the first one and hands it to me. The moment the warm pancake hits my taste buds, I almost groan. I take almost a full minute to eat it, savoring every second of it. It's the greatest thing I've ever tasted, And I like to think it's not just because of my feelings for Jessica, though it very well could be. When I'm finally done, I stare at her, blissful. Seriously, you have a gift. Jessica laughs, and the sound of it is music to my ears. I want to spend many more mornings like this with her, even if that's just a pipe dream. Waking up in her apartment, finding her here making me breakfast, cooking and laughing with her. This is like a dream I don't want to wake up from. I'm having what's ostensibly one of the best dates of my life. Even if it's not technically a date, it still wins, hands down. We keep chatting as I chop fruit, and Jessica finishes the pancakes. I notice with a smile that our conversations are no longer confined to reminiscing about high school or catching up on what's happened since then. We talk about our favorite foods, and she tells me I might be the only person in the world who hates mango. We talk about our hobbies, where I learned she tried knitting once and vows to never do it again. By the time we're sitting down to eat, we're talking about books we've never read, but have always wanted to. Right around the time I'm waxing lyrical about how I wish I could tell people I've read James Joyce's Ulysses, I get the feeling I can't keep beating around the bush. There's one question that's been sitting in my chest since the moment I woke up this morning. The question that I desperately hope doesn't scare her away. I wait for a lull in the conversation, taking one last bite of a delicious pancake for strength. I hope once I swallow the bite, my nervousness will go down with it. So, I begin, trying to figure out the best way to say what I've been thinking. How do you feel about coming with me to tell my parents we're engaged? I cross my fingers Jessica doesn't choke on the mouthful of pancakes she's currently eating.
Chapter 25. Jessica. Jonathan's words awakened something inside of me. How did I let myself forget about something so small, so trivial? It's one thing to agree to this whole thing, but we haven't even told anyone yet. We've barely come up with a plan to fix all that Sabrina ruined, and now we're just going to run off and get married? Like that will solve every single problem we have? God, what did I think would happen? That we just wake up every day like this and act like our circumstances are normal? I sit up, feeling my stomach churn with anxiety over the idea of going to Jonathan's parents just to say we are going to be getting married. I mean, sure, they like me now. But what happens when I marry their son? What happens when we walk down the aisle towards each other and say, in front of God and everyone, that we love each other? Would they actually want me in the family? Have me as a daughter-in-law? What happens if someone sniffs out the truth? What happens if this entire ordeal blows up in our faces? I find my hands grasping my apron, which I didn't even realize was still tied around my neck and waist. Hey, Jessica. Jonathan's voice finds me, and I turn to see him pushing his glasses up on his face. What's wrong? Talk to me. I wring my hands again. It's just the reality of the situation. The whole thing is crazy, right? I mean, getting married when we are just beginning to get to know one another again? And what if they hate me? What if they don't like the idea of me coming in and ruining the family? And what if someone figures out what we're doing? What if Sabrina figures it out? What if... Jonathan's hand touches my arm. Something about the simple motion cuts me off in the middle of talking. I don't know what it is about Jonathan's touch, the power it seems to have over me, but I wait, staying quiet so he can talk. He turns to make us face one another, his hands on my shoulders, my heart fluttering. Listen, we got this. Remember, a deal's a deal. This is going to help both of us get everything we want. It's going to solve everything for me, and for you. You'll get to keep everything. No one will listen to Sabrina with me there. I'm going to make sure of that. I still feel my heart pounding in my chest, and I swear my knuckles have gone white from clutching all the fabric in my hands. Jonathan touches my hands, coaxing me to unfurl them from the apron. It takes a few seconds, but when I do finally let go, he takes my hands in his. He stares down at our hands, so I do the same. This act of holding hands, so simple and minuscule, something that used to be nothing in my world, Warms my cheeks, warms my body. It warms me. His soft skin makes a glaring contrast against my dark hands, but I like it. It's a feeling I'll never be able to quite pinpoint outside of just knowing that he makes me feel safe. I promise. His voice comes out gravelly but soft. This is going to work. You've got my back, right? He finally lifts his eyes to meet with mine. God, how had I never noticed how blue they are? I can't seem to find words, so I just give him a nod so he knows I'm listening. Well, I got your back, he replies. He smiles, and it sends shivers down my spine. He finally takes back his hands, which I find myself missing quickly. How has he never met someone before that didn't care about him? The fact that he looks at me and sees an opportunity, that's not fair to him. Jonathan deserves an epic love story, complete with a true love. Instead, he has to put on a show with his entire family, and I'm now apparently part of the act. I finally find my voice. I'll have your back. He puts on a huge grin and nods once. Then he stands, and before I have a moment to figure out what to do next, he offers his hand to me. I cock my head to the side. What? I ask, raising an eyebrow. We have to get going, get ourselves ready to see everyone. We have a lot to talk about, a lot to prepare for. Are you ready to do this? Am I ready? I don't think anything could prepare me enough for this. But Jonathan's right, and I know it. This is going to fix what Sabrina destroyed. I'll have what my dad wanted, and Jonathan will have what he wants. Two people getting what they want. That's what this will always be. I take his outstretched hand, as ready as I'll ever be. We clean up the kitchen, avoiding any more conversation. I'm not sure if it's because he's thinking or giving me space, but it's calming. Having someone next to me as we pass dishes through our hands and load the dishwasher. It's almost like having my dad back, and I relish in those moments where that feeling is strongest. Jonathan may not love me. He may just need me to make his life easier. But I am glad he came around when he did. It's nice having someone to talk to, someone to confide in again. I think that's been the best part of having him here. He takes away a lot of the loneliness I felt after Dad died. He's kind, and he actually cares about how I'm feeling. That's more than I could have expected after losing the most important man in my life. Thanks, I managed to say to him after we finished cleaning up. Now it's his turn to be confused. Thanks for what? I shrug but smile faintly. Being here.
Chapter 26. Jonathan. The whole walk to my parents' house, we spend rehearsing what we'll say. Even though the lines between a real wedding and a fake wedding are starting to blur a little in my mind, I know we still need to get our story straight. Any hint of this being a business arrangement might give Sabrina a reason to contest the inheritance, and that's the last thing we need. Besides, my mom knows the whole town. If we can convince her this is the real deal, then she'll do the work of convincing everyone else for us, including Sabrina. So if they ask, I tell Jessica. We've been in touch for a few years now, and when I came back into town, we realized we'd been in love this whole time. Is that okay for you? Jessica nods, an embarrassed smile crossing her face. I still can't believe we're doing this, she says. Do you really think they'll ask that? I have no idea, I tell her. But I guess it's better to have our story straight just in case, right? Right, she says as we approach my parents' house. Oh, wait. She stops me just as I'm about to open the front door, and to my surprise, she slips her hand into mine. Even after spending all night wrapped in each other's arms, the touch of her skin on mine still sends a jolt of electricity through me. I smile, giving her hand a light squeeze. She smiles back, and I feel her grip tighten a little too. As we step into the house, I can't stop smiling. The moment we enter, I hear my mom calling out, "Jonathan, is that you?" she cries. "Yeah, Mom. Jessica's here too," I reply, grinning from ear to ear. I can't help it. At the sound of Jessica's name, my mom comes into the living room where we've entered, smiling almost as wide as I am. "Oh, hello, Jessica," she squeals. The sound of her voice echoes through the house, and I know the rest of my family will be here any second. We wondered where Jonathan had gone off to last night. She looks at me with a wink as my dad and brother gather around right on cue, smirks plastered on both their faces. All I can feel is Jessica's hand clasped in mine, though. Even if it's just for show, after last night, the affection feels more real than it did before. "Well then," says my dad, smiling between us. I can see him glancing down at our hands. He's obviously thinking of the talk we had the other night, like I am. "What are you two up to today?" He looks at us expectantly, and I exchange a look with Jessica, one that asks if she's ready. She smiles back with a slight nod, and I take a deep breath. I can't believe I'm about to say these words, the words I first began hoping to someday say many years ago. "Actually," I say, just as we'd rehearsed, "we wanted to tell you something." My heart beats in my chest as I speak. Jessica and I are engaged. We're getting married. The next few moments are a mass of squeals and excitement, and more than a little confusion. "Oh, honey," my mom says, hugging me. "I don't want to rain on your parade, but isn't this a little soon?" I give her a look, and she shakes her head sheepishly. I know. We're always telling you to settle down. I just want to make sure you're not rushing into anything." "Don't worry, Mom," I tell her. "I know it's sudden, but this is true love. I've waited long enough." The words come out just like I practiced with Jessica, but as I glance over at her and catch her eye, I know there's not a word of a lie in what I've said. "Well, that's good enough for me," my mom replies, pulling Jessica and I both into a hug. "We're so happy for you too." "Congratulations, son," says my dad, giving me another bear hug once my mom has released us. "And Jessica, welcome to the family." "Thank you so much," she says, and I see what I think is a genuine sparkle of happiness in her eyes at his words. "Ooh, what are you thinking?" asks my mom, suddenly filled with her own girlish excitement. "A spring wedding?" Jessica and I exchange another look, this time a little sheepish. Actually, we were thinking sooner than that. During this visit home, I tell my family, and my parents' smiling faces turn to shock. "Ideally, next weekend?" "Well, all right," says my mom after a few moments of stunned silence. "I'll see what I can do. Garrett, come with me. We have a wedding to plan." My parents rush off, and I see Jessica is left bewildered. With a confused glance at me, she rushes after my mom, who I can already hear calling her florist friend. "Wait, Sarah," I hear Jessica call after her. "We only want a small ceremony." I know better than to try to talk my mom out of a big party, though. I don't even bother running after them. Chris catches my eye as we're left alone in the living room. "Look, I know why you're doing this all so fast," he tells me, putting a brotherly arm around my shoulders. "That Sabrina has been running her mouth all over town, and anyone with any sense can see it's a bunch of lies." He smiles at me reassuringly. "It's pretty obvious what her intentions are, and I know you're stepping in to save the coffee shop from falling into the wrong hands. But from where I'm standing, I know you've waited long enough to be with Jessica. I'm really happy for you. I hope this is what you want it to be." I smile back at him, touched by this unusual display of care. Maybe I'd underestimated Chris. "Thanks, man," I say, pulling him into a hug. "I hope so, too."
Chapter 27. Jessica. I never realized just how much prep had to go into getting a wedding together. Sarah and I have been going through everything together, and there just never seems to be an end to it all. We've been sitting at their kitchen table for over 2 hours preparing. The seating chart and guest list are being done in tandem, and Sarah starts ticking off the people she wants to invite. There is Jonathan's immediate family, of course, and she asks if they can invite some aunts and uncles and some cousins. Jonathan has a large extended family that lives in town, so despite the fact that I have next to no family to my name to invite, We could still throw a sizable party, even if it is at the last minute. Of course, Sarah's willingness to jump in and spend hours planning this at the last second is a big part of that, something I am grateful for. If I had to do this all on my own, it would be the two of us at a courthouse somewhere, followed by a simple dinner out, I suppose. Absolutely, I tell Sarah. Any family of yours is welcome. I want to make sure everyone feels accepted. This wedding is all about bringing families together. I look up and give her a sheepish smile. That's important to me, Sarah gushes. That makes me happy to hear. Family is so important to us, you know? I understand that a small ceremony is what you want. I do. But you deserve to enjoy your wedding with people who want you to be happy. I hope you know that. I feel my cheeks warm from the words Sarah says. She makes me feel like I am actually in a safe environment, that marrying Jonathan will be good for not just us, but for his entire family as well. I want to hug her, share that she's truly a wonderful mom and woman, but she's already back to her list. What about Sabrina? Sarah questions. We make eye contact again and cringe at one another before we laugh aloud together. Perhaps we put her down as a maybe, then? It's not like she wants anything to do with me or my happiness. It's strange being so candid with Jonathan's mother like this. I may have already gotten to know her outside of this fake relationship, but that still doesn't mean I can be completely honest. I'm on the fence myself, Sarah says, looking through a couple of different sheets of paper. I don't want her to ruin your day. I don't either, I say in almost a whisper. Tell you what, put her down as a courtesy, but if it's something you feel strongly about, if you want to keep her from this day, then you let me know. I'll take care of it if need be. Sarah winks. We'll make sure this wedding is everything you want, honey. This time I don't hesitate, and I turn to hug Jonathan's mom. It's been so long since I've had a mom to love and appreciate, but now without Dad, it has me realizing that I miss him. I miss having a family that is all my own. Jonathan's mom is shocked and lets out one huff of laughter before she begins to return the hug. I feel myself getting teary-eyed, wishing that I could always feel this way in my life. Having my mom again, having my dad again. Jonathan will never realize how truly lucky he is to have this family. What I would give to tell Dad that I love him one more time. I pull away from the hug and wipe under my eyes. Sorry, I say, sniffing and giving her my best smile. I shouldn't have done that. Sarah puts her hand on my cheek. Jessica, honey. I look up at her, still trying not to cry in front of her. Don't you dare apologize. You've had a difficult time, and I understand that wholeheartedly, but you don't have to worry anymore. You're family now, dear. She wipes away the tears on my face, which causes a slight laugh to escape my throat. I don't say anything else to her, just pick up where we left off. Finishing the seating arrangements, the guest list, and Sarah volunteers to help with all the cooking and menu. She assures me that her family will contribute, and I wonder again what it must be like to have so many people you can count on. It's nothing like my own upbringing, that's for sure. My dad was my rock, but that was about all I had, and now, not even that. We make up a simple menu for the guests to read from, and as we continue working, other members of the Delancey family begin running around behind us to get their tasks done as well. It's a busy afternoon, and we get lost in all the preparation that we lose track of the afternoon, and soon nightfall has overtaken the sky. Damn, we were supposed to get a dress, Sarah swears. I wanted to take you to some of my favorite boutiques, but everything's closed now. You wanted to take me? I question. Of course, she smiles. My future daughter-in-law needs a wedding dress. I was hoping you'd let me come with you to find your special dress. Is that okay? I return her smile with one of my own. Of course it's okay. Thank you, Sarah, for everything you've done for us. Well, tell you what. Let's go tomorrow, yeah? There are 2 places I desperately want to bring you. One is where I got my dress before marrying Jonathan's father, And the other one is new in town, just has the most beautiful designs. My taste may still be a little old-fashioned, so I want to see what might look best on you." "That sounds wonderful," I tell her. "Maybe we can even get your future husband to come by and look at some of our choices, yeah?" "Isn't it bad luck to see the dress before the wedding?" I ask her. "That is just an old superstition, but that can be up to the two of you. Maybe he can help pick out a few dresses he might like on you. It doesn't hurt." I give her a firm nod. "Then let's do it." The rest of the night is spent creating place cards, making the invitations look absolutely stunning, and chatting with Jonathan's mom. We talk nonstop about everything, including how Sarah can't wait to see me on my wedding day. She asks a few times if there is anything else I could possibly want. I shake my head. "My parents won't be there. But that's okay. I have your family." I swear Sarah holds back tears at that.
Chapter 28. Jonathan. "Excuse me, would you describe this as lilac?" I ask the clerk at the craft shop, holding up a roll of what to me is purple lace. It's the 5th store I've been to that morning and also the 5th time I've asked that question. My mom's instructions were very specific, but she failed to take into account that I'm a doctor, not an artist. Nevertheless, I'm determined to get it just right. "I think it might be more of a lavender," he tells me, and I sigh. "Aren't they the same thing?" I ask, hoping he'll help me tick off this item on a long list of decorations I've been tasked with collecting that day. Besides, at that point I've exhausted every store in town that might sell the lace we need for the table settings. "I mean, they're pretty close," he admits, "to the untrained eye." "That's good enough for me," I say. I take the lace along with the white tablecloths I was instructed to pick up, but I know I'll be going right to the bridal store after this to check in with Jessica and my mom. I know Jessica and I agreed we didn't want a big ceremony, but I can see she's starting to enjoy the process of planning the ceremony, and I'd hate lavender table settings to be the thing that ruins it for her. As I approach the dress shop with a couple of bags in hand, I have to stop and stare for a moment. There's a figure lurking in the windows, and I have to do a double take to confirm I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing. I take a few steps closer, and there's no mistaking it. A wiry black woman is very definitely sneaking around outside the store, her hair sticking straight up from her head in a tapered afro that ensures she can't be missed. I shake my head, a wry chuckle escaping my mouth. I can't believe this. This woman isn't just some random stranger interested in bridal wear. In fact, I know exactly who she is from Jessica's description. Aunt Sabrina is here in the flesh, looking remarkably suspicious as she peers through the bridal shop windows, while at the same time attempting not to be seen by the people inside. "Hi," I say, walking up to her. Despite my distaste for the woman and all she's done against Jessica, I'm not the type to provoke an argument. Who knows, maybe she's here to apologize. "Can I help you with anything?" I ask politely. She turns at the sound of my voice, still slightly hunched to remain out of sight. "I'm fine, thanks," she says sourly. "So much for that." I'm about to shrug it off and leave her to whatever she's doing, but suddenly she whips around and looks me up and down again. For a moment, her eyes linger on the bags in my hands before she glances back into the bridal store. It almost looks as though she's deliberating about something, and I stick around, curious what she's thinking. "But actually," she says, looking at me again with a strange look in her eyes, "there's a young black woman inside. If you're delivering those, could you keep an eye out for her? And an ear out. Tell me what you hear." "I'm sorry?" I ask, taken aback at her brazenness, but she's not done, it seems. "Look, I'm just a concerned citizen, trying to do the right thing. That girl's a tramp, and I'm just trying to save the poor fool who's supposed to marry her," she continues, scowling. "He needs to know what he's getting himself into so he can escape a lifetime of unfaithfulness and unhappiness. Trust me, I'm just here to help." I'm speechless at the trash coming out of her mouth, and I can feel my jaw drop, but she doesn't notice. Instead, she thrusts a hand into her purse and pulls out a $20 bill. "Here," she says, shoving it into my hand. For your trouble. The money shocks me out of my speechless state, but instead of telling her who I am, I decide to play her at her own game. It seems like it might be the only way to teach her a lesson. All right, I tell her, pocketing the cash and leaning in conspiratorially. I'll look for her. Sabrina nods, a greedy smile passing over her face. Good, she says, practically rubbing her hands together like some cartoon villain. I leave her spying at the window as I walk inside. I catch sight of Jessica just as she's coming out of a change room, carrying a dress that she must have just changed out of. My mom is in the background, still perusing dresses. Johnny, she says, and I drop the bags to pull her into a hug, making sure we're in full view of the front windows. She squeezes me back and I have to fight the urge to just melt right there and then. Listen, I tell her when she pulls away. Your aunt's snooping around outside. What say we give her something to stare at? Jessica smiles. What do you have in mind? How would you feel about a kiss? I ask, and even though it's just for show, I feel my pulse race at the prospect. Okay, she replies, and I can hear the same nervousness in her voice that I feel in my chest. Before I know it, I'm leaning in and pressing my lips against hers, with my hand instinctively finding its way to her waist. It's just a quick kiss, nothing passionate, nothing steamy, but just the feeling of her lips on mine is like a magical elixir. As we pull away, we laugh nervously into each other's faces, and out of the corner of my eye I see Sabrina scurry away furiously. But it hardly registers. All I can think about is the feeling of that kiss.
Chapter 29. Jessica. My fingers touch my lips, still unable to really comprehend the fact that we just kissed. We kissed. In front of his mom, in front of Sabrina, in front of everybody. My first kiss with Jonathan. And it was electric. My lips still tingle, and I can't even bring myself to zone back into the fact that I'm getting a wedding dress with his mother. It's the second boutique she was telling me about yesterday. And so far we've seen a lot of dresses, but nothing I'm in love with or that looks perfect on me. Oh, you two! Sarah breaks the spell over my head. I zone back in, realizing I'm still staring up at Jonathan and his blue eyes, which I notice haven't left my glance either. You two are just the cutest couple. Honey, your fiancé is going to make the absolute perfect bride. I just know it. Jonathan's eye contact breaks from mine and looks to his mom. I find myself still breathless from the kiss. I wasn't expecting that to happen yet, not before the wedding, when it would be a kiss in front of his entire family. I don't know what to say, let alone do now. I didn't expect that a kiss with Jonathan, or a kiss with anyone, could ever make me feel this way again. It's been a long time since I've shared a kiss with someone the way I shared that kiss with Jonathan. I don't know what to say to him, or to Sarah. She's still gushing at Jonathan, and I find myself noticing how he's reacting to the kiss. He holds a smile, wider than I've seen since we saw each other again for the first time. Maybe this is just for his family, maybe it's not. But the smile I see on his face awakens something that I didn't think was inside of me anymore. The feeling that there may be something there after all. Well, I just came to drop this stuff off, but I didn't want to go without seeing my girl, Jonathan says, smiling. I'll let you guys get back to it. Wait, his mom says. Don't you want to see the dresses? Jonathan laughs. It's bad luck, Mom. Come on. I wouldn't want to ruin our day. Besides, I got to ruin someone else's. He winks, and we both turn to look at my aunt walking down the street. I smile just enough that only Jonathan can see it. Before his mom can see, I mouth, "Thank you." He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to take the time to come in here and anger my aunt, but he did, and that to me, that's kindness. Jonathan takes my hand and squeezes it before he blows me another kiss, taking off out of the boutique and heading to his next task. How did such an arrangement mean I became this lucky person? And how had the world just been opened up in a way I didn't ever expect? Well, we still have a bunch of dresses to look at. So let's get back to it, Sarah says, squeezing my shoulders. We have to look at these dresses over here. These should be in your size. I still don't even know what type of dress to pick, I admit. I mean, I'm short. Is there a type of dress that will look good on me? Sarah shrugs. I think whatever you find is going to be perfect. The dress is to enhance your beauty, and you, my dear, are beautiful. My heart tugs at those words. They just weren't what I was expecting to hear Jonathan's mom say. I move to the rack she pointed out and start going through my sizes. As if it's an actual sign, I pull out this beautiful mermaid-style dress, and oddly enough, it's actually my size, and it's on sale. Oh! Sarah's voice makes me jump. Honey, put it on, please. I have to see you in this. I look the dress up and down. Are you sure? I look back at her. She clasps her hands together. I'm sure. I do what she asks and get an employee to let me into a dressing room. Once I'm in the back, I start slipping myself into the dress, unsure if it's going to actually fit me. I love the sequins, the gems, and I feel like myself in this dress. Something about the way it seems to fit brings so many emotions to the surface that I didn't think I'd ever feel again, not just because of the dress, but because of Jonathan and Sarah, and because I haven't felt like myself in a very long time. Lo and behold, when I walk out to Sarah, it's as if I can hear soft piano music in the air, and her eyes begin to fill with tears as she looks at me. Oh, Jessica, she gushes as she twirls me around in a circle, the dress shimmering off the lights in the room. You look perfect. I take a step towards the mirror, and I feel as though the world has frozen in time. The gems, the fit, the glow I see on my face. Am I allowed to be this happy for a wedding that isn't even real? Am I crazy for wanting this to last, be more than a fairy tale? I feel as though this is something I've finally earned. The soft piano music continues to swell in my mind, and for the first time in a very long time, I'm not just playing pretend. I feel tears begin to cloud my vision, and I look down so Sarah doesn't see them. I'm looking at myself in the wedding dress of my dreams, and I'm finally genuinely happy for the first time since Dad died. I just wish he was here for this day the way I always imagined.
Chapter 30. Jonathan, the week has gone by in a blur of hastily made wedding plans, but somehow we've convinced ourselves that a rehearsal makes sense. It follows the tradition of the engagement announcement, I guess, she tells me, laughing a little at how surreal all this is. God, that feels like so long ago, I reply, thinking back to the day we made pancakes and then told my family of our plans. I can hardly believe we're now stepping into our wedding rehearsal. As we gather in our backyard with the celebrant, the disbelief is transformed into sheer joy. The setup is simple yet beautiful, thanks for the most part to my mom. It seems impossible that this all came together in the last 6 days. I glance over to where she stands, watching the rehearsal with my dad and brother. They all beam back at me. I nod, smiling, as if to thank them for everything they've done. I wish I had the words to really tell them. As the celebrant begins the practice ceremony, I steal a glance at Jessica, and my heart swells. Her radiant smile fills me with warmth and reassurance. At this moment, it's hard to believe that this is my reality. Somehow I'm about to marry the woman of my dreams, even if she still doesn't know that's who she is to me. Lost in my own bliss, I momentarily tune out the celebrant's instructions. I'm brought back to reality when I realize he's asked me about my part in the upcoming nuptials. Yes, I do, I cry out, eliciting a good laugh from everyone. Not until tomorrow, Jonathan, the celebrant tells me, chuckling. A brief warmth rises in my cheeks, but it quickly fades away in the sea of my unwavering enthusiasm. Nothing can dampen my excitement for what lies ahead. After the rehearsal, we all share a meal in my parents' house. A piece of paper is passed frantically around the table, scribbled with items to tick off, and Jessica and I go over and over the last-minute things we need to do. It almost feels like this really is the first day of the rest of our lives we're planning for. "Okay," she tells me, her food almost forgotten in the midst of our conversation. "So that's all the guests. And once they're seated, then the rest should just be up to the celebrant, right?" "After you walk down the aisle, yeah," I tell her, smiling. I can already picture it, and I have no doubt it will be beautiful, that she will be beautiful. She's about to become my wife, comes the thought turning over and over in my head. She'll be my wife tomorrow. I wish I could tell her what this actually means to me, but I don't want to ruin the connection we've been building. I don't want to scare her off. Instead, I just smile at her as we go over the rest of the ceremony as the celebrant had taught us, making sure it all runs smoothly tomorrow. "Jessica?" my mom interrupts. "Could you just make sure this is everything?" She hands over the list and the two of them get lost in another conversation about last-minute details. I'm content, though, happy to watch Jessica go over things with my mom and chime in when I'm needed. I look around the table at Jessica, my mom, my dad, and my brother. My heart feels incredibly full. The lines between reality and make-believe have definitely become blurred, but I'm happy as long as Jessica is, even if my heart aches for it to be something more. When the evening finally winds down and all the last-minute details are taken care of, I go to walk Jessica home. On the way, I finally muster up the courage to say what I've been thinking since the rehearsal that afternoon. "So, about the kiss," I say, trying my best not to show that I'm nervous to bring it up. "Maybe that's something we should practice? It might be weird if our first proper kiss happens in front of all our friends and family." I flash her a self-conscious grin, and she laughs at my statement. "That's a good point," she replies, smiling back. I can see there's some shyness in her about it, though, and I stop walking, turning towards her. She does the same, so we're facing each other, just as we will be tomorrow. I can feel my heart racing a little, looking down at her. "Ready?" I ask, and she looks even more embarrassed. "Ready," she says, smiling a little. "You may now kiss each other," I say in my best impression of the celebrant's voice. Jessica grins at this and steps forward, closing the gap between us as I lean in to kiss her the way I did in the bridal shop. My lips meet hers, softly and chastely at first, but as we stand pressed against each other, our lips touching, I feel something pass between us. It's like there's a heat growing, and softly, slowly, I feel her lips parting ever so slightly. I kiss her again, letting my mouth open a little too, and she responds. Soon I feel her tongue gently parting my lips, and what began as a chaste kiss has suddenly become passionate. When we finally part, we're both a little stunned. I try not to think too hard about it, knowing that if I do, I'll go hurtling down a rabbit hole I might not be able to climb out of. "I think that'll be fine," I tell her, breaking the tense silence between us. We both burst out laughing, releasing our nervous energy and continuing to walk slowly back to Jessica's apartment. Neither of us mentions it again, letting it exist as an anomaly, even if I secretly hope it's something more.
Chapter 31. Jessica, I wake up way too early and can't get back to sleep. Calm down, I mutter as I shower. It's not like it's a real wedding. I shouldn't be this excited. And I wasn't. Not until the kiss last night anyway. If that was a practice kiss, just for show, boy. I walk over to Jonathan's house and, as instructed by his mother, text from the end of the block. "I'm sending Chris," she replies. "Sorry about this," I say when he arrives to escort me. I'm getting dressed in Carter's old room. Sarah went out of her way to make sure Jonathan could not see me until I walked down the aisle. Though I think his initial refusal to see my wedding dress at the bridal shop was not nearly so serious. She took his express preference to heart. Now, she's bound and determined to keep the mystery, but I really don't mind. "Are you ready?" Chris asks. "Oh, I heard your aunt is coming." I groan. What? He says. Nothing, I say. She's high maintenance? That's putting it mildly. She could ruin everything. I'll keep an eye on her, Chris says. She can be a handful, I say, and he shrugs. Can't be worse than anything I saw working as a bouncer. I'm not so sure about that, but I decide to let it be. I should be able to enjoy some of my wedding, even if it's fake. Chris was nice to offer to help anyway. At the house, I'm rushed upstairs. This requires coordination and much shouting between Chris and both his parents. I don't think the Secret Service is this organized, Garrett says as I rush past Jonathan's room. He's guarding that door. As the door shuts behind me, I hear him yell, "Mission accomplished." My dress is hanging up on the closet door. I walk over and finger the fabric gently, then I look out the window. The backyard is a veritable hive of worker bees. The chairs are set up to form an aisle. Someone is setting up large vases of flowers, where we will say our vows. I turn away. Jonathan is so sweet to do this for me. I know I'm helping him out too, but getting your family to stop nagging you is not really comparable to losing your livelihood. I go back to my dress. "Do you like it, Mom?" I say softly. I try to conjure up her face. I was so young when she died. I never know if my memories are real or just from the photos and videos I've seen. "Knock, knock," Sarah calls and cracks open the door. I swipe at the corners of my eyes and plaster a smile on my face. "Hair and makeup is on the way," she says. "I just brought the coffee and some muffins. Have to keep your energy up. It's going to turn into a whirlwind, mark my words. And there's this." She presses a jewelry box into my hands. It was my mother's. I have one special piece from her for each of my boys' wives. It can be your something old. The bracelet is delicate, and I let her put it around my wrist. As I hug her, the team arrives. I've never had so many people working on me, but 2 hours later, my nails are done, my hair is up, and, even I have to admit, my makeup is stunning. Sarah closes the curtain so I can't peek out and see Jonathan accidentally. Then it is time. I'm handed my bouquet and suddenly my hands are shaking. "I got you," Garrett says, wrapping my hand around his upper arm and patting it. There are so many people. It seems like most of the town came. Every seat is filled until we get to the front. There are 2 empty seats on my side. Propped up across them is a huge wreath of white roses. I turn to Garrett, and he answers my unspoken question. "For your parents," he says softly. "Jonathan did it. I'm sure they are watching, honey, and I am sure they are so happy and proud of you." A lump forms in my throat, both for my loss and for Jonathan's kindness. I turn and look at him. His eyes are huge, and his mouth is open just the smallest amount. He looks absolutely awestruck, and I make a mental note later to compliment him on his acting skills. No one would doubt he is head over heels in love with me. I feel a small tinge of regret as I take his hand. If only this were real, it would be absolutely perfect. I smile at him and he smiles back, and that's genuine. I can see it in his eyes. The priest begins. I tune out the parts about how marriage is a sacred covenant between the couple and God. Then it is time for our vows. Sarah insisted we write something. We decided to keep it short. I go first. "Jonathan," I say, "who would have known all those years ago in high school we would end up here?" He shifts uncomfortably, and his eyes flick over to Chris. "I don't know what that means, but I don't have any choice but to continue. When we met again recently, I knew instantly that in all the ways you have changed since then, grown up, the core of you stayed the same. You are an amazing person, Jonathan. One of the kindest people I have ever known. I was honored to be your friend back then, and now I am honored and excited to be your wife. To have my best friend by my side forever, well, that's a dream come true." "Ditto," he says, and everyone laughs. He says his vows for real, and I look into his eyes while he says them. It sounds like he really means it. It feels like it. Then we do the rings and you may kiss the bride. He reaches for me and I glide towards him. His hands cup my face ever so gently but without hesitation. When our lips connect, it's like lightning shooting through every cell of my body. In unison, we both part our lips slightly, but don't dare go any further. The anticipation of what I want and can't have is excruciating. Everyone starts applauding, and we pull apart. I'm trembling, and all I can think is, wow.
Chapter 32. Jonathan. My parents' backyard is filled with a mishmash of tables, but they all feature the white tablecloths and the lilac or possibly lavender lace, turning the place into a stunning scene. People are talking and laughing and eating, and although it's only a small crowd here for the reception, it feels full of life and happiness. I'm relieved to notice that Sabrina hasn't shown up after all, and I'd imagine Jessica is too. She probably only said she was coming to get under Jessica's skin and try to ruin this special day for her, but we're having a terrific celebration despite her attempts at interfering. In fact, I can't stop smiling, knowing that I'm now married to Jessica, and I can't wait to give her the next surprise. First, though, there's dinner. My mom's cooking is incredible, of course, and she really went all out on this meal. I can hear the guests commenting on the food, and my mom is beaming at the compliments. I remind myself to find a way to thank her for everything she's done. None of this would have been possible without her, and some of my terrific aunts and cousins who chipped in. The night rolls on, and when the dinner is over, I find my way to the front of the yard, knife and champagne glass in hand. A few short raps on the glass has the noise of our guests dying down quickly and turning towards me. I know it's traditional for the married couple to enjoy the first dance together, I say once I have everyone's attention. But this union couldn't have happened without the support of my family. I know it couldn't have happened without your father either, Jessica, and I hope he's looking down on you now, smiling to see you so happy. I nod to my dad, who brings out a beautiful framed photo of Henry, placing it on the bridal table. Jessica tears up a bit at this, and my dad offers her a hand. She clasps it tightly, smiling at him, and then at me. So I thought, since family has been such a huge part of this wedding, we should dedicate the first dance to them, I continue, gesturing to my dad. He smiles at me and at Jessica, and still holding her hand, he leads her from her seat to the makeshift dance floor. Chris cues up the music on the playlist we prearranged, and Jessica laughs through her teary eyes as a corny poppy love song plays across the yard. She, my dad, my mom, Chris, and I take the dance floor together, moving along to the beat in what's no doubt the sappiest family moment we've ever had. I don't even care, though. I'm just so happy to share this moment with them all, especially Jessica. I can see the joy in her eyes, and even though she's lost so much of her own family, all I want is for her to know she has family with us, no matter how that came about. The wedding might be fake, but the love and support is real. I hope she knows that. As the family dance winds down, Jessica finds her way to me. "Thank you," she says, hugging me tightly with a warm smile on her face. "You're so sweet, you all are." I wrap my arms around her, saying nothing, just holding her close. Like this, we begin our first dance as a married couple. My family recedes back into the crowd, and for 4 glorious minutes, it's just me and Jessica, holding each other, swaying back and forth to a slow song about love and trust and everlasting union. I don't want it to end. It does, though, and soon the dance floor is filled with guests, celebrating our wedding with us. When Jessica and I finally grow exhausted from dancing, we make our way back to the bridal table, finding my family sitting there along with the photo of Henry. My dad makes a toast, just between the 5 of us. As we clink glasses, the photographer wanders over. "Can I get a photo of the family?" she asks, raising her camera along with her eyebrow. Jessica looks at me, as if asking whether she should stay or not, and I see she must have some lingering nervousness about whether she really belongs here. I smile at her, gazing into her eyes and taking her hand in mine. Softly, I bring her hand to my lips and place a meaningful kiss on her skin. I promise we'll be a family from now on, I tell her, just as the photographer clicks the shutter. I mean every word of it, and I can see she understands that, even if she still doesn't know how deep that promise goes. She nods, but I see tears forming in her eyes again, spilling onto her cheeks. They're tears of joy, though, and all I can do is smile, kissing her softly on the nose as if to seal the promise. "Welcome to the family, honey," I hear my mom say beside Jessica. She puts an arm around my wife, squeezing her the same way she does to me and my brothers. "You're officially one of us now." On my other side, Chris is grinning like a maniac, shaking his head. "Wait until Carter hears this," he mutters, and I can see the eagerness to spread our latest family gossip gleaming in his eyes. My mom suddenly scoffs, though, and I can guess what's coming before I even hear it. "So when are you bringing home a daughter-in-law?" she asks, and it takes the wind right out of his sails. The rest of us chuckle, and it feels good not to be the one on the receiving end of those jabs anymore, even if I do feel for Chris's plight. He just gives us all a look of mock disparagement. "You know, I think I have some more energy for dancing after all," he mutters and disappears off to the dance floor. I hope for his sake he meets someone there that he wants to marry, if only to get the family off his back. That, and so he can experience the kind of joy I feel having Jessica by my side.
Chapter 33. Jessica. At the end of the reception, we walk down the front walk and through the bubbles everyone is blowing for us. It just makes sense for us to hold hands. But when we round the corner, we don't let go. Jonathan looks down at me and squeezes my hand. "You know I don't, expect anything tonight, right?" he says. "Of course," I say, surprised. Jonathan is the perfect gentleman. I don't have worries that he will be overcome by passion once we get back to my apartment. No worries, but perhaps a little bit of a wish. I quickly put that thought out of my head. "Why would you ask?" I say, to get my mind off what will not be transpiring. "You're just walking really slowly." I laugh. "It's the dress," I say. "It's the mermaid style. It makes you walk like a mermaid," he offers. Now he's laughing. I pull my hand out of his and hike my dress up. "That's much better," I say. "Okay," he says. Something has changed in his voice, but when I look at him, he is still smiling. At my almost normal pace, we are at my apartment in no time. He insists on carrying me into the building. He says it is in case anybody sees us. When we are in the hallway outside my apartment, he scoops me up after I unlock the door. I don't bother to point out there is no one in the hallway to see. Besides, someone could be spying out their peephole. Can't be too careful. Once the door shuts behind us, we look at each other. Now what? I think. "It's been a long day," he says. "I think I'd really like to take a shower." "Me too." After a brief argument where we both insist the other should go first, Jonathan solves the issue by flopping down on my couch and reaching for the remote. The hot water is oh so nice, but I don't linger because I'm sure he's as exhausted as I am. "Your turn," I call as I head into my bedroom and shut the door. I put on a nightshirt that a former boyfriend called boner repellent. What else am I supposed to do? I open a drawer and pull out something that's firmly in the "do me hard now" category and hold it up. I could do it, I think. I could put it on. I even have the screw me heels. I could walk out there and then he would see me, and then he would forget all about his shower. Or I could wait until he's in the shower and get in behind him. I picture sneaking into the tub. His eyes are closed, and his face is turned up to the water. He rotates slowly towards me, the water bouncing off his strong shoulders. He opens his eyes, and as he realizes I'm standing there naked and ready, his expression changes. He's horrified. I drop the lingerie back in the drawer and push it shut. I can't. I just can't. He's been so good to me, and if I do that, I won't just break our agreement. I'll destroy our friendship. I crack the door and peek out. He's in the shower. I can hear the water running. I head down to the kitchen with no worries. My wedding dress was far sexier than this glorified sack I'm wearing. I even put underwear underneath it. Good old grandma panties just to make sure I don't get any more stupid ideas. I'm stuffed from the wedding feast Sarah prepared, but I drink a glass of water anyway. I hear the shower turn off, and I run back to my room. If I can't have him, and I can't, I don't want the sight of him damp and wearing only a towel burned into my brain either. I leave the door open so I can at least say goodnight to him. I hear him exit the bathroom and walk down the hall. Then he comes back and locks himself in the bathroom again. I wait. "Jessica?" he says quietly outside my door. "What?" I say, sitting up in bed. Good night." "Oh, I think." "Good night," I say. He walks down the hall. "Johnny, wait," I cry out. He sticks his face in the door. "Can you stay with me?" Okay," he says and comes into the room. "Nice PJs," I say, trying not to laugh. "My mom," he says, tugging at the top, which is a button down and hangs halfway down his thighs. The shorts end just above his knee. "She sends me flannel ones for Boston, long sleeves, long pants. Apparently she thinks the weather here is way different, so she got me several pairs of these for my visit. But kinda perfect for our situation, I guess." He goes to sit down in the chair. I scoot over to the other side of the bed. "Can you?" I say, patting the bed. I mean, we did it before. He hesitates, but then sits down next to me. I just want him close to me, even if nothing else can happen. "It doesn't feel right to sleep alone," I say. "Is it okay if we pretend just a little more? I know no one can see us now, but—" "It's fine," he says, and stretches out next to me. "If you are as exhausted as I am, we will be fast asleep in 5 minutes. No worries." He flips the covers up, and I turn off the light. I lie down on my back. The space between us feels like 1,000,000 miles. I'll never be able to sleep with him right there and so far away at the same time. I inch closer and closer. Then I give up and slide up next to him, laying my head on his chest. He responds by wrapping his arms around me. We fit together so very perfectly. "Granny panties," I say with a yawn. What? I can't believe I said that out loud. God, I'm tired. No brain power left. "Thank you," I say instead. I said thank you. He hugs me tighter. "Sleep," he commands, and just like that, I'm out.
Chapter 34. Jonathan. I wake up with a stretch and a sudden smile, realizing that Jessica is still curled up in my arms. My half-conscious stretching has woken her up, though. I make a mental note to pay attention next time. I hope there is a next time. In fact, I hope this is something I can get used to. "Good morning," she says, looking up at me through puffy eyes. The sight of her makes me smile even wider. "Morning," I reply. I wish I could pull her into a kiss, but of course, that's still not what this is. It doesn't even matter. Just being here with her is enough for me to be happy. We slowly drag ourselves out of bed, and it's clear we won't be doing anything today. The last week of wedding preparations, not to mention yesterday's revelry, is enough to put us both out of commission for a while. "Want to just stay in?" I ask, and Jessica nods eagerly. "I think a couch day is very much in order," she replies. "Make that a week if you can," I tell her, grinning. We both slump down on the couch, still in our pajamas. It's already almost 11 o'clock, and I'm feeling hungry. "What about food?" I ask, rubbing my belly. "I have a full fridge and the number of a pizza place," she tells me, smiling wryly. "I think we'll be okay." "I'm already loving married life," I tell her, and we both laugh. But to me, there's no joke in my words. This is only day 1 of our marriage, but staying in and hanging out with Jessica is already the most wonderful way I can think of to spend my time. I'll make us some breakfast, I say, and I have to fight the urge to kiss her on the head as I get up. Or should that be lunch? This might sound gross, but I could really go for some mac and cheese right now, she calls to me as I make my way to the kitchen. Think you could whip some up? I grin, opening her cupboards to look for the delicious comfort food. The act of making myself at home in her apartment is somehow thrilling. A woman after my own heart, I call back as my hand closes around a box of the instant stuff. I smile to myself as I prepare the macaroni, practically drunk with the knowledge that Jessica Saunders, hottest woman I ever met, is in the other room as I, her husband, make us a guilty midday breakfast. Somehow it's the little things that are really making it sink in, and this mac and cheese is one of them. A few minutes later, I'm back in her living room, 2 steaming bowls of gooey yellow goodness in my hands. "Madam," I say in a terrible British accent, handing her the bowl. She's gracious enough to ignore my terrible attempt at humor, though. Instead, she takes the food eagerly, breathing in the smell of the pasta. "Oh my God. If you keep making me mac and cheese, you can stay forever," she jokes, but the words make something twinge inside of me. I want to tell her there's nothing I'd like more. Instead, I shove a forkful of pasta in my mouth. We spend the rest of the afternoon like this, talking and laughing and getting to know each other even more. She tells me all her favorite shows, and we bond over our love of procedural dramas. I tell her my favorite podcasts, and am thrilled to learn she likes true crime, too. We talk too much and lose track of time, spending the whole day just lazing on the couch and learning about each other's quirks. As we talk, I realize I feel so at ease with her. When evening rolls around, I feel like I could keep talking deep into the night. But other things take precedence, unfortunately. "How about that pizza?" she asks as we start to get hungry again. I grin. "That sounds perfect." "Okay, but how do you feel about pineapple on pizza?" she asks. "Oh, it's an abomination," I reply immediately, and she laughs. Soon we're launching into a hilarious argument about the virtue or villainy of including the fruit in our order. In the end, we get a large pizza, split half-half. We continue joking when it arrives and all through the meal. "We might be married, but I don't want any of your pineapple touching my perfectly good pizza," I joke, picking up a piece. "Oh, really?" she asks, a look of mischief on her face. I watch in mock horror as she picks a piece of pineapple off her own slice and drops it onto the pizza in my hand. "How dare you?" I ask her, narrowing my eyes but still smiling. I take the pineapple off and throw it at her. She catches it expertly in her mouth, and the 2 of us burst out laughing. When dinner's over and it starts to grow late, I see Jessica yawning again. "Want to go to bed?" she asks, and the way she says it, I get the impression she means her bed. I nod, trying not to show her how eager I am to spend another night with her in my arms, but as we get ready and make our way to her bedroom, I can't help but smile. This is feeling more and more like a real marriage with every passing moment, and I still can't believe how lucky I am to be here. That night, she folds herself into my arms again, and we sleep soundly pressed against each other. This is just the first day of marriage, but I already feel my love for Jessica growing. I know that will only keep happening the more time we spend together.
Chapter 35. Jessica. "Are you ready?" Jonathan asks. "Yes," I say, but I guess my face betrays me because he stares at me. I mean, I really want this to be the end of it. "It should be," he says. He grabs my hand and squeezes it. I squeeze it back and pretend I don't notice him automatically trying to pull away. We walk into the lawyer's office, holding hands. "Ah, the newlyweds," the lawyer says when he walks in. "I thought you'd be on your honeymoon." I don't know what to say to that, but Jonathan does, naturally. "It was a very short engagement," he says. "We didn't want to cram a honeymoon in too, and we wanted to get to know each other better and get this settled." He gestures around the table at the folders. What he doesn't say is that we thought he should stay at my place until all the legal stuff is settled, just in case. What he doesn't know is how much I like having him there. It should be straightforward, the lawyer says. Just some writer's cramp. I'm ready, I say, picking up my pen. Bring it on. The lawyer wasn't joking. The signing wasn't so bad, though we had to initial just about every page. But the explaining of each document is tedious. I just want it done, and finally, miraculously, it is. So that's it? I say timidly. The roastery and the house, they are mine now? Really and truly? The lawyer laughs. Really and truly, and most importantly, legally, but... My heart sinks. But what? Jonathan demands. I just need to be straight with you. You are totally in the clear here, but I've heard it through the grapevine. Your aunt is determined to make waves. No, I say and bury my head in my hands. She can't win. It would be a waste of her money and everyone's time for her to try. But if you want my advice... What? Jonathan asks. What should we do? I just want Jessica to be happy. We need this done already. I understand, the lawyer says, nodding. I suggest, now, keep in mind, this isn't an official recommendation. It's personal advice, not a legal order. Though I do advise, if you do go this route, get her to sign something that says she relinquishes all claims against the estate. What? I say. Throw her a bone. Let her think she won something. Let her pick some furniture from the house if she wants. For example. Nothing big, just a token gesture. People like that don't like to come up empty-handed. They just can't quit until they get something. Is this something we should decide now? Jonathan asks. No, I just wanted to give you a heads up. I appreciate that, I say. We shake hands, and Jonathan takes my copies of everything. Where do you want to go now? He says. Home, I say immediately. My house. Please. Sounds good, he says. Let's go. My hand trembles a little bit when I fit my key into the lock of my new home, the childhood house I grew up in. I push the door open but don't step inside. It's okay, Jonathan says, wrapping his arm around me. I'm here. The air is stale. The house has been locked up for too long. Jonathan sniffs loudly, then sneezes. I'm going to open some windows, he says. Okay? I nod, and he wanders off into the living room. He puts one knee on the couch and leans over to reach the window. The couch where my dad and I watched 1,000 quiz shows, shouting out the answers and keeping score on a pad of paper. He always let me win, I remember. Well, not always. Sometimes he would edge me out at the end of the game. Now I realize he did that to keep me grounded. I sniff loudly and head to the back. It's all too much. The kitchen table where I did my homework. The little hooks in the mantel where the stockings were hung. I opened the back door too, Jonathan says. With the breeze, it will freshen up in here in no time. What? He says, gently grabbing my chin and turning my face up to his. This is hard, I admit quietly. Show me your room, he says. I lead him upstairs. Oh, I remember that, Jessica, he says, looking at the pictures I have pinned up all over one wall. Oh God, don't look at that, I say, covering up one picture with both my hands. He pries my hands away. Dresses over jeans. What were we thinking? Why? Oh, why? I wail dramatically. I think you make it look good, he says, his eyes twinkling. You should bring it back. Make it a thing again. Never. We work our way down the wall, reminiscing. Oh my God, Johnny, look. I had forgotten the picture. We went to the carnival that came to town every spring. I dragged him into the photo booth. I tried to get him to make funny faces. He didn't do that, but in the last picture on the strip, he is cracking a smile. I look too serious, he says, frowning. You look smart, I say. You were probably thinking your smart doctor things even back then. You always believed in me, didn't you? He says. Thank you for that. You were the only one. That's not true, I say. Your mom is very supportive. He shakes his head and his glasses slide down his nose. I reach over and push them back up for him. Thanks, but seriously, my mom? She's overbearing. Maybe to you, I say thoughtfully. She's, supportive, but in a kind of overbearing way. Kind of? I have to admit he's got a point. I know it is going to be hard, he says, but I'll be here, I think. Eventually, it will be mostly good memories and less sadness, right? And now that you can move back here, you can make a lot of good new memories, too. Uh-huh, I say. What I mean is, maybe. One thing I do know, having Jonathan here with me today is way easier than being here alone. Think positive, he says, pointing his index finger at me. I will, I say, pointing my own finger at him. And Johnny? What? Thanks. Of course.
Chapter 36. Jonathan. The last few days, like the days leading up to the wedding, have flown by. Still, as this strange marriage has gone on, I've seen less and less of Jessica. Even though we're still sleeping at her place at night, our days have mostly been separate. Jessica has been leaving early in the morning and coming back late in the afternoons. It makes my heart ache, but I know she's had to throw herself back into work, and she insisted I spend time with my family, since that's apparently what I came back to Woodford Falls for. She insists that I'm doing enough for her, and she doesn't want to take up all of my time. On the third day, though, my mom chastises me for not spending enough time with my new wife. I don't know what you're hanging around here for, she says, shaking her head at me over the breakfast table. You never see Carter moping around the house and sending Dina off to work, do you? I don't exactly appreciate the comparison to my brother, but I see she has a point. And besides, I'd much rather be hanging out with Jessica than in my parents' house, even if the nagging has dried up since the wedding. You know, son, my dad adds, looking up from his morning paper. Now that those awful rumors are dying down, I have a feeling the coffee shop could use an extra hand. I'm sure Jessica would appreciate your help. That's more than enough to get me going, and I bound out the door, eager to have a free pass to spend time with my new wife. When I get to the roastery, it's still closed, but I see the lights are on inside, and Jessica is bustling in and out of the back room. I watch her for a second, smiling to see her in her element before knocking. When she sees me, a broad smile spreads over her face. Hi, she says when she's opened the doors. What are you doing here? A heavenly smell greets me the second I step inside. The warm, sweet smell of baking. I came to see if you needed some help, but now I think the more important question is, what are you doing here? I counter. It smells amazing. Jessica smiles shyly, an unusual look for her. Then she leads me excitedly behind the counter, where a fresh batch of cookies are sitting on the back counter. I knew the pastries here were great, but I had no idea Jessica was the one responsible for them. If her pancakes are anything to go by, I have no doubt the cookies are just as good. Here, try one, she says, handing me a still warm cookie. The delicious treat literally melts in my mouth, and I can't believe what I'm tasting. Oh my God, I utter through a mouthful of cookie. Is this maple syrup? She giggles a little, and it makes my heart swell. I thought since you liked the pancakes so much, I should bring my genius idea into the cafe, she tells me, clearly pleased that I like her baking. I take another bite of the cookie, closing my eyes and savoring the flavor. It's divine, which is no surprise considering whose hands it was made by. When I open my eyes again, Jessica is still grinning at me. Okay, I know being a doctor is pretty cool and everything, I tell her, but there are definitely some perks I'm missing out on by not being a coffee shop owner. Jessica laughs at this as I continue to chew on my cookie. I'm already hoping she'll offer me another. Well, there are some other cool parts too, she says, gesturing to the espresso machine. Ever used one of these? I shake my head and she smiles. Check this out, she says, pouring a batch of whole roasted beans into the grinder and setting it to work. The rich smell of coffee beans soon fills the air, and just the scent has got my mouth watering already. It's not long before she's waxing lyrical about the different beans she uses, their particular flavor profiles, and how best to prepare them. Her passion for coffee shines through as she carefully explains each step, from grinding the beans to frothing the milk. Next, she runs me through the cash register, something I'm a little embarrassed to admit I've never used. Wait, so you never worked a retail job in college or anything? She asks incredulously, and I shake my head sheepishly. Too busy learning how to save lives, I guess, I offer feebly, and she rolls her eyes. Well, after your Harvard degree, this may be the most important education you'll ever get, she teases, and sets about teaching me how to take an order. I'm loving every minute of this crash course, including the banter that goes with it. The prospect of helping out in the coffee shop is becoming more and more exciting, especially since it means spending more time together. Surprisingly, I'm actually finding the whole thing fascinating, and even though it turns out somewhat disastrously, I even have fun trying to make my own cappuccino. It's clear I have a long way to go, given that my cappuccino has turned out more like a bitter burnt cup of slop. Jessica's teaching me again how to froth the milk when the door to the coffee shop opens. It's not my mom, and it's not my dad. It's an actual customer, one who presumably had been scared off by Aunt Sabrina's slander and has now returned like a prodigal son. Jessica and I exchange a look, and she gives me a little nod that I presume to mean, go ahead. Good morning, I say with a smile, greeting the man as he approaches the counter. Welcome to the roastery. What can I get you today? Beside me, I catch a glimpse of Jessica's grin, and I'm sure that right now there's nowhere else I'd rather be than behind this counter.
Chapter 37. Jessica. Babe, we're out of chocolate chip scones. Jonathan calls from the register. I'm in the kitchen washing dishes when he makes the call, and I nearly drop my sponge. Coming right up, I respond, my cheeks heating up. Every time he calls me babe, I have to stop myself from smiling. I know it's all for show. He's only doing it to convince the others around us that we truly are married. But it's hard not to feel a little bit flustered every time he uses one of his pet names. I dry my hands and hurry over to the oven to pull out the scones. They're the perfect shade of golden brown, and the chocolate chips are nice and gooey. I push the kitchen door open with my hip, carrying the tray of scones out to the counter. Jonathan spots me, and his expression brightens. There's my girl. I bite back a laugh. As much as I appreciate Jonathan's efforts to make the marriage seem real, sometimes I feel like he overdoes it. Everywhere I go, he tries his best to accompany me, and in his defense, it would look suspicious if two newlyweds weren't attached at the hip. His presence also helps me feel safe from Aunt Sabrina and the many potential stalkers around town, so overall, I can't complain too much. He's been helping out at the coffee shop on the weekends and on weekdays after work. I appreciate having an extra hand, especially now that I'm getting my customer base back. While I run the register, Jonathan helps keep the restaurant clean, and when I'm in the kitchen, he's out front running the register. He's got a pretty keen eye and always knows when we need more pastries in the display case, which, by the way, was recently fixed with some financial help from him. Soon enough, business at the cafe has returned to the way it was before my dad passed away. Some days, it's even busier than ever. Jonathan insists it's the new pancakes I've added to the menu, and while I think that's part of it, I think him being around has contributed as well. Word gets around quickly, and that's not only true when it comes to Aunt Sabrina's rumors. It's also true when you have a handsome doctor as a husband. In a way, marrying Jonathan has helped heal the damage to my reputation. I still get judgy looks from strangers from time to time, but overall, people have stopped asking me for favors or calling me names. Another great thing about Jonathan is that he clicks perfectly with the customers. He's always chatting with them and making them laugh just like my dad always used to. As someone who's more introverted, I've always struggled to make conversation with customers, so I'm grateful Jonathan has been able to fill his shoes. "Sorry about the wait, ma'am," Jonathan says. He reaches for a pair of tongs and grabs one of the steaming scones, placing it on a dish. He hands it over to the pretty young girl, standing on the other side of the counter, and her expression brightens. Jonathan's great customer service doesn't discriminate, but when it comes to women, I think he has a gift. With his pretty blue eyes and blonde hair, it's hard not to feel enamored when he's in the room. I often notice female patrons blushing when he serves them, leaning in to whisper and giggle to their friends once he's out of earshot. He's always so friendly with them too, calling them ma'am or miss, and occasionally complimenting their outfits or jewelry. I think he's part of the reason my patrons tend to skew more female these days. I try not to think about it too much, though. After all, our marriage is solely for our convenience. He doesn't hold any romantic feelings for me, and I don't hold any for him, and for all I care, he can flirt with those girls as much as he wants. At least, that's what I keep trying to tell myself. Deep down, I know it's nonsense. The longer we play with this fake marriage, the more I start to wish it could be real. It's a dangerous way of thinking. Every morning when I wake up, I remind myself to focus on what's important, the cafe. Falling in love with Jonathan is only going to get in the way of that. But despite my common sense, it feels like my heart has different plans. I feel at home when Jonathan is near me. He always knows how to comfort me when I'm feeling nervous or sad. And even when we're alone at home on a rainy day, I could chat with him for hours. And ever since the wedding, that yearning has only gotten stronger. It had been such a beautiful ceremony, which only makes me wish even more that it had been a real one. My heart skips a beat whenever Jonathan looks at me, and that hasn't always been the case. That worries me. These weren't supposed to turn into real feelings, but every time I try to push them down, they pop right back up like I'm playing a game of whack-a-mole. I need to slow down. Stop being such a lovesick schoolgirl. I remind myself. My gaze focused too long and intently on Jonathan. I realize I've been staring at him for a while, just as he turns away from the customer he'd been helping. He shoots me an amused smile. I can feel my cheeks burning with shame. I head back into the kitchen without another word, letting out a long sigh. I get back to preparing some pastries to keep my mind busy. No more dwelling on those lovey-dovey feelings. I have my work to focus on. If I keep humoring these feelings, I'll surely end up with a broken heart. Chapter 38. Jessica. The bell jingles and I look up. It's Sarah. "Back again," I say, looking at the clock. "Rough day? Need some caffeine to get you through the afternoon?" "Oh, honey," she says, looking around. "Can we talk?" "Of course," I say, pointing to one of the tables. It's between the morning and lunch rush, so there are plenty available. Jonathan's mom shakes her head. "In private, maybe?" I nod and lead her into the back. "This is where it all happens, huh?" she says, looking around. "I was in here when Jonathan came to see me," I say, remembering. This is where it all began, I think. Not that I have the slightest idea what it is. I know what I want it to be. "How are things?" Sarah tilts her head. "Great," I say honestly. The shop hasn't been this busy since my dad passed. Even Aunt Sabrina seems to have given up on harassing me. Sarah shifts her weight back and forth uneasily. My Aunt Sabrina radar goes off, but it's more like a 5-alarm fire at a nuclear plant. "What?" I demand. "What is she doing now?" My mother-in-law doesn't answer. "That bad?" I wail and sink down onto the floor. "Honey," she says, squatting down beside me. She lets out a little grunt and sits down. We don't believe her, me, Garrett, and Chris, and Jonathan won't. And I'll set Carter straight if that is a problem. He may be married, but I'm still his mother. "Just tell me," I beg. "It's high school," she says. Your boyfriend, the quarterback? Braden? I say, and a second later the realization hits me. Oh no, I say. Jess dash. You want to know what really happened? I interrupt. I'm so mad I can't sit still. I get up and start pacing. You don't need to tell me, Sarah says quietly. I'd like to. I couldn't tell anyone back then. I mean my dad. I never even told Johnny once we became friends. I'm listening, she says. I know she'll believe me. It's been well over a decade, but just knowing that is such a huge relief. It's like a weight I didn't know I was carrying is gone. We were freshmen, 14. The team had been weak for years. He was third string, but the other two guys got hurt, and he had to step up. He was amazing. I remember, Sarah said. I thought it was a lot of pressure for such a young kid, but he seemed to handle it well. We were dating, I say. Kid stuff. Kissing was a big deal. The seniors razzed him all the time behind the coach's back about it, but we didn't care. So what happened? What happened was, I pause, bile rising up in my throat. Denise happened. Who's that? This awful girl who liked Braden. She found out I was a month older than him. A month? She started yelling jailbait at us whenever she saw us together, trying to break us up. When that didn't work, I can't continue. I was so horrified when the rumors got back to me. And I was absolutely terrified my dad would find out. And furious because it was all so completely untrue. All those conflicting and very intense emotions swell up in me, and I start shaking. Sarah leaps up and grabs my arm. I can't speak. Denise told everyone you got pregnant? Sarah asks, and I nod. That wasn't all of it, though. She said I had an abortion, I say. Some of my friends, their parents heard and forbade them to see me. Some of my friends just ran out because they didn't want their name getting dragged down with mine. You know how it is. It led up later in high school, when interest faded and they moved on to the next thing. But I don't know if it ever totally went away. The truth is, that day when I sat down with Johnny and put my back to the cafeteria, I wasn't just getting back at one friend who had hurt my feelings. I was trying to make myself look better to the entire school. It was because I knew when people looked at me what they were thinking, and I just couldn't face it anymore. Johnny was a shield I was hiding behind, not all that different from now if I'm being honest. I'm so sorry, Sarah says. What a horrible thing for that Denise to do. And now, Sabrina? She didn't get the business, so she's just determined to ruin me. She's pretty determined, Sarah agrees, but something in her tone makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. What? I say. What has she done now? She's, enhancing? No, that's the wrong word. Sarah, I've never seen anyone so reluctant to speak. You better tell me, right now. She's saying you never knew who the father was. She's saying you slept with more than one guy. The whole team, Sarah confesses. She says you had a list. Wanted to, she grimaces, do them all. That you called it the big game. How could she? She's my aunt. We're flesh and blood. I'm her brother's daughter. I'm in a full-blown rage now, but inside a big ball of something else is rising. Hurt. I could accept what Denise did. She was a teenager, an entitled teenager who thought she was justified in doing whatever she wanted to get whatever she wanted. She wasn't supposed to love me or care about me, but Sabrina. She's dead to me, I announce. I have no family. Nonsense, Sarah says briskly. You are a Delancey now, and we are more powerful than one old shriveled-up, bitter aunt. I have to laugh a little bit. Sarah hugs me tightly. The only reason I told you was so it wouldn't catch you by surprise. Anyone says anything to you about it, you hold your head up and say, it wasn't true then, and it isn't true now. and shame on you for believing it. Does Jonathan know what she's saying? I ask. Sarah smooths my hair back. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. I know my son, and he is head over heels in love with you. Now buck up. I smile, and she squeezes me again before leaving. I glance in the mirror and dab at my eyes with a napkin. Now I'm sad about yet one more thing. Jonathan is so good of an actor, he has his own mother fooled. Anything I thought might be a sign was just wishful thinking on my part.
Chapter 39. Jonathan. I don't think I want to open the shop today, Jessica tells me as we stretch awake in bed, and I can hear the despair in her voice. I hold her close, knowing that what she needs right now is my support. The rumor mill over the last few days has been busier than ever, and along with the lies about her supposed high school abortion, other nasty rumors have begun spreading too. I don't even want to give them the dignity of thinking about them. Instead, I stroke Jessica's short, curly hair in the hopes that it might soothe her. I want only for her to be happy, to feel safe and secure, and for all of this to end. I wish I could do something to help. You don't have to, you know, I tell her. It's clear Sabrina's attempts to get under her skin are working, and I know going back to the coffee shop should be something Jessica is excited about, not something she dreads. I feel her relax a little at my words. Probably no one will be there anyway, she mumbles into my chest, pulling me closer for comfort. Or tomorrow, or the day after. I feel an anger flare in me as I think of all the damage Sabrina has caused. And for what? For greed, for spite, for an inability to just let Jessica be happy. It baffles me how someone could treat their niece that way, especially in the tragic wake of her father's death. For someone who's supposed to be family, the way Sabrina's treating Jessica is appalling. It makes me grateful for how welcoming and supportive my own family has been. Not just to me, but to Jessica too. They've really welcomed her with open arms, and I hope it gives her some comfort, even if it's not the same. The thought, however, gives me an idea. Why don't you take the day off today, and tonight we can have a nice dinner at my parents' house, I say. Carter and Dina got back yesterday, and I'm sure they'd love to meet you. It might help to have people around that know better than to listen to Sabrina's nastiness. Jessica pulls back a little, and I see there's now a small smile on her face. That sounds lovely, she says. I smile back at her, glad to have offered something that might help, even if it's only a little. The good mood is enough to get us out of bed, and, just as planned, we spend the day relaxing at home. It's nice to spend this time with her again, and as much as I've enjoyed working with her in the coffee shop, I'm also grateful to have her all to myself. We spend the day watching movies and laughing, and I can feel the tension of the last few days melting away. By the time the afternoon rolls around, though, Jessica is thinking about the dinner again. You know, we can't show up empty-handed, she says, tipping her finger to her chin in a way that makes me want to kiss her. I manage to hold myself back, though, as she finishes her thought. I know your parents are big fans of my pumpkin pie, and I have one at the cafe, she continues with a smile. There's a pecan one, too. Maybe we can stop by and pick them up on the way? For sure, I say, smiling at how thoughtful she is. No wonder my parents love her. You know, I think you're going to replace me, Chris and Carter, as the favorite child if you keep this up. Jessica grins. What makes you think I'm not the favorite already? She jokes, and we both chuckle. Even after the joke has passed, though, a warm glow stays in my chest. Her quip tells me she's feeling more and more a part of the family, and that brings me immense joy. I want that feeling to keep growing, even if the future is still unclear. I want her as part of my family forever somehow. On the way to my parents' place that evening, we swing by the coffee shop, just as the sun sinks above us. It casts the front windows in a warm pink glow, and I smile knowing this place is all hers now, no matter what else is going on in this town. Jessica goes inside to fetch the pies, and as I'm waiting, I see a silhouette approach through the evening dusk. The person moves with a familiar skulking gait, and I suddenly realize it's Sabrina. She looks as though she's scoping out the property, taking notes in a little notepad in her hand. "Sabrina," I say, an edge of warning in my voice. "I think it's best you don't pass by here anymore. The lies you've been spreading about Jessica are completely unacceptable, and you have no business here now." I can feel the anger flaring my chest again, but I'm not one to yell at a woman. Instead, I make my words very clear. Jessica has done everything her father stipulated in his will, which means she's the owner of the place, fair and square. Whatever you think you're going to achieve by spreading rumors, believe me, it's not going to happen. So just stop with this tirade and leave Jessica alone. My hands are shaking, but Sabrina seems undeterred. Instead, she sneers at me. "You know, at first I took pity on you," she snaps, glowering at me with what I can only call hatred. "I thought you were some poor, guileless fool stepping into an ill-advised marriage." She shakes her head. "But now I see you've been playing the game this whole time. Clearly, your marriage means nothing. You knew about the will and figured you could snatch up this property for yourself by marrying Jessica, didn't you? You were just in it for the land all along, and that makes you no better than me." Chapter 40. Jonathan. The urge to snap back at Sabrina's absurd accusations is strong, but her last words stick in my mind. To lash out at her, that's what would make me no better than her. The only thing that can fight her lies, I decide, is the truth. I can see that a person like you can see only greed in other people's actions, because you can't imagine any other reason for a person to act, I tell her, and my hands feel steady now, calm with a new resolve. But it was never the building I wanted. I only wanted Jessica's happiness, and to take the chance I missed when we were just kids. I've been in love with Jessica from the moment I met her, and I've never stopped thinking about her since. I see Sabrina smirk, but I'm not done. I should have told her how I felt back then, but I was young and stupid. For some reason, though, the universe brought us together again, and this time there was no way I was going to throw away my chance to be with her. It feels good to say the words out loud, and as the light fades and the air cools, I feel my chest grow lighter, and my desire to confess my love even stronger. I propose to Jessica to help her keep this place which means so much to her, something you wouldn't understand. And because she means so much to me, it was my one chance to finally marry the love of my life. Whatever you might think of me, it won't change how much I love her. I let out a deep sigh, and Sabrina, still scowling, looks as if she's about to say something. But then she glances over my shoulder. "A fine pair you two make," she mutters before scurrying away. I turn to follow her gaze, and what I see makes my heart suddenly pound in my chest. Jessica's standing in the doorway, and from the look on her face, she's heard every word I just said. As good as it felt to confess my feelings, I didn't necessarily intend on Jessica hearing all of that, and I'm suddenly terrified that I'll have scared her away for good. If she doesn't feel the same, this may be the end of whatever connection we do share. "Jessica, I begin. But I see tears welling in her eyes, and as I take a step closer, they begin to stream down her face. She takes a step toward me at the same time, and suddenly she's saying the words I've spent half my life dreaming of. The words that, even as I held my own feelings inside, I secretly hoped lived in her heart too. "I love you too," she says, taking my face in her hands and kissing me gently, meaningfully. We stand for a long time, clutching each other tightly and kissing all over each other's faces. I can't think of anything but her at this moment, and I know this is everything I always hoped it would be. But as the night begins to grow dark, Jessica suddenly gasps. "Oh my God, your parents!" she cries, and we both burst into peals of laughter, realizing we're definitely late for dinner. We rush inside to grab the pies, still sitting on the coffee shop counter, and try our best not to drop them as we make our way hastily to my parents' place. I can't stop grinning the whole way there, and that grin carries me all the way through dinner. This time, thankfully, my mom doesn't insist on sitting between us, though I wouldn't have let her if she'd tried. "So how was the honeymoon?" I asked Carter and Dina to be polite. But although I'm sure whatever they answer is an interesting story, I don't hear a word of it. My mind is just humming with Jessica's words and the happiness that I feel bubbling up inside me. Under the table, we clasp each other's hands, and every spare moment we get, we're catching each other's eye. It takes all my willpower not to pull her into my arms and kiss her right there at the table. Dinner feels like it goes on for an eternity, and although my mother's cooking is incredible as always, all I want to do is shovel it into my mouth as fast as I can to make the night move faster. When it does finally come to an end, I practically jump out of my seat. "Jonathan, what about dessert?" my mom asks, perplexed. "Jessica, we've been dying to try that pecan pie. I'm sure it's just as delicious as the pumpkin." But Jessica and I exchange a look that says we can't wait a second longer. "Sorry, Sarah," she says as politely as she can muster. "We're really going to have to get going. It'll be an early start at the coffee shop tomorrow." "Well, all right," says my mom, but I can tell she's not buying the story. Luckily, she doesn't press us. "Then have a good night, you two," she adds as Jessica and I hurriedly bid our farewells to everyone. "Have a good night's sleep," Carter mutters in my ear as I hug him goodbye. As I pull away, I see him wink, and I can't even hide the big, silly grin on my face. I clap him on the shoulder before taking Jessica's hand. The two of us rush back to her place as fast as our feet can carry us, giggling the whole way. The childlike giddiness, the sheer boundless happiness coursing through me, the shameless excitement to be in each other's arms. It almost feels like I'm a teenager again. Only this time, I have the girl of my dreams.
Chapter 41. Jessica. Dinner can't end fast enough. I'm pretty sure Carter and Dina think I'm a total space cadet. Johnny asks them a bunch of questions about the honeymoon, which barely register in my brain. Dina asks us about the wedding. I stammered out something about how grateful I was that they found ways to include my parents. That was true, of course, but mostly I can't wait to get out of there. Sarah keeps us at the front door an extra 5 minutes. Finally, Johnny pulls me away. We walk briskly down the street. When we round the corner, he stops and turns to face me. "Jess?" I can't hold back. I throw myself at him. It's like the hours between when I heard him say he loved me and now never passed. And here we are, kissing each other on the sidewalk again, not caring who sees us. He breaks it off. "Sorry," he says. "It's just..." "Come on," I say, grabbing his hand. We race back to my house. I fumble with the keys at the front door and drop them. It's dark, and we both drop to our knees, feeling around with both our hands. I find them and pick them up. "I got them," I say triumphantly, holding them up. He kisses me, and I crush my body against his. God, I can feel him through his clothes, how hard and big he is. Suddenly, I'm deeply aware of how empty I feel without him. The throbbing between my legs is so strong. I wonder if he can hear it. I push him away. "What?" he says. "Inside," I say, jumping up and unlocking the door. We go inside, and he shuts the door, then pushes me up against it. I feel his tongue on my lips, and I open my mouth. He grinds up against me, and I pick up my leg and wrap it around his waist. I unbutton his shirt and slide my hands over his chest. How many times over the last few weeks have I wondered how it would feel to do this? I push his shirt off, loving the feel of his muscles as my hands glide down his arms. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 42. Jonathan. Waking up in bed next to Jessica is really like a dream come true. As usual, we're wrapped in each other's arms, only this time it's with the sweetness of last night still lingering in our minds. I allow myself to pepper her with kisses as we slowly stretch awake. Good morning, I tell her softly as she smiles up into my face. Morning, she replies sweetly. It's all I ever wanted, except for one thing. Yesterday's run-in with Sabrina still lingers in my mind, and as we pull ourselves out of bed, I can see there's something still bothering Jessica. She's slow to shower, slow to dress, slow to have breakfast. As the morning wears on, I can see she's still reluctant to open the coffee shop today. I don't have to guess why. Sabrina's presence still hangs heavy over Jessica, and another day without a customer would crush her. I know that. I also know things won't get any easier. Sabrina has shown that to be true every step of the way. The pain and damage she's caused Jessica and her business is enough for me to know she needs to be dealt with, and yesterday's scene outside the roastery was truly the last straw. A thought has been brewing in my mind all morning, at least since the haze of last night has worn off, and as we finally sit down to breakfast, I decide to broach the topic with Jessica. "How are you feeling about yesterday?" I ask as I set a plate of scrambled eggs down in front of her. She looks up at me with a grin, and I realize I've asked entirely the wrong question. "Sorry, I don't mean about us, though. I'm glad you're smiling about that," I say, returning the grin. "I actually meant about Sabrina." The smile drops from Jessica's face, replaced with a look of worry. She shakes her head sadly. "I don't know," she says in a heavy voice. "I just wish I could make her stop." "Well, maybe you can. What do you think about talking to a lawyer about what she's been doing?" I say as gently as possible. I hate to say it, but I don't think she's going to leave you alone unless you make some clear boundaries. Jessica puts down her coffee slowly, and I can see she's thinking hard about my words. A look of consternation crosses her face, but soon it shifts into one of resolve. She nods, looking me in the eye. "I wish you weren't right, but I think you might be," she finally says. "Let's go see what we can do." We finish our breakfast and get ready for the day, but instead of heading to the cafe, we make our way to my parents' lawyer. Luckily, she's able to see us right away, and when we explain what's going on, she taps her pen softly against her notepad. "Well, firstly, I'm sorry to hear you've had to go through this, Mrs. Delancey," the lawyer tells Jessica, and my heart skips a little at the sound of her new name. "Thank you," Jessica replies, but I can hear a little nervousness in her voice. "So do you think there's something we can do to put an end to this? I just want to run my coffee shop in peace." The lawyer nods. "There are a couple of options. One is to get an order of protection, or a restraining order. This is something we can do together right now. It just requires you to fill out a form and participate in an interview with a judge. It's the fastest and simplest way to stop any in-person harassment that's still going on, and it will ensure your aunt can't reach you at your home or at your workplace. We can put an emergency order in place that's valid for 3 weeks, and in the meantime apply for a long-term order that will last for 2 years. Jessica looks at me, and I can see she's torn at the thought of doing something like this, but the lawyer isn't done. "The order of protection won't stop her from spreading more damaging rumors against you, but there is another way to deter that," she continues. "What we could do is file a civil case for damages against the business. If we can prove that Sabrina's malicious rumors resulted in loss of business and emotional distress, she would have to pay damages, and in my experience, it usually scares the defendant away from doing the same thing in the future." Jessica is silent for a moment, but I can see that her body is tense. "I don't know about this," she says, her voice heavy with guilt. "She's still family. It seems harsh to do either of those things." The lawyer nods. "I understand. It's up to you, of course." Jessica looks to me as if for guidance, and I give her what I hope is a comforting smile. It's clear she's struggling with this, and the fact that she only shows me how gentle and kind she is. I still can't stand the thought of her getting hurt again, though, and Sabrina has made it clear she won't be gotten rid of easily. "I wish there was an easier way out of this," I say gently, looking into Jessica's eyes. "But you've played by the rules this whole time, and it's still not enough to get Sabrina to leave you alone. If she was a reasonable person, she wouldn't be doing this, but the fact is she's been hell-bent on ruining your life. I don't think she'll stop until she sees that she can't get away with it anymore. Jessica nods softly, and I can see there's a wave of emotion coming up in her. She reaches out and takes my hand, squeezing it tightly. "Thanks, Johnny," she tells me. "You're right." I squeeze back, hoping we can put an end to the harassment that's made Jessica so heavy. All I want is her happiness.
Chapter 43. Jessica. Something doesn't feel right. I can't figure it out, but it's been nagging at me for a while now. I mean, Sabrina's vanished, and no one's heard one of her ugly rumors lately as far as I've heard. Plus, I can't seem to keep up with everyone coming into the coffee shop, so that's all good, right? I don't know what it is. I finally feel some sense of normalcy returning to my life, but I can't help it that there's a nagging feeling tugging at the back of my mind. Every day, Jonathan and I are running around the shop, making sure everyone who comes in is taken proper care of. Jonathan's parents, my in-laws, are always taken care of when they are able to get inside. I always make sure their orders are ready, no matter how busy we are during the day. It's the least I can do for them. They've treated me like family and made me feel welcomed, not just in the family, but also this town again. I don't know where I'd be without Jonathan coming back into my life again. Even sitting with him in the lawyer's office, just hearing what he was willing to do for me to never deal with Sabrina again, that was something I never would have expected from anyone. Jonathan has this way of making me feel good, happy, safe. But something still feels off. I look over at Jonathan at the cash register, typing in numbers as he speaks to the man about his coffee order. I don't think he'll ever understand everything he's done for me. Maybe he has an idea, considering he's been the one to suggest ways to fend off Sabrina, and he initiated talking to the lawyer. But it was so unbelievably kind. "On your right." Jonathan's voice cuts into my thoughts and drags me back to reality. He passes me to go grab one of the coffee filters and loads up the beans to get another pot of light roast ready. I smile. "Having fun, honey?" He chuckles. "So much fun. I am going to become a master of the beans, Jessica. Mark my words, soon I'll be giving you a run for your money." He turns on the machine, and it springs to life, sputtering as it begins to create the delicious aroma. "We'll see," I tease. "You really want to give me a run for my money? You'll make the coffee taste just like Dad used to." He bends down and kisses my forehead. No one can create coffee the way he could. That's why everyone loved him. He looks me in the eyes, and my entire body grows warm. "And you're keeping his memory alive. That's why everyone loves you." He turns to go back to the cash register, and I'm grateful for that because now I'm trying not to look embarrassed. Instead, I smooth out my apron. It feels good to be continuing what Dad and I did together. We built this place together, and now Jonathan is helping build Dad's legacy. I know he cares about this place and about me. But what happens when he goes back to Boston? I mean, I can't just expect him not to go back to working in the hospital just because we got fake married. This wasn't the life he spent a decade building for himself after all. I hand off another coffee to a customer before I turn to look at Jonathan again. We haven't spoken about this yet, at least not in detail about what happens next. We're fake married, so I can't expect him to stick around and continue working in a coffee shop. He's a relatively good barista, but he's an extraordinary doctor. The kids love him, he loves them, and he loves what he does. I can't tell him to stay here, to help me run the shop, when he has an entire life in Boston. That's not fair. That's not something I think I'd be able to do. My body winces at the idea of talking to him and finding out what is next for us. There may not be Aunt Sabrina to worry about. I may have customers back, and for the first time in a long time, I finally have a family. But what does that matter? A fake marriage doesn't mean he's going to stay. He doesn't live in Woodward Falls anymore. And all this time we've spent getting to know one another again. I don't know if I'll be able to handle him leaving me here. I know he loves me, and I love him. But is that going to be enough when I can't go to Boston? And I'm not sure he can stay here. The doubt churns my stomach, and I find myself unable to look at Jonathan. I turn back to the customers, handing them their drinks and pastries, trying not to look at the man that is my fake husband, standing not 5 feet away from me. Who am I to tell him where to live? To choose between me or the dreams he's had for as long as I've known him? Tears begin to well up in my eyes, and I force myself not to cry, not wanting to alert any of the customers or Jonathan. This entire arrangement works because we both get what we want in the end. But would it be so terrible if we both got a happily ever after with one another? Just because we care about one another, it doesn't mean we'll both get everything we want. Jessica, can you get the whipped cream? Jonathan calls out. I sniff and turn towards where we keep the whipped cream. Then I wipe under my eyes quickly, so he can't see the tears that have already snuck their way out. I walk up to my fake husband and I hand him the whipped cream. Then, because he deserves it, I stand on my tiptoes and I plant a kiss on the side of his cheek. It's not my choice to decide his happy ending.
Chapter 44. Jonathan. Thanks, that'll be $3.50, I tell the latest customer with a smile. I'm getting better with the cash register, and with the sudden influx of customers, it's a good thing Jessica gave me my second most important education. The moment that one order is done, there's another and another and another. The coffee shop is bustling with activity, every table is full, and there's a line out the door for takeaway orders. It's the middle of the afternoon, which would generally be when business would slow a little, but there's no sign that this will be letting up anytime soon. Any hint of a rumor or slanderous piece of gossip has been washed away, along with Sabrina's snooping, and it feels good to know that things can finally go back to normal. I can only imagine how Jessica must be feeling. As she said, she's finally able to run her coffee shop in peace. Though, there's always more than a little chaos thrown in when running a place like this. I'm learning. At least it's the good kind of chaos this time. I rush to make the next order, trying my best to make the endless line seem a little less endless. I love to see the place so busy again. It's what I remember it to be from when Henry still ran it. Knowing that Jessica has been able to carry on her father's vision brings me so much joy. I can see it brings her joy too, even if it's exhausting. But luckily she's a great teacher and I'm a fast learner. Between working the register and making the coffees, I can more or less run the front counter now, even if my milk foam still leaves something to be desired. I look over at Jessica serving up a slice of her pecan pie to a happy and eager customer, and I smile. I'm so glad I get to share in her success with her and support what I know to be her dream. It's a beautiful dream, and the town is better for it. I see people chatting and laughing, using the coffee shop as a meeting point rather than a topic of gossip, the way it should be. The place is bringing people together again, not least of all Jessica and I. Being closer to her has been the greatest thing about working at the roastery, but despite my elation at getting to share this all with her, there's something hanging over me that gets heavier with every day that passes. I can't help but think about my other life, the one that's expecting me back in less than a week. I take another order and turn back to the espresso machine, grinding the beans like Jessica taught me. Even as I do, I can't help but think about the hospital, about my life back in Boston, about my work with the kids. As much as I enjoy being here at the roastery with Jessica, it's not my purpose. I know that. I miss my work and my mind turns to the next step in this strange and unexpected journey. As the end of the month nears, that next step seems ever more important. This customer's coffee is almost done, but it's a cappuccino and that means milk foam. I pour the milk into the pitcher and dip the steam nozzle into it, just like Jessica showed me. But somehow I still don't get the right consistency. Instead of a creamy, frothy foam, I end up with a pitcher of hot, bubbly milk. Jessica? I ask sheepishly. She catches my eye and gives me a knowing grin before coming to help me. Okay, so remember I told you the pitcher has to be a bit tilted when you're making foam? She reminds me gently. She shows me again how to do it. taking the time to explain every step patiently, even though there are customers waiting. It makes me warm from the inside out. With Jessica's guidance, I make another attempt, carefully following her instructions. This time, as I tilt the pitcher and listen to the soft hissing sound, the milk transforms into a velvety foam with just the right texture. A sense of accomplishment fills me as I pour the perfect layer of foam over the rich espresso, completing the cappuccino. "That's perfect," Jessica exclaims, and she gives me a little congratulatory kiss on the cheek before rushing off to serve another customer. The woman who ordered the cappuccino gives me a warm smile as I serve her the coffee. "You two make the most lovely couple," she says as she pulls out her wallet to pay. "And congratulations on your wedding. I heard it was beautiful." "Thank you so much," I reply, and her words really touch me. I've known for a long time that this was everything I ever wanted. Being here in the cafe, seeing Jessica in her element, and knowing that I helped make this possible, it's unbelievably rewarding. "Well, I wish you a long and happy marriage," the customer says as she takes her coffee and leaves. The smile on my face carries me through the rest of the afternoon, and by the time we wrap up for the day, I'm practically grinning from ear to ear. My marriage to Jessica was always real to me, and now that I know it's real to her too, I'm even more sure I made the right decision. Working with her in the coffee shop has been making me think about our future. As we walk back to our place, I feel a real sense of excitement rise in my chest. I know my future isn't just my future anymore. It's ours. The plan I'm forming in my mind seems more and more real with every day that passes. I know I'd do anything to be with her. I'm not going to throw that chance away again.
Chapter 45. Jessica. Walking into my place, our place, feels different tonight. It's been nice to have him here. It really has. We work on dinner together, having a simple dish of pasta, and we wash dishes talking about nothing in particular. "Thank you for dinner," Jonathan whispers in my ear before kissing me quickly. I feel my face heat, trying not to show how much that kiss affects me. I think the same thought as before. It's so nice to have him here. Having someone by my side while we live our lives is comforting. It makes me smile, our little routine starting to take form. After we finish dishes, Jonathan moves to the couch and dons his laptop. The dishes are done being washed, but the kitchen needs to be tidied up. I start washing down the counters and the stove, my mind flashing to the first morning we spent together. The one where we made breakfast, where we agreed to tell his parents about the engagement. It feels like a lifetime ago. I start to hum along with a song in my head, the tune reminding me of Dad. I think of how he'd feel about this marriage. Reminded of dancing with his picture at the wedding. I hum more notes, moving graciously around the kitchen, imagining Dad joining in, and I smile to myself. When the kitchen is spotless, I go to sit with Jonathan, but he's not there. His laptop is left open, and he's nowhere in sight. It takes a moment to realize that I can hear the shower water running in the bathroom. I smile again. I should save his work and close the laptop so it doesn't die, I think to myself. I sit down and put the laptop in my lap. I have no intention of doing what I do next, but I think my subconscious does. I knew something was wrong at the cafe. It felt a bit like paranoia, and I tried to get it out of my head the rest of the day, but this is full proof. Sitting on his screen is an open email from his employers, and it takes everything in me to not burst into tears for Jonathan to find. "Dr. Delancey, we hope your time in Woodford has been pleasant and fulfilling. We have been discussing the proposal you brought to us several weeks ago, and we are pleased to tell you we have finally come to a decision. We are eager to offer you this promotion to the head of the department in the pediatrics wing. You are a strong candidate that we cannot turn down." I can't read any more of the email. I slam the laptop closed and throw it aside as if it is burning me. He's taking a promotion in Boston. He's going to lead a department at 30. That's incredible. And I'd be more excited if it meant he wasn't going to leave me for Boston. This is his dream, right? Working to help kids stay healthy, being an incredible doctor. That's what he's worked for through the years. But I don't want to go. I don't want to up and leave Woodford and go to Boston. What about the shop? What about everything that symbolizes Dad? Jonathan's family? And I don't want to lose him either. My mind begins to spin, and I swear I'm going to be sick. Why didn't he tell me about this? We talk all day about everything. I thought he told me everything. This is something I couldn't imagine hiding from my husband. But here it is, clear as day, sitting on his laptop. Woodford is my home. Jonathan obviously doesn't think the same way. Something I've been fearing for days now. What if this is what he's wanted forever? He's exceptional. I'm not even surprised he's been offered the head of a department. I just wish it wasn't in Boston. I just got Dad's place back. I finally got Sabrina off my back. My reputation has been restored, and I married a man I care about. Jonathan changed everything for me, but I don't know if I can change everything for him. Leaving all of my life behind, just to start over. Lose the last bit of Dad. I don't think this marriage is going to last. I can't let him think he has no choice but to stay. Number. He's worked too hard to get where he's been. We did what I needed and got married. I have the husband that Dad wrote about. I got Sabrina out of my life, and I brought Dad's shop back to where it had been before he died. Jonathan fulfilled his requirements and obligations to me, but I can't leave. No matter what he thinks, moving to Boston wasn't part of the deal. I'm not losing the last tiny pieces of my family just to continue being fake married. I can do this alone now. I get off the couch and move into the bedroom to be away from his laptop, to go cry in peace. I didn't think Jonathan would bring me to tears in this marriage, but I guess everyone is capable of surprising others. I get ready for bed and turn out the light, so it's as if I've already fallen asleep. When Jonathan comes out of the bathroom, I don't stir. Instead, I wait for him to get into bed to drift off on his own. I can't look him in the eye. I don't have the heart to tell him I read the email. Jonathan doesn't need me to be dragging him down. I can't go to Boston with him, and he can't stay in Woodford. It's simple. I'm going to tell him to go. Leave me behind. Go do what makes him happy and make a difference to those children. It's all I can do for him, like he's done for me. Soon it'll just be me and my ghosts in this house and the cafe. That's all I guess I'm meant to have.
Chapter 46. Jonathan. I open my email to find another response from my boss, one that I hope will finally let me tell Jessica the news I've been waiting for. Hi, Jonathan. There are still a few loose ends to tie up, so sit tight. I promise we'll have everything sorted soon. I sigh, impatient to see all the pieces properly fall into place, but it looks like I'll have to be patient. Still, I smile at my laptop screen, knowing that when they do, it will be perfect. I hear a noise in the hallway and close my laptop quickly as Jessica walks in from her shower. She looks gorgeous as always, dark skin glowing and towel wrapped tightly around her, showing off just a hint of her beautiful thighs. I fight the urge to tell her how stunning she looks in case it makes her uncomfortable. She's been acting a bit weird since yesterday, but I figure she must just be exhausted from the last few days of intense work at the cafe. Luckily, today is our day off, and as tradition dictates, it's her turn to choose what we do with it. So, what do you feel like doing today? I ask, knowing that I'll be happy to do anything with her. She gives me a little self-conscious frown. Am I incredibly boring if I say I'd really love to just stay home? She asks. The question makes me smile. Not at all, I tell her. I'm more than happy to chill here, as long as I get to be with you. She smiles at me, but there's still something in it that feels a little off. It seems like she needs a very low-impact day, and I resolve to take it totally easy, not bringing up anything that might stress her out or require any emotional energy. After Jessica is dressed, we end up snuggling on the couch in a way that reminds me of the day after our wedding, just chatting and hanging out. We talk about the cafe, about how much business has picked up. I see the same passion flash in her eyes as did the first day she told me about the store's history. She clearly loves what her life has turned out to be, even with all the unexpected twists and turns, and I'm so happy that I get to be a part of it. Watching her talk makes me certain that I'm doing the right thing by staying. I decide the post-wedding lunch ritual should continue, and when I tell Jessica, she's on board. I think I could eat mac and cheese every day of my life, she tells me with a laugh. I'll keep that in mind, I say, but she grows a little quiet. Thinking she's just tired and hungry, I get an idea. I'm going to do something a little special today, though, I tell her, drawing from what feels like an endless well of energy when it comes to making her happy. Instead of packet mac and cheese, I whip up the real thing. Okay, I know the packet stuff probably has a bunch of chemicals in it that guarantee it's addictive, she says as she finishes another mouthful. But this is even better. I smile, happy I can give her something so simple that brings her so much joy. I can tell she really does mean her compliment as she savors every bite of the pasta. Once lunch is done, we spend a lazy afternoon on the couch watching movies, but in the evening she has an idea. Want to make maple cookies? She asks with a sudden burst of energy. I laugh. For dinner? She grins. We're adults. We can have cookies for dinner if we want, right? Absolutely, I answer with a smile, and we set about collecting the ingredients. I haven't had one of these cookies since that day she taught me how to use the register in the cafe. Not for lack of trying, but because of how popular they've become with the customers. They fly off the shelves the moment they're made, to the point that people have started to order them ahead. As she teaches me to make her now famous maple cookies, I know for sure that her place is here in Woodford Falls, and of course, in the roastery. Things are going so well that I couldn't possibly think of trying to pull her away from this, but I knew that from the very start. That's why I've been planning for a way to stay here since the day I proposed. Even before I knew just how happy and rewarding this fake marriage would become, and that we'd wind up here today, madly in love with each other for real. I look over at Jessica, sifting flour into a bowl, her face somehow already smeared with dustings of flour. The thought of spending the rest of my life next to her overwhelms me with joy. I'm so grateful things are finally coming together, even if the wait is killing me. I want nothing more than to tell her I'm staying, but I don't want to jinx it. It'll have to wait until all the loose ends are tied up back in Boston. Here, want to measure out the sugar? She asks, and I take the bag from her happily. I know I'll miss the kids back in Boston and my colleagues, of course, but finally being with the love of my life, the woman I waited almost half a lifetime for, is more than enough to tip the scales. I know that no matter what I'm leaving behind, I'm gaining much, much more by staying. I measure out the sugar like Jessica asked, knowing full well that this is the least healthy dinner I've probably ever had, but it's probably also the most wholesome. I help mix the ingredients, and as we pour in the maple syrup, I come up behind Jessica, wrapping my arms around her. I can feel her melt into me as I do, and I know, without a doubt, that this is home now. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Chapter 47. Jessica. 2 days, and I haven't had the stomach to say anything to Jonathan. 2 days of pretending I didn't see the email sitting in his inbox. 2 days of fake smiles and pretending he hasn't broken my heart. It's not fair to hurt him this way, but I'm doing what has to be done. It's been another long day, so we find ourselves exhausted on the couch. I feel like my legs are made of jelly. I look over at Jonathan, and I give him a genuine smile. Another good day of work, and of working together. It hurts that this works so well. It hurts that he and I work so well, and it's going to hurt even more when he leaves. You know, Jonathan says, turning his head only to face me. Maybe instead of cooking, we do takeout. I think I'm too tired and impatient right now to make a whole meal. He chuckles, but I don't have the capacity to respond, let alone smile again. I don't know how much longer I can keep all of this from him. Hey, Jessica. I suppress the urge to look at him again. I can't do it, I really can't. He nudges my shoulder. Earth to Jessica, he says, amused. I feel all my emotions trying to bubble up at once. I have to tell him about the email. I know I do. I feel Jonathan leaning into me and I lurch away from him, as if just shocked by lightning. Jessica, what the hell? He asks. He puts his hand on my arm, and it's the moment I break down, beginning to cry after holding in this secret. I don't want him to watch me cry. I don't want him to know how much his leaving is going to impact me, but I can't keep it together. There are no more barriers to hold up, and everything completely falls apart in my mind. My crying comes out like a child might cry over a broken toy. I'm not ready to say goodbye to him, but I don't have any more options. He's not going to want to stay here with me and give up his dreams. It burns my heart to think about him on his way back to Boston without me. Jessica. Jonathan clearly doesn't know what to do. His face looks as though I'm smacking him. His eyes are panicked, distress coming over his features. How could I hurt him like this, not being strong enough to tell him the truth? I wish I wasn't crying. I really do. I'm sorry, I sputter out. Jonathan, I'm so sorry. I saw you left your laptop out the other day, and I was going to close it for you so the battery wouldn't die. But when I saw your screen, I saw the email you received, the one about the promotion. And I didn't mean to read it, I didn't. I swear. But I did. And I feel horrible about it. He wipes away one of the tears on my dark cheek, but his expression is confusing me. Hold on, the promotion email? Why are you sorry about reading that? He's not mad at me for reading it, or knowing he's leaving me here. How could I have completely misjudged everything between us? I thought, after we confessed our love to each other, there was something more permanent between us. The idea that he doesn't understand why I would be hurt to realize he's leaving is baffling to me, and I feel like somehow I've made a heartbreaking error. I sniff. I want you to go, to do the job. I knew this was temporary, just so we could both get what we needed, but I guess I was being naive to think that you would stay, that you would want to continue being with me when you have this incredible life back in Boston. Jess Dash. I don't let him talk. You have dreams and aspirations. It's selfish of me to think you disregard your dreams for me. My chest is constricting saying all of this to him. I know we've had something special here, but that doesn't mean it gets to last, you know? Maybe it was silly of me to think it could. You could take over the entire hospital with your knowledge and skills. But I can't leave. I can't leave my home after finally getting it sorted out. He tries to speak again. Jess, let me... No, I have to do this. I have to say everything before you go. You have done so much for me since you came back, and now it's time I do the same for you. I take his hands in mine, barely able to see anything with the never-ending tears falling down my face. You have to take that promotion. You have to go to Boston and be the incredible doctor that I know you are. And I'm going to stay here and run Dad's place. I don't understand what... The job. The promotion. I know you got it. Please don't lie to me, Jonathan. I should have always known your heart was going to remain in Boston. We did what we had to do over the last few weeks. We created a couple that is magical, that is kind, that is loved. I wipe my face. But now you have to do what is best for you and put yourself first. I get it. Jess, can I please? Wait, let me finish. Please let me finish. This time, Jonathan says nothing, just sits back and looks at me, his eyes dark and confused. I'll make it less confusing. I'm scared of him going. I have been since the second he re-entered my life. He has been everything I needed since Dad died. He, his parents, his family, all making sure I have been okay. That's been so important. You coming back? Being here? You've made me feel whole again. It's been so long that I think I'd forgotten what feeling complete meant. You did that. You brought me back. And that's why I want you to go to Boston. I want you to help everyone else the way you helped me. Take that promotion, Jonathan, please. "Are you done?" he asks gently. I nod. Yes, I'm done. My heart aches, realizing what this really means. We're done.
Chapter 48. Jonathan. I'm touched by how selfless Jessica is being. Knowing that she wants my happiness over anything else, even her own, makes me want to gather her in my arms and kiss her over and over and over again. First, though, I have to explain what's really happening. It breaks my heart to see her so upset for no good reason. "Jessica," I say softly, reaching up to wipe a tear that's rolling down her cheek. "It's okay that you read the email, but it seems like you didn't read the whole thing." She looks up at me, confusion written all over her face. I feel my heart swell at how beautiful she looks, even in the midst of turmoil. It's her heart that's shining through most beautifully, though. The fact that she was willing to let me go for the sake of my own happiness tells me, for the millionth time, that Jessica is the woman of my dreams. "What?" she utters through her lingering tears. "What do you mean?" It's clear that she truly thought this would be the end of us, that I would go back to Boston, and she would stay here in Woodford Falls, and our love would have lasted no longer than this month. I'm so glad I get to tell her that's not the case, that instead I'll be staying here with her, that we have the chance to build a life together without either of us having to give up our dreams. I smile softly and pull my laptop over from the table, propping it up on the kitchen bench in front of us. I want her to know that all I want is to be by her side. I want her to see that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make that possible. I know how important the roastery is to her, how amazing it is that she finally has the chance to continue her father's work and keep the coffee shop alive. And I know that working with children is important to me. I love being a pediatrician, and I don't ever want to give that up. But there's no reason we can't both have what we want and have each other too. "Take another look," I say, opening the email and gesturing to the screen. I want her to read every word, and I want to be there when she does, so I can share the first step of our new lives. The lives we get to share with each other. As she steps forward to look at it, I hold her from behind. I want her to know I'm here, that I've got her, that I'm with her no matter what. I wrap my arms around her waist and press myself softly into her back, resting my chin on her head as she reads. As her eyes scan the screen, I smile softly into her hair. After a moment, I feel her hand suddenly grip mine. "Johnny, this says Woodford Falls," she says, shocked. "Wait, it's not for a hospital in Boston? It's here?" She turns to face me, and I can't help but smile at her. I let my hand wander up to her face, slowly brushing my thumb against her cheek where it's still wet from her tears. I nod, knowing that even if this wasn't quite the way I'd planned it, now's as good a time as any to tell her the truth. "But I thought," she begins, unable to say the rest of the words. "You thought I'd have to choose between you and my work?" I ask. She nods, and I can see even the thought of it is bringing back a wave of emotion. "It was supposed to be a surprise," I tell her softly. "I've known from the moment I met you that I wanted to be with you. Now that I'm here, I don't ever want to leave. I was always going to find a way to make that work." She lets out a small gasp as if the words have hit her right in the heart. "I applied for the position weeks ago, the day you agreed to marry me," I tell her, looking into her deep brown eyes that are still so full of emotion. "I know I was only supposed to be here for a month, but the second I saw that there was a chance at a future here with you, I did everything I could to make sure I wouldn't lose that. I thought, even after you said you loved me, that you wouldn't be staying," she says softly, and she buries herself in my chest. I shake my head slowly, my arms wrapped around her. "Jessica, I can't imagine a life without you," I tell her. "You've always been the one, and I always knew if I ever had a chance to be with you, I'd never let that go. I'm so happy with you. I need you to know that. I'm not going anywhere." She nods into my chest, and I can feel her sigh a great sigh of relief, as if all her fear of losing me has suddenly left her body. When she pulls away, I can see that she's been crying again, but this time she's smiling too. They're tears of joy. I love you so much, Johnny, she says, and I feel my heart open even wider to her. I never want to be without you. I let my hand trace the soft curve of her cheek again, caressing her jaw until I tilt her chin up to me. I lean down and plant a soft, loving kiss on her mouth, letting myself feel the warmth of her lips as if for the very first time. This is all I want, for the rest of my life, and now Jessica knows it.
Chapter 49. Jessica. There it is, I say, grabbing Jonathan's hand. He leans over me and looks out the window. Very green, he says. We are on a flight from the Big Island to Kauai. We started our long-awaited honeymoon on Maui. Favorite thing so far? He says, leaning back in his seat. That's hard, I say. Favorite thing on Maui, then? I rest my head on his shoulder. Well, I'm thinking. The falls were spectacular, and the hike was fun. I can't pick. Every day has been a wonderful adventure. With the time change, we were up early every day, hitting the beaches before most people arrived. Snorkeling has been spectacular. Every night we have a wonderful dinner, followed by slowly making love in every way imaginable. I can pick, he says. What? You. My favorite thing has been you. He kisses my temple and wraps his arm around me across my midsection. With his thumb, he strokes the side of my breast. His hand is between me and the window so no one can see what he is doing. What he is doing is driving me crazy. He tortures me until the flight attendants walk by. Then for the landing, he puts his hand on my thigh nonchalantly. Slowly he slides up higher and then down in between my legs. His pinky wanders, scratching at my skirt. Even through the layers of material, he's driving me crazy. I kinda hate you, I mutter when he pulls his hand away as the wheels hit the tarmac. The sun is going down as we wait for our luggage at the outdoor carousel. In typical Hawaiian fashion, it is pitch black in minutes. I decide it's time to give Johnny a taste of his own medicine. After we load the bags in the trunk, he opens the door for me. I push it closed and push him up against it. Then I throw my arms around his neck and grind into him. I kiss him and probe his lips with my tongue. When he opens them, I dip only the very tip of my tongue in and then pull it out. It really is a long drive to the condo, I say, stepping away from him. We should get going. Oh, you? He says, pointing his finger at me. You are going to be sorry for that. We talk about the list of things we have planned for Kauai. There is a hike to something called the Queen's Falls, black sand beaches, the Waimea Canyon, and we have reservations for an evening at a cattle ranch where the steak is supposed to be out of this world. I think this is it, Johnny says, backing the car into a spot. Even the parking lots are pretty, I say. All the cars are parked under these huge pergolas, which are absolutely dripping with flowers. Our condo is on the top floor and comes with a rooftop deck. We dump our bags in the hall and head up the stairs. It's an end unit, but it's completely private with 3 tall walls. We walk over to the only open side, the one facing the ocean. All we hear are the waves. Look at the stars, I say. It's a moonless night, and the sky is absolutely packed with stars. Just then, one shoots across the sky. Make a wish, we say in unison and laugh. He makes me close my eyes and we both wish. I know better than to ask him what he wished for. He'd never say. As for me, well, I don't rely on wishes. When I want something, I go for it. I put my forearms on the railing and lean forward, tipping my buttocks up in what is hopefully a very explicit invitation. Johnny steps behind me, and I rub my butt against his groin. That wasn't very nice, what you did to me on the plane, I said. Leave me hanging like that. He slides his hands up my shirt and cups my breasts. My bra is the thinnest lace, just a whisper of cloth, and his warm hands make me shiver. He pinches my nipples, just the right amount of hard, and I gasp. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 50. Jonathan. Compared to Jessica's little one-bedroom apartment, her father's house is a palace, which is a good thing now that I've brought all my stuff back from Boston. We've spent the last couple of weeks trying to settle everything in. Although it was sad to say goodbye to all the kids and to my colleagues back in Massachusetts, settling into our new home together has been amazing. A lot of Henry's belongings are still here, of course, but as we've added more of our own stuff, it's begun to feel more and more like home. Besides, I love that Jessica gets to keep so many memories of her father around. I want her to be happy here, and as I watch her unpack her framed photographs and set them on the mantel next to her dad's, I can't help but smile. "Hey, did you want me to bring some of your old stuff down from the attic before I go?" I ask, knowing that Henry had kept a bunch of Jessica's old belongings up there. She shakes her head. "No, that's okay, I'll go through that later. We've got more than enough boxes to sort through down here." I nod, walking over to give her a kiss on the head as she sets the last frame in place. "Okay, well, I should probably get going then," I tell her as we gaze at the mantel together. "You sure you don't want to come?" Since we got back from our honeymoon, my parents have been bugging us to come over for dinner, but with settling things at the new house, wrapping up my place in Boston, and preparing for the new job, we've barely had time. Even tonight, Jessica has opted to stay behind and keep unpacking, as much as I know she wants to see my family. "No, I really want to get as much of this settled as I can. I'll come next time," she says. "Besides, I still see Sarah and Garrett practically every day at the coffee shop, and I had dinner with them when you were in Boston, so hopefully that will tide them over until we get the house sorted. Give them big hugs for me, though. Chris, too." I nod, kissing her again before I leave. "I love you," I call out, smiling at the knowledge that I can finally say that without nervousness. "I love you too," Jessica calls back, and I walk all the way to my parents' place with a smile on my face. At dinner, my parents are full of a million questions, about half of which revolve around when Jessica's going to come over again. "How was Boston?" my mom asks as she serves me up a plate of her amazing roast beef. "It was hard to say goodbye," I tell her, remembering the sad farewell at the hospital. "But all my colleagues were really happy for me. Even the kids wanted to know everything about Jessica. They demanded pictures, actually. I laugh at the image of all the kids clamoring to see Jessica and telling me how beautiful she is. One even asked if I'd kissed her yet and dissolved into giggles when I told her I had. My parents laugh too when I tell them and proceed to go on their own tangent about how wonderful my wife is. In fact, I get the feeling they're still more excited about Jessica being part of the family than about me moving back to Woodford Falls. As the meal wraps up, my dad pulls me into a big bear hug. "It's good to have you back for good," he tells me. My mom and Chris echo his words. It feels good to be here, and as I walk back to my new home that I share with my beautiful wife after a lovely dinner with my family, I marvel again at how lucky I am. Life is truly perfect. When I open the door to our house, though, Jessica's nowhere to be found. "Honey?" I call, wondering if she's gone to bed already. I look at my watch and it's only 9:30. Surely she can't be asleep already. When I call out again, I hear her reply floating through the house from the direction of the back room, the room Sabrina used to inhabit that's now empty of everything, including the bed she took with her in lieu of the coffee shop and the house. I frown to myself, wondering what Jessica could be doing back there. But when I step inside, it all becomes suddenly clear. Jessica stands smiling in the middle of the room, right beside a tiny bed that I'd seen in the attic earlier. Except it's not just a bed. It's a crib. It's made of solid wood, a vintage piece that I know to be Jessica's from when she was a baby. It's still in perfect condition, kept carefully by Henry for all these years. As I gaze at the crib and back at Jessica, she doesn't have to say a word. The look in her eyes says it all. Tears spring into my own eyes as I realize that this is the greatest surprise she could have given me. I rush toward her, taking her in my arms. "Oh my God," I hear myself utter as she holds me tightly. Instinctively, I let my hand find its way to her belly, to the place that our child is growing. "I love you so much," I tell her, and I pull her into a deep kiss. When we pull away, we're both crying tears of joy at this beautiful gift. "I love you too," she tells me, crying and smiling at the same time. I thought my life was perfect before, but this is more than I could ever have hoped for. As I kiss her again, I know that nothing else is missing.